Molly's.
What's going on, friends? It's Anton Daniels, and I gotta have a conversation with you guys about Tiege Hanley because you see how the sun is hitting me. This is no finesse, no makeup, no filters, no none of that. This is 100% Tiege Hanley. I use it in the morning as soon as I get up, right after I pray and brush my teeth, jump in the shower, and I'm hitting the streets because you never get a second chance to make a first impression. So even though they're giving you 40% off your first order, 20% off for life, even though you may get a free gift, forget all that, right? Because we would do this even if it was full price because it's worth that much. I'm in the streets, I'm kicking it with people and I see Dusties everywhere. You don't want to be them. You want to separate yourself. And the way that you separate yourself is self-care. Ladies get it for the fellas. Fellas don't wait for the ladies to get it for you. I'm about to hit the streets right now and I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling great. I mean, I already got confidence, but to have that extra boost of confidence, knowing that you've taken care of yourself and you set yourself apart from all of the rest of the sheep that's walking around making bad decisions on a daily basis. And it's reflected in their actions. It's reflected in the products that they use. It's reflected in the people that they follow. And so if you're trying to level up, if you're trying to make sure that you look good, they're going to send you the pack. They're going to give you all of the instructions on how you're supposed to use it. Then make sure you get your Tiege Hanley. Again, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. Get your free gift. Make sure you tap in with your boy Anton Daniels because Unc is never going to lead you wrong. I would never have you use a product that I don't use myself. Again, they've been rocking with me for a long time. Make sure you get your Tiege Hanley. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at you guys later. What's going on is Anton from antondaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with us. Thank y'all for tuning in for another edition of After Hours. I am your host, Anton Daniels, along with all of my co-hosts, including Molly, Q, Diddy, Kim, or should I say Kim and I, Slammy, and Keri. What up, though? How y'all feel? What's poppin'?
We're good.
Good.
Everybody, the ladies look nice.
You too.
Likewise.
The men look nice.
The
Fuck you
men look
niggas.
the men look
Well, y'all are
I
always
didn't know.
handsome, you know. Sorry.
I'm gonna have the ladies start dressing up, looking like Muslims because apparently the people don't necessarily care for Anton from antondaniels.com, and they think that we all got a thing going or something. I don't know what that is,
This shit crazy.
but if I make them dress up like Muslims, then somehow maybe things will be a little bit different. I don't know.
No,
What it
then
is.
we'll be shaming our religion.
Hmm.
So y'all saying that we're not gonna be able to make the people happy?
I
It's
don't
gonna
think
happen.
so. I don't think everybody's
I,
gonna
I,
be
I
happy.
think Molly is more sufferable given how gorgeous she looks.
What do you mean?
People want to hate Molly and her takes, but they can't because she look like that.
Thank you, Clinton.
So do you think they would still talk to her though?
Oh hell yeah! But like in my mind, like maybe it's going too far. Maybe I think Molly in my mind, the only time Molly gets it in if she intends on having a baby.
Is she what?
Only what?
Intends on having a baby.
That's
What
what
do
I
you
thought
mean?
you said. What
He
does that
said
mean?
what?
I don't understand.
Let's move along.
I don't intend on having a baby. I don't even want that rumor circulating.
Jesus.
Right now, Molly's pregnant. Oh no.
Oh no!
Mine's baby. Look what you did.
Is mine's?
I think
Oh
so.
hell no!
Now she gonna put you on child support.
Oh
That is a
shit!
flex. If
I
you can
gotta
get
be
Anton to get
careful.
on child support, that's a big flex.
That's a what? Good flex?
I said that's a flex. Put that nigga Anton on child support. That's crazy.
I don't know. Pretty interesting, but I think it's cool. I think it's entertaining. I don't have no problem with it.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
it's part of the
I'll,
game. It's a part of
So,
the game.
Anton, do you have a loaded show tonight?
a loaded show.
What do you mean by
Like is it
loaded?
is it packed? Because I wanted to share something.
Ah shit.
Well, it depends on what you're sharing, but go ahead, do your
Well,
thing.
let me tell you. Okay, so you guys tell me if it's okay. So I wasn't on last week on Friday or
Oh my god!
Thursday. Was it? No. So after the panel on Thursday, I thought more about the whole women being able to vote comment, like Myron talking about that, and then what I said. So I went back and I thought a lot about it, and I have something that I would like to share. So what I did was I got all my thoughts together, and I have it here so that I'm not all over the place. And I just wanted to read it if y'all would indulge. I timed it though. It's like it took me like 4 minutes to read the 2 pages. It's
Do
big
I
shit.
need to put up? Do I need to put up a title at the bottom?
I
Hell
think
yeah.
okay. This is what you need to do. You need to put up a title at the bottom, and you need to give her the whole screen while she reads it, like a narrator.
Very soliloquy.
Pretty much.
Do I need to put up a title at the bottom and give you the screen, Keri?
No.
Yes,
Keri
we need to all go to the
soliloquy.
back and let Keri rock for the next 4 minutes.
Oh my God.
Carrie,
I
that's
don't
funny
know.
because I was thinking about that earlier too. Like that kind of crossed my mind. Like, should women vote? And then I started thinking about Kamala Harris.
Hmm.
But go ahead.
So wait, Keri, do you want us to put you on? Well, you don't want the whole screen, Keri?
Full screen.
You
Full
don't have to, I
screen.
mean, that's up to you.
Let's
You don't
vote.
have
Y'all
to, but
voted to
that's,
take my wrench. We
oh
gonna
my
vote full
God.
screen and all.
Full screen. Full screen. Full screen.
We'll do it like this. Let's play it like this.
Because then
So
we'll get y'all, oh, go ahead.
we'll get our what?
You know,
Is
y'all
this
might
something
make
that we're gonna
facial
wind up
expression.
discussing?
I won't make
I
any
don't know.
facial
I just
expressions.
I just felt like I should, because I had like a change of thought. I felt like it was my responsibility to come back and share
So
it.
what is the title of this whole thing that you're about to read to
Oh
us?
God, I don't know.
What is it about? What is it about?
It's really about, should women be able to vote,
Okay.
and like how we got to where we are now, I guess.
How
Carry a
did
conversation.
we get here?
No, you know what? As a matter of fact,
Just kicking it with Keri.
this is
That's
a
Oh my
platform
God.
that we can move around and we can shift things. I don't have a full. All right, so let's do this. Keri's.
we kicking it with Keri.
Is it time to repeal the 19th Amendment, ladies? Do
All
we
right,
walk back our
hold on, hold on.
rights?
I got you, Keri. I'm moving in real time, real quick. Give me a second. Watch how we work. Watch how we work.
I didn't take a bath after I worked out today
Okay. TMI.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
because
Shower before you get on stream.
I wanted to be
Make
on
that like
time,
a
so I didn't take
habit.
a bath.
All right, let's go.
Lord Jesus. Okay. So, ever since our last panel, when Myron made that comment about women not voting, it really sent me into some serious reflection. I had to step back and ask, is that actually what I believe? What would that look like in practice? Would it even fix the problems we see today? That pushed me into a deep dive on the history of all of this, from the early feminist movements through each wave and what actually drove these shifts. So, what I found so far, I mean, I've only been researching this for a few days, is that
Thank
in the
you.
first wave, despite individual agendas, it truly was about advocating for women as women to have access to their own wages, to own property, to have a fair say in custody if there was a divorce. That was the core, and it seemed reasonable. But it also struck me that most of these changes, property rights, wages, custody protections, access to education, and certain professions, actually happened before women even had the right to vote. That showed me it wasn't simply the ballot that mattered. It was women being acknowledged, lobbying effectively, and men starting to see these issues differently and enact those changes. Clearly, men were not only listening, they were also the ones who ultimately voted to give women the right to vote in 1920. So there was support, at least on some level, for women having representation and a voice. I also had to recognize that I was initially looking at all of this only through the lens of being a wife and a mother, which is valid, but it doesn't represent all women. Not all women want to be wives or mothers, and quite honestly, some shouldn't be. So then I had to ask, what about the single woman who wants to focus on her purpose or her career? Without these rights, where would that leave her? That's where I see the role of maternal feminism. The idea that yes, women should have representation and choices, but the core perspective still keeps family, children, and community at the as the priority. I think we lost that somewhere along the way. As feminism progressed through the second, third, and now fourth waves, it became less about reasonable protections and more about rejecting family structure, rejecting motherhood, rejecting men, and ultimately rejecting God. Add in individuals with their own personal agendas. For example, atheist feminists pushing to remove prayer from schools, or women who weren't wives or mothers speaking for all women, plus the government learning to cater specifically to the female vote. It's no wonder things eventually went dark. In looking at some of these prominent feminist figures, I also noticed patterns that are hard to ignore. This is just from the little bit of research I started doing. So I know there's much more to learn, but even from the early look, one major leader, she was never married or had children. Another was divorced, accusing her husband of abuse, while he said she abused him too. Another had children outside of marriage. It seems that many of these voices were coming from places of personal hurt, conflict, or trauma. So, if that's the voice being amplified, if that's who's leading the entire movements and setting the tone for what gets legislated or culturally normalized, it's not surprising that the attitude toward men, family, community, traditional roles, and even God started to shift dramatically. I also still wonder what things might have looked like if there had been a larger gap between the time that Black men were granted the right to vote in 1870 and when all women received the right to vote in 1920. Given how extreme the voter suppression and violence was, we never really saw what might have happened if Black men had a longer period to build political power before the broader women's vote came into play. And then there's the point that when Black men got the right to vote, it caused a rift between many white women leaders and Black women. So who knows what that could have been, how different that could have been if women stayed truly united or if Black women had taken a larger stance at that moment. There are just so many variables in how all this played out. And honestly, the whole process even had me considering whether maybe everyone should technically have the right to vote, but actually participating in each election could require some kind of qualifier, proving a basic understanding of who and what you're actually voting on. Maybe one day AI could help develop an unbiased way to do that, because should we really be voting on issues we don't understand? I don't know. But all of this has definitely pushed me into a much deeper level of thinking about these issues. I no longer believe that women shouldn't have had the right to vote granted. I see how it was necessary given the exploitation under the old laws, but I also see that no voting structure by itself will ever produce a healthy society without a shared moral foundation, and that foundation can't come from people because people always tilt it to benefit themselves. So, in my opinion, it has to come from God. His word is the only standard that holds everyone equally accountable, calls men to lead with love and sacrifice, calls women to build and nurture, and keeps family and community at the center. So, this journey has honestly reshaped my thinking. It's moved me past assumptions I didn't even realize I had, and it's given me a bigger, clearer view of how all of this fits together. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so essentially what you're saying is, because in the conclusion, that's when you left me confused, right?
Mm-hmm.
You broke down the dynamics, the power dynamics between men and women. You also included the Black people, or Black men in particular, and their, I guess, voting power, and you correlated to how much power they had in society, and then what that struggle looked like. And then I'm assuming that it kind of attached itself, to women eventually becoming able to vote. But here's a question that I have, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
you said AI, and then you included God and all of that other type of stuff. I got multiple questions, but here's the main question that I have. So you're saying that women should basically return to whatever it was that God ordained for them to be in the first place.
You literally clicked out for me. You say that one more time.
So
The
you're
last part.
basically saying that because you're aligning spirituality and basically essentially Christianity or whatever you want to associate it with whether or not people should or shouldn't be able to vote.
No, no.
as far as
No.
the selection process for who can and who should and shouldn't be able to vote. But you're looking for an unbiased way to be able to make that selection, especially considering that there are women that may not have children or there are women that may have careers or whatever. And so that's when you start to include the AI to say that we have to find an unbiased way to both go back to the way that things should be spiritually while at the same time acknowledging and giving power to the people that should and shouldn't be able to make the decisions as far as who should be our legislators.
No. So to me, it's kind of two different things. So on one hand, women and men, where we are with one another and getting us to kind of play on the same playing field, I think is difficult without there all being one agreed upon moral standard. And so in my case, I think the moral standard can come from the Bible. Like, that's my suggestion, if you will. But
Mm-hmm.
even if it didn't come from the Bible, I think that there needs to be some agreed upon, this is the way that everything should flow, and it's, dare I say, fair to men, fair to women, and gives us the best possible outcome. I don't think that exists. And I think it seems like the pendulum has kind of swung from like power being more in the hands of men, and some took advantage of it, and now power is kind of in the hands of women, and some are taking advantage of it. With regard to the voting thing, once I went down the road of the voting, I'm like, okay, yeah, I do think everybody should vote. But then I was like, okay, but what about the vote should be a right versus a privilege? Because I started to think about elections and stuff like that I've even participated in, where I really don't even know what I was voting on. Like, I'm just voting down the line like I was told, or I'm just picking things. And considering the fact that the government now gets to play into, or the people running, politicians, get to now really play into the minds of the voters, is it fair that just because I'm a person, I get a vote, when the politician can play into the notion that I don't even know what I'm going to be voting on, but he can still get my vote? Or should I have to at least prove that I know something in order to have that privilege in that election?
So what you're saying is that everybody should be, in a nutshell, everybody should be able to vote, but everybody should have to qualify in order to meet that, in order to have that privilege.
So I played with that idea, right? And then Enrique, he was like, well, apparently at some point that was proposed, but what was happening was that white men were actually able to participate more than black men because of educational things. Like, it wasn't even. And then who gets to determine the qualifier questions and all of that? So that's why I snuck in maybe AI can be the objective entity that comes up with the qualifying questions, even though man created AI. So that was more so just a thought. I don't know that, I'm not saying that like that can be a real thing. I don't know, but to some degree that does make logical sense to me. Like, should you be able to vote in an election and you can't even tell me who's running or what they're standing for? You don't even know.
So it's no longer about the women then.
No, that right. It now that now gets off of the women.
Keri,
Yeah.
one thing that you didn't take into consideration was that they pretty much just gave women the right to vote so they could tax them. The same reason they gave black people the rights to vote. They just want to be able to tax you.
No, so that was the other thing okay, and let me preface all of this, y'all. I am in probably very, very step one of this long journey that I see I'm gonna be on with all of this, the women, feminism. Like, there's so much to this, as I'm sure y'all already know. So Slimmy, to your point, that was something that I came across. I also came across how a lot of times I'll hear people say that the government is the reason why women, they gave us all of these benefits for us to be able to have kids on our own and not have to rely on men. But I also didn't realize how much they put in play to even bring the woman who's married out of the house. So for instance, making home loans available to 2-income households. So that giving money for childcare, but not for staying at home or for you having a nanny in home. So to your point, Slimmy, there's probably a whole bunch of incentives for the government to have wanted women to be able to vote. I get you on that. Which is, I mean, this is like a loaded thing, but that's why I felt like I had to come back and not have been so shallow with my thought of like, yeah, we could solve this whole problem of what's going on with men and women if women just didn't have the right to vote. And it's like, nah, that's not what is making us be on this end of the stick now, like in my opinion. So I'm not proclaiming to have the solution. I just wanted to correct my ignorant statement.
I don't really think that it's ever gonna matter because I don't think that we're ever going back to a place so where women don't have the ability to be able to vote anyway. So I don't think it matters. I think it's a good conversation, but sometimes you'll never be able to put the genie back in the bottle.
I agree.
I don't think that I don't think that they're wherever because people. The one thing that I know that people will always fight for is their freedom to be able to do what they want to do, even if it's the worst decision ever, even if it's something that's not good for you, even if it's going to absolutely fucking ruin your life. People want to be able to make the determination of where they can ruin their own life at their own will, even if they don't want to take responsibility for their own lives being ruined by themselves. If they want to blame the world, blame the system, blame men, whatever, people still want to be able to have a choice, and they want to kill themselves at their own will, not the choice being made for them, even if it's the best thing for you, which actually feeds into a bigger conversation, in my opinion, because I think that women, and I've said this before, I think that women are naturally rebellious, right? So, even if I think that a woman would prefer, unless they've been through some shit, a woman would prefer to suffer than to live a good life if they had to do so out of ignorance. So if you knew, or let me revise that. So if your life was going to be awesome, right? It was going to be phenomenal. But the fact that you didn't know the difference between what phenomenal and suffering was, women would ultimately, in my opinion, pick suffering over living a great life because they have to know the difference. The only time, in my opinion, that you can truly get a woman to truly embrace the thing that's best for her is if she had to go through some shit first, which is bad for women, but that's good for men because for men, we're supposed to suffer in order for us to become the men that we're supposed to be. Women naturally are not supposed to have to suffer like men in order to be successful. So the fact that women have to suffer in order to realize, listen, I had it good, this life is better. But if a woman is just a princess laid up, but she never actually got the opportunity to see what the difference is, then she would naturally rebel against it. And so I don't think that you'll ever convince women that, listen, I can make this decision for you. I got it. Shut the fuck up. Listen, let me take care of it. Let me worry about the politics. Let me worry about the money. Let me worry about all of this, because they will naturally rebel because they got to see the other side for them to appreciate it. They gotta see it. You gotta go through some shit. You gotta get fucked on. You gotta have a nigga abuse you. You gotta have a nigga tell you that you ain't shit. You gotta suffer through some toxic relationship. You're gonna have to see your mama go through it. You're gonna have to see your daddy not be there and all of that shit. And then it's like, you know what? I don't really want that life. I ain't really interested in that life. But you take a woman that's ultimately never had to go through it or whatever, and she's gonna naturally select the man that's worse for her in most instances, because it's like the movie. It's just like the Disney movies and all of that. If you could see the princess and they have her husband selected for her, and it's like, yo, here, you know what I'm saying? We look at this great man, and he's from the other family, and she's like, no, I want to go with love. I don't love him. And then it's this pauper, and then the pauper comes up. It's in the cartoons and everything. The pauper comes up, but he's, I love you, and then she gives him an apple so he can go and feed himself and all of that shit. And it's a reflection of life. It literally is a reflection of life. She doesn't necessarily want the best guy until she been through the hood niggas. The hood niggas got to get you know what I look at it as, honestly? I look at it as, I don't know if y'all have ever seen like Braveheart or something like that. In Braveheart with Mel Gibson, he got his wife murdered, right? And one of the ways that the king was going to cleanse the people is that every woman that got married from all of these other tribes, because they had to pay taxes to the king, and he was a really cruel king. If a man married a woman, the guards got to fuck her first, right? It was called prima nocta or something like that, right? And this was actually a real thing in history. And so it kind of reminds me of that. It's like the hood got to get theirs first before the good guys can actually be able to have a decent girl. The hood got
I
to get
wonder
there.
where do you think that comes from? Like,
What do you
why
mean?
do you think that why do you think that is? Where do you think that comes from? A woman choosing that way?
Because that's I believe that's the punishment that God gave women as a result of Eve being rebellious. Suffering wasn't just
To
yo.
choose, to make choices that will make them suffer. It doesn't necessarily mean it's specific to choosing a man, but to make choices that naturally put you in a place of suffering.
100%, 100%. I believe that is the curse. That is the punishment that goes along with disobedience. But it's a reflection of how it happens inside of the household. If a woman is supposed to be submissive to her husband, her level of disobedience then put her in a position to have to suffer in life. Whether that be you got to go and go and work, you got to grind, you go and I think that women, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that women try to get the consolation prize by saying, "Well, yeah, I'm good. I'm a single woman, or I'm an independent, and all of that shit." But if you notice, our natural inclination as men is not to give a fuck about how much you make or whether you're successful or how many degrees you have. We don't care. So they do that for themselves to make themselves feel good. I don't think that that's necessarily natural. I think that that's why women have to suffer. They're going to naturally rebel. The hood gonna have to get theirs first. Homie over here, Quintavious, uh, Darnell, and um, Theophilus, they got to hit that shit first. They got to hit it first. They got to get theirs first. And then John Johnson, he can get her. He can have her. But it's not until
Not John
it's not
Johnson.
until Theophilus get his. It's not until Theophilus get his that everybody else then shit they gonna make her into the woman she need to be, and then she gonna get herself together. And it's not just black women; it's white women too. I could be wrong.
This makes me think maybe arranged relationships and marriages might be the best option. I mean, I hate to say it, but women don't
It would
typically
never
do a
work.
good job picking.
It would
Well,
never work.
probably,
Jay.
yeah, I don't think for this society, no,
No.
but I understand why cultures do it. I wouldn't be opposed to doing it with my children in the future if I could find a good family and we make a deal happen.
Yep. So, anybody else? All right. Thank you, Keri,
Thank you guys for letting me share.
for your TED talk. All right. Let me see. Let me read a couple of these super chats, and then we can go over to the. I'm gonna make this Keri's corner. I'm gonna leave this up here. Don't worry about it. We're gonna get there. Chris Cunningham says, "Molly, Molly, Molly. Hey, boo." Rico Breeze says, "Slimmy should read the super chats tonight. He adds humor." We might get Slimmy in there. Miss Allah says, "For Keri's dissertation." Thank you. Chris Cunningham says, "You said that thoughts. You said that thoughts, not essay, Keri." Chef G Rap says, "Leave it to Keri and she will get to the bottom of any situation." Chris Mayberry says, "People talk noise, but this is why we love Keri. Give Mama Fine best friend a hand clap." Mama Fine best friend a hand clap? Okay. Victor Williams says, "AD Keri, what are your thoughts?" Keri pulls out a 15-page dissertation with 20 peer-reviewed sources. MP says, "Keri is the math tutor that I thought or that I needed in high school. I still graduated on time, though." KL says A plus Keri. Chef G Rap said if Keri was the host, cheaters, all y'all ninjas is going down. Quasar says I took a 30-minute nap, came back. Keri is still giving her Maya Angelou speech. Victor Williams says, who is grading this? McDice says, and let the church say, amen, Keri. Darian Murphy says, Keri, can I recommend you a book called Occult Origin of Feminism by Rachel Wilson? I think you would get a lot out of it. Don't worry, she'll go ahead and she'll rewind it. Quasar, I'll save that super chat for you, Keri. Quasar says, what did Keri smoke before the show started? That good. Slave of Christ is on me again. He says, hey, Anton, I hope the family is doing well. Hope you took some thought to what I brought to your attention last night. Okay, I got you. My dog, Showcase Classics. Showcase Classics, seeing me in there getting my ass kicked. Says, good evening to the panel and chat. The panel and chat makes this the greatest podcast on YouTube. Rock says, go read this book, Keri, Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation by Rachel Wilson. There you go. I'm going to leave that up there for you. Everybody got the same book recommendations? What's going on?
I got it now.
The problem with democracy is that everyone can vote, even those who are rented. What? Even those who aren't intelligent, knowledgeable, or wise enough to do so. IZ says women like adventure and curiosity opposed to order. Lame says Anton Curse with the bald head, Eminem shaped head. Tell G says John Johnson. Obi-Wan the homie says, not only should women not vote, most men shouldn't vote. We should bring back poll tax and literacy tests. Women have always had representations in government. Women got the 18th prohibition passed before getting the right to vote. Man with the golden hand says, bless up Keri, bless up all Keri teaching class. Jacqueline Rice says, AD, can you react to the viral clip of the male therapist calling out feminists on a recent podcast? I don't know what it is. Y'all got to send it to me. Optimus Prime says, I need Keri to read me my audiobooks. And Avenue says, question AD, how do you feel about universal basic set income if AI replaces about 70 to 80% of jobs in America? I don't believe in universal basic income. Ever.
What is universal basic income?
Universal basic income, in my opinion, is almost like a form of socialism. To where basically everybody get a set amount check. Everybody in the United States of America would get a set check every single month. So everybody would get the same amount of money in a check every month.
Yeah, no. Is there other places where that happens?
I think parts of Africa.
Yeah. Oh. Keri and Anton, what are your thoughts on if your girl wants you all to be celibate, but you don't? I'll save that question. We'll make that a part of the one of the questions tonight. Victor Williams says, book recommendation, Clean Code by Robert C. Martin. Shout out to Victor Williams. I appreciate you, big dog. And everybody that contributes into the platform. All right, so got a question for, I guess I can start off with the ladies. All right. I'm going to play this video. I want to see what y'all thoughts are about it.
I'd rather make $50K and my wife make $50K before I go and make $250 by myself and be the only income. Both bring in $110,000, $120,000 together. That's good money, especially with no kids. We have no big overhead. That's great. You go on vacations whenever you want to. All you got to do is just go work your shift, split everything, and y'all good. It's not really splitting. Y'all locked in together, to be honest. Versus a man that makes $250K, has to take care of the kids, has to take care of his wife because she doesn't work. That money is long gone. And he's carrying most of the stress. His work-life balance is upside down because he has to bring in all of that income from all of those people for all of those mouths to feed. So that money gets stretched. So yes, 50-50 is better than single income.
Do y'all want me to play it again? Did y'all catch it? Or do y'all want me to play it again? Because I see Kim is a little confused right now.
I didn't hear the start.
All right, I'm going to do it one more time. Hold on, Kim. I got you. I'm going to play it one more time. It's 50 seconds.
I'd rather make $50K and my wife make $50K before I go and make $250 by myself and be the only income. Both bring in $110,000, $120,000 together. That's good money, especially with no kids. We have no big overhead. That's great. You go on vacations whenever you want to. All you got to do is just go work your shift, split everything, and y'all good. It's not really splitting, y'all locked in together, to be honest. Versus a man that makes 250K, has to take care of the kids, has to take care of his wife because she doesn't work. That money is long gone. And he's carrying most of the stress. His work-life balance is upside down because he has to bring in all of that income from all of those people for all of those mouths to feed. So that money gets stretched. So yes, 50-50 is better than single income.
Kim, you all right over there?
I'm good. That is not my man. So no issues at all.
Well, let me not start with the women. Let me start with the guys. Q Diddy, how do you feel about this man saying, in a nutshell, he said he'd rather make 100 together. She make 50,000. He makes 50,000. They have work life balance. He'd rather make 100 together than $250,000 by himself and she not work.
I'm gonna go with the 250, just like simply because it's $100,000, $150,000 more. I don't really. if I and I'm like I'm down like to kill myself for my people. You know what I mean? So I don't rock with it. If I can, like when I lived with my child's mother, she didn't. She like worked part time,
Slimmy,
and that's just because she get bored and she can't keep her ass at the house.
I think you got to do what works for you. Like that might work for him and his girl. um, I ain't gonna work for everybody. I ain't gonna. Every type of woman is not gonna go for that, and every man ain't gonna go for that. So it's like I don't know. Uh, you got to do what work for you. Like it's always different scenarios, different reasons, different rationales. Why there's two incomes. Um, there's always reasons why there's only one income. Like that scenario doesn't work with a woman having that. With a woman had she has to work and take care of the kids. It's not gonna work. She gonna get burnt out. Your love life is gonna be a wreck. It's not gonna be a good scenario where a woman has to work and take care of kids. It's not gonna work. You're gonna put some stress, too much stress on the woman. Like you're
so in
you're
that
gonna be
scenario,
beating off in a
what would
sock.
you choose? What would you choose, Slimmy?
No, I don't have nothing to do with this. I choose to be
I'm, I'm
single.
gonna I'm
That's
gonna
what I
debate
choose.
Slimmy's point that
Uh,
the I'm gonna debate Slimmy's point that the love light is gonna be erect.
you say what?
Nothing.
Why you say you don't?
Pause.
Why you don't say? Why you say you don't have no thoughts on?
No, I don't. Nah, this ain't about me. This about that dude and what he said.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, all right, don't worry about it. You got it. Let me see.
He's opted out.
That's
I
fair.
don't want no. I don't want no more personal attacks on me. Hell
He
no.
has he has a right to decide not to answer that question. Kim, how do you feel about it?
In a way, like Slimmy, if that works for you, that works for you. But I mean, just from the get go, his math doesn't even make sense. 50 and 50 is not 110. So that alone tells me something is amiss in his head. And so I'm just kind of like, if
Facts.
if you're both working like that, what is it that's making him the man? Like, what's setting him apart from her? Is it just the fact that
Erect.
he's right? Is this just an anatomical thing because he's not doing anything different than what she's doing? So I'm just confused. I'm so confused. And why you would choose 150,000 less just to say we're splitting everything doesn't make sense to me.
Molly, thoughts?
I just think that this is the modern man's way of screaming that they want a boyfriend because you asking for a man. You're asking for a provider. And then you're retarded because you can't even do simple basic math. You would rather her work and be the man so y'all could make less pay than you working to make 250K. And if men back in the day could make it happen with way less, this is why women think that they are equal. You have men like really thinking that this is the normal thought process, that men should be deserving a woman to be half the man for them. I'll leave it at that. Y'all not gonna clip me up today.
Keri?
Everybody chilling out today. Why are everybody scared to get clipped up today?
I don't think that his examples were comparable because he first said if both people and his numbers didn't add up, like Kim said. But he first said if you're both making 50,000 and no kids at that, like you can travel, do whatever, and all right, as opposed to just the man working and you have kids and he's exhausted, and like they're not comparable. So either you don't want to have kids, and yeah, if you don't want to have kids, you and your wife, both y'all work, run your money up, have fun, travel the world, do whatever. But um I didn't get where he was going. Like, do you not want to have kids? Are you trying to justify not having children, or are you trying to justify not going to make more money? Are you trying to justify the fact that you can't make more? Like, what's the real argument that you have on the table? I couldn't really tell. So, can't hear you. You're on mute.
You're muted.
What kind of trauma y'all done had over the weekend?
Who?
He's like, 'cause
All
everybody
everybody playing it
I
safe.
didn't answer.
Everybody playing it with the safe answers and all of that.
Well,
What's
no,
the, what the
I
hell's
would
going
obviously
on?
pick the 250K. I mean, yes, for sure. I would
Y'all
pick the
modern man is gay.
250K.
Let somebody gotta
Like,
say it. Y'all need a woman to come and save the day too much. Too much. And then y'all don't be wanting the women that will go 50-50 and be half the man with y'all. Y'all don't be wanting that. Y'all want a hybrid woman who's gonna be traditional and do all the traditional things, yet still work a 40-hour plus work week to pay half your raggedy bills.
Nobody said
Not
that,
a
Molly. Where is this coming
not
from?
a
Well,
not a hybrid.
Where is that coming from? Nobody
just
said
sick
that.
of it.
What is
We
that? A
got to get
cis
back to
woman?
old school tradition. Men know what they supposed to do. Women know what they supposed to do.
Well, the
So
problem is
men
women
not
ain't been doing what they supposed to do.
subliminally putting out signals on the internet,
Wait,
low key
Molly,
wanting a
women ain't
man
been
to
doing what
come
they
in and
supposed to
come
do.
hop in their DM to save the day for them.
Molly, women haven't been knowing what they're supposed to do. It's women that don't even know how to cook anymore. They don't know how to
How am I
clean. They don't
supposed
know
to
how to
know what I'm
raise a.
supposed to
They don't
do?
know how to raise a little girl to be a woman
Right, because
because
this
they
man
too
want me to
busy.
go to work and pay
Because
half his
no,
bills.
because they too busy being a thought.
No, because y'all want us to go to work and pay half them bills because y'all can't
No,
do
no, no, no.
math.
You didn't listen
Y'all
to
have
what he
no skill
said.
set.
You
Y'all
didn't.
can't read.
That's
Y'all
not
don't want
true.
to go to
That's not
college.
true.
Y'all don't want
That's not true. That's
to
not true,
be, y'all don't
Molly.
want to do things with y'all hands.
Molly,
Y'all need somebody to come cut y'all grass and change y'all tires
where
and cut
you
y'all
getting
own
this shit
hair.
from? Where
Ugh.
you getting this shit from?
Because I'm just tired of it. And then y'all call women feminists, but this is a
Oh,
feminist
but
with a penis.
women. Okay, so women wanted equality, right? That's feminism. Women wanted this. They wanted
So
equality.
who voted for us
That
to have
what
equality?
women wanted equality. What are you
I'm
talking
trying to
about?
start today.
Women wanted this. They wanted it, and you know that, and you can't deny it.
Okay, I can
Women
want
wanted
equality and
equality.
go date
They
a
wanted to be able to
woman
go
and
to
go do
work.
all that with a woman then. What you as a man crying that you need me to be a man for? I'm just gonna go date a woman if I have to sit here and look at you with these nuts and hair everywhere and testosterone and you sitting there asking me to go to work too
Did you
to pay
just say
half your
nuts
bills
and
so you
hair?
can go on
I don't know where
vacation.
this is going.
Oh dear goodness. Like out of all the women who will pay for a man, out of all the cougars and sugar mamas, and why y'all don't never go find them? Y'all want to take a regular woman who probably want to rest in her femininity, and y'all want to finesse her and gaslight her into go paying half of some bills so you can go on vacation. I digress.
Ugh.
I will say this. Here's my comment on
I
that.
love Molly.
Unless y'all want to reply to Molly.
Nope, you're
No,
wrong.
no,
I
no.
agree with everything that this
Not after
beautiful
the
Because
woman
nuts with
said.
the hair.
I don't
Yes,
agree with
the nuts
Molly a
and the
lot,
hairs
but
is
I agree with
there you
everywhere.
go.
everything. Molly was on point. I agree.
No, she wasn't, but it was, yeah.
What wasn't she on point about, Slimmy?
No, man, all that extra shit. Dudes don't want to mow their lawn. They don't want to get a haircut. Like, this shit is obscene. Come on, man. Like,
So,
these
okay, let me ask
extremes,
you a question, Slimmy.
these extremes are just, they're too far
Let me
fetched.
ask you a question, Slimmy. How can you defend this nigga saying that he want to make 100,000? He rather
Instead of
make 50,000
250.
alone and a 50,000 with another woman and
Well,
combine it together instead of making $250,000 by itself. Real
Well,
talk.
you gotta listen to everything that he said. He said 250,000 with a family.
Okay, 250,000 with a family.
Yeah.
you got
So
an extra $150.
yeah,
Right.
he said
250 with a
250,000
family.
with a family. I think y'all looking too much more into the figures than what he was actually saying. What
Okay,
he's
so let's
saying,
let's frame the question that way.
so
250
he
with
would
a family versus 50 as you and
no, no,
her
no, no, no. What he's saying
you
is
makes 100.
what he was ultimately saying was if you're not gonna have a family, you both should work. The woman shouldn't
That's not
just
what he
sit at.
said. That's not what he said.
That's what he was
That's not.
implying.
No, we don't go. We can't go by implying. We got to go by what he said. What he said.
No, no, you can't go by what you can't imply what he's
What,
trying to what
what
he's
he
trying to
said, Slimmy, respectfully, what he said was, I would rather make $50,000 and my wife make $50,000 than me making 250 and she not work and we have a family. That is literally word for what he said.
Okay.
That's if all right. Give me
You
a
got
second.
it.
I'm gonna play it again.
I'd rather make 50K and my wife make 50K before I go and make 250 by myself and be the only income. Both bring in 110, $120,000 together. That's good money, especially with no kids. We have no big overhead. That's great. You go on vacations whenever you want to. All you gotta do is just go work your shift, split everything, and y'all good. It's not really splitting, y'all locked in together, to be honest. Versus a man that makes 250K, has to take care of the kids, has to take care of his wife because she doesn't work. That money is long gone. And he's carrying most of the stress. His work-life balance is upside down because he has to bring in all of that income from all of those people for all of those mouths to feed. So that money gets stretched. So yes, 50-50 is better than single income.
That's what he said, Slimmy.
He's saying 50-50 if you're working together to build. Then he's saying
He
if
said
you have a
50-50.
family,
He said 50-50 with me making 50,000 and she's making 50,000. He
it's just
specifically
a
said
number though. It's just a
it's not
number.
just no, Slimmy. When you talking about 100,000 or 50,000 by yourself versus 250,000, that's a big gap. We're not talking about 130, 140 versus 100. We talking 250
Double.
versus 100 together. That's a big gap. That changes. And for me personally,
That changed a
and
lot
this
of
is just
stuff.
my opinion on it, it changes the conversation dramatically. Dramatically.
There's
It's
people
for
raising
me
kids on less
personally,
money.
I will never ever forego a $200,000 difference in my salary in order to justify making sure that I listen. Give me an extra 200. I'll take that little bitch on. I ain't tripping about that. Nigga, if you give me an extra 200, I'll take that little hoe. I ain't tripping about her. For me personally, that's a game changer. 250 is the difference. Shit.
Shit,
For
once you
me
get
personally,
150,
and I
maybe.
don't I don't I don't know about all the rest of these niggas inside of the chat. God bless y'all. I know everybody got preferences. But for any of you niggas that's telling me that y'all not willing to take 250, first of all, I think you lying. Secondly, if you really believe that shit, if you so own your incel, yo, I fuck these bitches type shit that you willing to forego 250, you a different type of dude, bro.
No,
Real talk.
the dude said 250 with a family. You can't
I
negate
know.
that part.
I pose that scenario.
So
I
and
said, okay, so
with the woman sitting at home taking care of the kids. And he's saying making money together, 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50-50. 50- is better than him just being the man that carries the load and the woman just sitting at home.
I
But he's
disagree.
saying making together with no family though too.
Okay, so I did it that way though. I said let's frame it. Let's say y'all making 100 together, you making 50, she making 50, and y'all have no family, but y'all married, versus you making 250, she don't work, and y'all got two kids. So in that scenario, you would still rather do the 100,000 50 together versus the
This has
250.
nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to explain what
I'm
he
not.
was saying. Yeah,
I'm
I'm just trying to
I'm
explain what he
framing
was
it
saying.
based off of what you qualified the conversation to be. Is what I'm saying.
No, what all I'm saying is the dude is saying make money together without a family. Now, he didn't really preface this to say what happens if you have a family. So I don't know. I don't know if that changes. Like once you have a family.
That's why I said his example was
Right.
weird because it's not comparable. Because my question would be, do you want kids? And if you don't want a family, then you better go with the 50,000. Like, don't just pick more money
So if you
because it's
don't
more
go with
money
the
and it
wait,
comes
wait.
with kids.
Wait, you
If
said
somebody
that
doesn't
if you
want
don't
kids,
wait.
don't have
You said that if you don't want a family, go with the 50,000.
yes. If you don't want kids, don't pick
I
the
don't think
option
that's
that's 250 with kids.
I'm
Like,
going. I'm
that's why I
Anton.
said his
Oh,
example was silly. His
I
example
don't
is silly.
think.
If I don't want children and my spouse doesn't want children, why would we opt for the option with more money but now we have kids? That's why I said his example is weird.
well, y'all
It's
just making up
weird.
stuff.
Now if he No, I'm not making up anything. That's what he said.
y'all keep looking at the numbers and I'm looking
Yeah,
at it
that's what
the
I'm
he
not
gave
looking
frame
you.
at the numbers.
and I'm looking
I'm
at
look
the frame that of what he's saying. Like if you don't have kids, your woman should work. That's what I was looking at.
But if you do have kids, she should also work because he's not happy if she's staying at home. That's
Nah,
basically what he said.
nah, I think it
so
changes. I think it changes if you have children.
That's not what he said.
He didn't say anything about if you have kids. He literally said if my woman doesn't if we don't have a family, my woman should work. That's all he
That's not
said.
what he said. That's not what he said.
Mm-mm.
He said I would rather. He said I would rather be in a situation where I work and make 50,000, she works and makes 50,000. I have work life balance, and then we share in the bills versus me making 250 and she not work and they're depending 100% on me. I don't know. I'm not sure how y'all
That the
modify
headline, the
anything.
headline, the headline said couples that make money together stay on top.
But
They were
I don't go by what the headline said. I go by what he said. I'm going by what he said. I just made the headline at the bottom. She can say whatever it want to say, but I'm going by what he said. Listen. I guess we all got different. It's nowhere in the world. It's nowhere in the world that I'm not taking 250.
yeah, but you also want kids.
Kids, no kids. I'm taking 250.
But Anton, you can't say
I don't
kids,
care
no
what
kids
this.
with
I don't
his
care what the
example was
situation is.
his
Take the
I'm
example
family
taking.
out. Take
okay, so let's if you take the family out, then being
who
with
wouldn't take
somebody
250?
So what
right,
y'all
that's why
acting crazy for?
first of all, let's
Nobody's
not
acting
act like his
crazy. I'm
example was
only talking about
silly.
his example.
Under no
His example didn't
circumstance
have
am I
250
going to
without
take less
kids.
money in order to. First of all, under no circumstances am I ever going to depend on a woman. Under any circumstances. I don't care if I'm single. I don't care if I'm with a woman. I'm never going to depend on a woman in order for us to thrive and survive. Kids, no kids, no woman will ever be able to have a conversation with me and say, listen, this is what we gonna do because I pay half the shit or I pay this car or whatever. Fuck you. No, under no circumstance. The minute that I decided to ever get into a relationship with a woman, I control everything. And one of the ways that I know that I control everything is because, and I get the final word because I run this shit. So for me, personally, I'm never going to not take the majority of the money as a man. I want the most money possible. I don't care if it's an additional $30,000. I want it. I want it. I'm never gonna take down the money just so I can have another woman contributing into it. Now, if a woman contributes, that's just fucking extra. That's cool. But I don't need her. I don't ever want to depend on the money in order for me to be able to substantiate my lifestyle. Now, what he said is that he would rather go 50-50 than to be 100, than to have her 100% dependent on him. So that's
I didn't hear him say that.
cool. Give me a second.
I didn't hear him say
I'd rather
that.
make 50K and my wife make 50K before I go and make 250 by myself and be the only income. Both bring it.
Yeah, he said he wanted them to be by myself and have the only income.
That's what I
that
just
part. That part is horrible.
He led with the very first sentence that he just said was,
I'd rather make 50K and my wife make 50K before I go and make 250 by myself and be the only income. Both.
and then he added more into
Then
it
he
and
added
started that
family
more of a conversation.
after. Yep.
So what am I hearing something wrong or no?
I think he set up a horrible example. I mean, we're arguing the way he worded this as if he was. I mean, he's the most intelligent person putting together the example. So
I think
but
that
even
y'all
he could
I think that y'all are so smart that y'all crazy. Honestly.
but we're not
I think that
disagreeing. I
there's
don't
a
think people
woefully
are disagreeing
obtuse.
with what you're saying. I think that the
I think
problem
that
is
is
that
so
what you're
good
saying
being a
is
C
not his
student.
complete example.
I
Like,
think that it's so great being a C student because we don't overcomplicate things. I think that Keri is so smart and Slimmy is so smart that they turn crazy sometimes.
but
How I turn crazy?
what is our what's the position
I'm
that
only
you
going
think
by
that
what
I
that
have?
nigga said.
He's
Because I'm not
essentially
like,
saying he just doesn't want her to be at home. Like he needs to go 50-50. He don't care how much he's making, she can't be at home. That's what he's saying.
right. So what?
Hmm.
Okay, what? But what do you think our position is? I'm confused. Because I said I would go with the 250. I also want a family and have a family. So that was
Why do you keep
given because
introducing family and that's where everything's getting
because
all
there's a
dumb?
that's not no it's not his example is dumb because
No,
you're
because
get
his example is where Anton cut off the video.
okay.
What? That nigga said 250 with a family. What are you talking about? Am I
Okay.
tripping or did I not hear that
Hold on.
part? Did I
Slimmy,
not hear that part?
for you to be so passionate about this, it's interesting to me. And I'm gonna tell you why it's interesting. Because you didn't even want to take a position in the beginning in the first place. You said that this wasn't even applicable, and so anybody could do what it is that they want
That's
to
why I
do.
didn't understand why y'all was going so hard because I'm just only going by what the nigga said in the video. I'm only going by what he said in the video. He said 250 with a family. Like I'm confused. Like why this is still going this long?
I don't even
Like
Because
understand why 250 with a family would be a problem. I mean, most
it's
men
not.
would say that a woman does not deserve $100,000 in child support, right? That means it doesn't take $100,000 to support a child. So I don't know why he even said with 250 his money would be gone. That doesn't even make logical sense.
He's a part of the 80% that voted for Kamala Harris.
That's why I said I think that there's more to like what is he trying to get to here? Because the way he's talking about it did not seem it seemed
You
like either
think
he
too much.
why? Because you don't think how I think? Like I
I
just
don't think that he made it that complicated. I think he was
no
very straightforward.
but
And I don't think that this is difficult to decipher. He wasn't a rocket scientist. He was just like, yo,
okay and go ahead, sorry.
I don't understand what the confusion is. He said he'd rather take 50-50, make 50,000, have her make 50,000, have her work and him working, and for him to have work-life balance than to make 250,000 in order for everybody to be dependent on him, whether they got kids or not. What's I am I making this more complicated? Oh, now y'all offended. Okay.
I ain't offended. I ain't
Everybody,
offended.
you know what I'm saying? Not nobody want to
Now
talk.
y'all niggas is a third party offended in this bitch.
That nigga definitely said family. I don't know what you talking about, got flavor. I literally heard him say 250 with a family. Stop lying. You weren't listening, nigga.
At the end of the day, that man just does not want to provide, and he's made that clear.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what.
never not going to take 250 over 50 or 100 together. Under no circumstances am I going to take $150,000, $200,000 pay cut for myself, but 150 as a family. Under no circumstance am I ever going to take that as a pay cut. Mm-mm. Under no circumstance. That's me personally. I think that if other people want to take that pay cut, I'll take the difference between what you were supposed to get. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. I'm cool with that. We can
See,
make
I literally didn't say what I felt about this, and you motherfuckers in the chat still assuming shit. Fuck you, suck a dick, bitch. No. Now I
Dear
crashed out.
Lord.
Now I crashed out. Now you happy?
Crash Out
You happy?
University.
You happy? I crashed out. Now what's up? Fuck you. There you go. There you go. For all you bitches. Fuck you. There we go.
Crash
But
Yeah,
how
Out
do
I'll
you
say I will
feel?
hold the L. That's the L. But you got the crash out you wanted, pussy. Yeah.
Tell us how you really feel, Slim.
No,
Already
it ain't
did.
even
Let
how
us
I really feel.
know.
That's what they wanted. You gonna keep typing my name. Ah, this nigga wanna be the girl. This nigga wanna be the woman. No, bitch, fuck you. I didn't take a stance. I'm just trying to decipher what the nigga said with a bad example. So since you wanna do that other shit, fuck you. And you know exactly who I'm talking to, nigga. And they ain't gonna never win the Super Bowl. Sorry, Anton.
I don't care. You can say whatever you want to say.
Fuck
This
that
is,
nigga.
this is after hours. People can say what they want to say. I ain't censoring nobody. I think it's hilarious.
What the fuck just happened?
That nigga know who I'm talking to. That nigga know exactly who I'm talking to. He in there. He gonna pop up.
I'm gonna start keeping Snickers on deck because y'all, y'all need some help.
Y'all
Yeah, he know
want
who I'm talking to.
y'all want
Now he
me
disappeared.
y'all want
Now
me
he
to
disappeared.
y'all want me to read the super chats?
Yeah, let's do that.
Why they calling you a warlord, Slimmy? I don't know where they
Because he
coming.
said that he
All right.
would take the
Oh, I have a start because I said I pay for a
militia.
militia with the, with with the 250 million. They didn't listen to everything in that though. I preference that and everything.
All right, let me go ahead and read the super chats. I thought that was gonna be like a quick hit, something simple. I didn't know that was gonna be different. Yashua says, Keri and Anton, what do you thought? Oh, I said I was gonna save that one.
Oh
All right,
yeah.
I'll come to that one next, and then we'll go to Charlize Theron. Victor Williams says, Molly about to cook. He is what, Molly? Romy Rome says, AD, I email and sign up for a coaching call. No reply on both. Been some time. Let's make it. I emailed and signed up for a coaching call. What do you mean? You didn't send no money, did you? Gotta make sure that you didn't get finessed. What did you, Romy Rome? Let me know if you said. What do you mean you signed up? What was this list? Send it to me. I need to see it.
Oh, whoa.
Do you have a place for somebody to sign up for a coaching call?
No,
Oh,
I'm about to say, I didn't
you
think
got to
you
email me and then we just go from there. What did you
that's all
email?
bad.
What did you email? Let me know, big dog. McDice says, men like him embarrass the whole tribe, shaking my head. Tell G says, he might not be built for leadership. If y'all see Romy Rome in the chat, say something, let me know. He might not be built for leadership. All of that doesn't sound like a problem to me. Sounds like light work. He mentioned what he mentioned. Mark Pyre says, 80, what are your thoughts about Dwight Howard's wife filing for divorce and asking for alimony, even though it's been less than a year married? Yeah, I'll keep that highlighted too.
Does he still play basketball?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Shout out to Sky Dweller TV for the 50 ball. I appreciate you, big dog. Thank you, Sky Dweller. Gift to Gab says, my mom passed away last Tuesday. Man, prayers up for your
Oh
family.
man.
Wow, sorry to hear that. Prayers to
Cherish your
you
loved
and your
Wow.
ones.
family.
Why you still have them and live every day like it's your birthday? Yeah.
That's a
God
fact.
bless you, bro. Praying for your family, big dog. Sky Dweller with another 50 ball. What you got going on, Sky Dweller? Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Romy Rome says 32, no kids, educated and intelligent vet, make good money. Just want guidance now that I'm financially in a good place. All right, man. Listen, make sure you email me at antondaniels413@gmail.com. I'm going to see if I can get you in, Romy Rome. Shell Shock says, to be honest, that's what's called building together. If we can't build, meaning her with no kids like myself, why are we together? I'm not Captain Save-A-Ho. You know what? I think I might be getting. I'll save that. I'm gonna say that one too. Evil Shade says, I think I might be coming different in my older age. I don't know.
That's what she said.
What?
Most Evil Shade says most women are already working this. This is an internet only discussion. Victor Williams says, I love Molly. McDice says, nah, Molly, we with you on this one. All together, men are gay. I'm just saying. Skydweller TV says, Molly lost me. The women want to go to work, so the dudes are advocating for 50-50. Slave of Christ says, answer to Joshua. If she has to ask this, it reveals that you shouldn't be courting her and also displays our lack of leadership as a future husband. Secondly, it reveals that she requires discipleship in identifying a man who is to be a husband. Thank you, Slave of Christ. Thank you for the 50.
Did this nigga get cooked yesterday?
No, he didn't get cooked.
Oh.
Miss Freckles says, Molly speaks the truth every show. Here's your flowers, love. We are all women now. Gay, gay, gay. Molly is having an impact on the ladies. Tristan Hope says, as far as the 50-50 video, tell me you're not a winner without telling me you're not a winner. Just say you're not as competitive. It's called weak. Jaquin Rice says, Molly, you realize the reason men had an easier time providing for women was because the cost of living was much lower and women required less. Darian Murphy says, I would prefer making $250K, but to play devil's advocate, when a couple is divorcing in family court, if the husband works the most, the court will award the woman custody because she spent the most time with the child. MP says, Molly Ransby funny as fuck. She not lying though. Molly is Uncle Ruckus when she goes on these rants, says Owner's Own. Chris Cunningham says, why do men want to have a soft life so bad? Chef G Rap says, I agree with Molly. We need to go back to the old days when women would shut the fuck up and make sandwiches. Jaquin Rice says, to be fair, the scenario doesn't include kids. Deuce Falco says, nah, y'all tripping. We going 50-50. Look at your parents and what did they do? Most of our parents was poor growing up, but neither here nor there. McDice says 250K keeps the muffins wet and ready. Shell Shock says the key was with no kids because I desire my woman I choose to mess with me than my bag. Most women be dating just for help on bills and vacations. Deuce Valco says Slimmy making sense, y'all tripping. Tell G says kids are not, I don't want mines out in the work field, can generate income from the house. Let's Talk Game says kids or no kids, I'm taking the 250K, 50-50 is gay. KJ the Barber with the 10 ball, I appreciate you. Ava says, Mob Boss here. What up? Came to say hello to Quentin. What up, Ava?
I'm gonna die, nigga. I ain't leaving the house until next week.
That's my homie right there. I love it. Lonnie says the conversation is not about 50-50. It's about giving this chick. It's about having this chick sit at home and do nothing while you kill yourself. It's not about the figure. Shell Shock says you are definitely hearing wrong in an era where women are filing for divorces and taking what they aren't never earned. Okay? They ain't never earned. Women barely cap 45K overall. KJ the Barber says a woman not working isn't a biblical concept. Believers in Christ, both the husband and the wife works. Proverbs 31:10, the wife actually works. Victor Williams Jr. says play the video at 0.5 speed so they can hear it. AD them brains is smooth tonight. Chris Cunningham says I made 50K before and I was miserable. And I was a single with no family. I make well over 200K with a family of 6, wife, and I included, and I am the sole provider. It doesn't cost that much to run a family. Talk about that shit, Chris. Jay said, I mean, talk about that stuff, Chris. Keri's here. I'm taking 250K all day, every day, and twice on Sunday. F work-life balance, family, or no family. McDice says, y'all gonna make Slimmy pull out the voodoo doll. MP says, Genghis Khan will be proud of Slimmy. Jay Mills says, in reality, most of these feminist women don't trust the male ego enough not to work. I think I'm getting, I don't know. I think I'm turning different as I get older. I don't know what that was.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute.
What the fuck?
I think I'm getting all different as I get older because I guess at the age that I am now, if I was to get with a woman, I wouldn't necessarily require anything from her from a financial perspective.
Man, I was talking to my dad yesterday. I don't know why this came up, and he was like, he said, I loved your mama, but just a hypothetical. If we weren't to work out, I would never date a woman again in my life.
Yeah, I think I'm different now. I don't want to build together. I'm already built. I just want to have a good time. So it's different for me. So, anyways, y'all want to answer one of these chat questions? Joshua said, Keri and Anton, I'm gonna extend this to the entire chat. What are our thoughts on if your girl wants you all to be celibate, but you don't? Why does me get off camera?
Oh yeah, we ain't answering this. This shit
Why are
dead.
we not? Why are we not?
That shit dead. Ain't nothing to talk about.
We'll
Ain't
start
even
with
nothing to talk about.
Keri. What are your thoughts on if his girl wants to be celibate, but you don't?
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, and are we talking about before? Are they married? Is this before marriage? Are they engaged? Were they once having
Well,
sex and
you
now
too
somebody
smart.
want?
You too smart.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said the same thing, Quentin.
What
I
the
said the
fuck?
same
All
thing.
that shit that you just added in there.
I said the same thing, Quentin. Now she mad at us.
Because none of it matters. None of that shit matters. Like if you want to be celibate and I'm trying to clap cheeks, nigga, it ain't gonna work out. Simple. Married, unmarried, fucking swingers, it don't matter.
Keri, why did you get off
Fix your
camera?
face, Molly.
I agree with you, Quentin. I don't know how you're gonna be a couple and then be both celibate.
Where the fuck did that shit come from? Like, how? What the fuck?
It could be for religious reasons. You just never know. Maybe she
Man,
wants to
stop,
make
man. We
sure.
ain't together for religious reasons. Then
Context.
I mean, if
Context
you're getting
matters.
married,
that
marriage is
shit is
based in
weird.
religion. So you would be together for religious reasons.
Nah, man.
But maybe she's trying to see if there's more to the relationship than just the physical.
Of course not. It's a man.
Yes, Lion Super Bowl. I am celibate in my relationship. Yes, I am.
What?
Oh, you brought your bitch ass back, huh?
I don't understand.
This
What?
nigga still, this
What
nigga
Keri just
still,
say?
this nigga
Keri,
still
you're
talking
celibate?
reckless.
Yeah, he been
Nigga
tripping
still
lately in the
talking
chat.
reckless. Nigga still
Y'all
talking reckless.
I believe in
don't
celibacy
censor
after
people, y'all.
marriage.
Don't censor
Celibacy
people.
after marriage.
Keri, you don't believe that, which is one
Yes,
of the
I
reasons.
do.
What?
Look what this
So
nigga
a
be
man
typing. Look what this
so
nigga
a
be
man
typing.
came into a marriage thinking that he was gonna have on tap cheeks, and you just flipped the script.
Listen,
Oh, Lion Super Bowl said it, so it has to be true. I'm also
come on,
celibate.
somebody. Yeah, listen, he knows. Or she. I don't know if it's a
But
guy or a
Keri,
girl.
what you said, to be fair, when you first started answering the question, you was like, "It depends. Are they married?" Or it's like, well, why would they be? Why would she be celibate in a marriage?
Did I say
That's why,
depends or did I just ask those questions? I don't know. But
even if you
no,
ask the
I mean,
question, why would somebody be celibate in a marriage?
that's why I asked. Because if you are in a marriage and somebody is now proclaiming celibacy, then that's a problem. That's why I was saying, like, when you say your girl, for a married woman, I need context. Girlfriend, a girl you sleeping with, a girl you're interested in, a fiance, a man. Like there's a girl. Your girl can mean a lot
Uh,
of different things.
He got
Like
he
that
got he got more
matters.
context to the question. He got more context. He just sent another
What
super
he
chat.
say?
If you all do go to my question for more context, it's been 6 months and we have a year to go until our wedding. I just was feeling some levels of unwanted frustration, just making sure I wasn't tripping.
I just
Oh
want to
no,
know
if
if
she
female
trying to wait
was
till
when
marriage,
they
then
met.
rock with it. Yeah, you good.
See,
Yeah, that's something
context
totally different.
matters. And
That's
how
something
did
totally
y'all
different.
get to the point of right?
Right.
Because it might have been that she's a virgin or she's been like that from the beginning, or they both agree on it and he's getting frustrated, or like that matters.
Right.
Listen, if she's saying that you celibate, 10 times out of 10, you're not a virgin. To be celibate means that you're reserving sex, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a virgin.
Yeah, it don't mean that you
No,
started that way.
I don't think it
I
means.
mean
I'm
you,
just
you
saying
stopped
all.
having
Oh, go
sex.
ahead.
That's abstinence. But I feel like it depends on what they met on. If they met and it was okay, we're gonna wait till marriage, and now he wants to switch it up. That's different. But at the end of the day, if this is something that's important to you and she's not doing it, I mean, I feel like that's either going to lead to cheating or resentment.
Move your wedding date up. Why you gotta wait a year? Push it up.
That's true
Right,
too.
like there's
Elope,
all this context, and
elope.
again, did
Don't tell
y'all
nobody. Do
agree?
what you need to do, and
Is
have
this
Elope.
a
a wedding later.
spiritual thing? Is
Hmm.
this the time where was this a spiritual thing for you, Yeshua? Is this the time for you to dig in deep into your word and to fasting or doing what you need to do? Like, I don't know. There's so much here, so
You
much.
need to call in on the panel.
Yeah, call in.
I'm not. No, fuck all of that. I'm not. I'm not waiting on the chick that's not a virgin. Where the fuck we do that
Don't
at?
listen.
Yeah.
Don't listen to
No,
that.
very
Go to
much
that
listen
He
to that.
didn't
courthouse.
say she
No.
wasn't
Very,
a
very
They're
virgin.
much listen to that.
engaged.
Very
Somebody
much
has to
listen to
be
that.
logical in this
Yeah,
conversation.
very much listen to what Anton is saying.
That
Fuck that.
I am the only logical mind on on this particular one. Why would I wait for somebody that is not a virgin? What are this?
He didn't say that she wasn't a virgin, though.
We don't know that she's not a virgin, and we also don't know what they agreed to the 6 months that have already passed. He said he's getting frustrated, unwanted frustrations. So
Hey,
he just
I didn't know the context, and I said no,
Joshua,
no.
is she a virgin, Joshua?
My fault, Keri.
She got 3 kids. No, she
No, chill, 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 chill,
didn't.
chill, chill, chill.
Is she a virgin, Joshua? I need to know, bro.
Come on, we waiting on
I
you.
would say seek counsel from
He
somebody that
said
you
no.
respect and trust.
No, no, no.
Don't
She
seek
gotta,
it
she
from
gotta
a
cut the shenanigans.
Oh,
She
She's
she's
gotta
not a
not
cut
a
the
so
virgin.
virgin.
shenanigans. Then
so
she gotta.
Yahshua, where did
What
the
y'all
six
mean
months
on?
come
How did you
from?
get to this point? How
So
did you
you,
get to the point of
Right.
6 months of
Yeah.
celibacy
You
without
see
a
this nigga
conversation?
put the laughing
Where did
emoji
the
next to it though.
6 months come from in the first place,
Nigga,
Yahshua?
you see he put the laughing emoji next to it, right?
Now, why'd you
Cause
pick
you gonna
you to be
clown
celibate
him.
with out of all
fact.
That's
that
a
time
That's what
she
I
been
debate.
want to
having
know.
sex?
Out of all these other people that clap cheeks, she want to say
You
you
want to be
don't get
Man,
celibate
I
with
pussy.
thought he
me?
was saying some
But
a couple
maybe
months
she was
ago.
not a virgin. Maybe she was having sex, right? Or she's had sex before, and then before she even got with him, she decided, you know what, that was the wrong thing to do. I can't take that back, but I don't have to keep having sex with
Keri,
randoms.
go read a book.
I
Wait,
can.
wait, wait, wait,
You
wait,
are
wait.
No, we
mad.
need to
Hold it,
know
hold it,
how
hold
they
it.
got here.
Wait. Is this nigga trolling? Is he trolling?
No,
Because
this is a real question.
no,
It's
no, no.
important
Because
to know
a few
how they
months,
got here.
like about a month ago, he
Keri is
was saying
too
he was just saying
smart.
that woman was cheating on him. Wasn't that
Like,
him?
what?
Wasn't
Listen,
that him that sent that super chat?
I
We
don't
need
think
to
that
talk
was him.
to him.
I don't think that was him. The fact that listen.
Sorry, Keri.
I already knew immediately that she wasn't a virgin. If you're talking about, oh no, I want to be celibate, man, I know what that means. That means you reform. You trying to reform yourself.
I mean, but
Reform
what
And
yourself.
what's
before
so
you were
wrong with
engaged?
that?
It's
What if she
nothing.
Oh, my
is
fault, bro.
though?
My fault. My fault. My fault.
Nothing is
What if she
wrong with
is?
it.
And what if she found God and she learned,
Ooh,
you
y'all
know
starting
what?
some type
I'm
of way.
not supposed to have sex before I get married. Yeah, I did it before,
Too
but
late.
that was before. No, that's not what God says.
Too
Nope.
late. Yes,
Nope.
it
Nope.
is. Yes, it is.
Yeshua.
Yes, it
No,
is. He
that's not
said,
true.
"Be a virgin."
That
You
is,
forgot that
Don't be
part.
a fool for her.
He
That's
he
said,
all.
said
Don't be a
don't
fool.
fornicate.
He say that shit like
he said,
that.
"Be a virgin."
Push up
Yes.
y'all wedding date.
Oh, so you don't like that part of the word, huh?
No, I don't like the part that you're saying that she can't decide that, you know what, I
That's not
don't
what I
want to
said.
do that
That's not what I
anymore.
said. What I said was, I said that that's okay. But I would not personally wait on you if you are not a virgin. Fuck that. Because you're not the thing that you listen.
I
Have
don't
you
think
ever
we
have
should be
you
able to
ever
take your opinion because you married a virgin, okay? We got it. But a lot of
right? That's
guys
what I
and
said.
girls don't
I was
have that
willing to
in their
wait for a woman that
storyline.
was a virgin, is my point.
We Right, but he can't do that. If this is the woman he wants to marry and she's not a virgin and he has agreed to waiting until they get married and
Don't do
now he's just dealing with frustrations because Anton, who married a virgin, says I wouldn't do it, he should kick her to the curb.
it. Mhm.
No. No, Yashua, you go talk to somebody that knows the both of y'all, that you admire, respect, you pray on it
I do. I
and
know
figure it
him.
out.
He admires me. And
I
so
want
he
to
No,
know
knows
why
that,
he
no.
started
nigga.
this mess and won't give us all the
I'm
context we
telling you,
need.
nigga, listen, have you ever seen somebody take leftovers, repackage it, and then put it in a grocery store to be sold? No, you didn't.
Probably.
No, you did not.
She's
You
not
never seen it.
leftovers. She's not
But she's making him
leftovers.
wait a year and a half to have sex. That's not fair. And she's already been
She's
busting it open for other
that's not
men.
But how did they
She
okay.
get
thinks
Y'all
you're a
here?
are
It was an
fool.
y'all.
agreement that
She
they
thinks
She's
you
had.
dumb. I'm not advocating for cheating, but she wants you to wait a year and a half. And she's not a virgin.
But again, how did they get
Yashua.
here? Is that an
I'm
agreement
trying
that
to
they
help,
had?
but you're not giving me no context. Could you
Men
put some in the
and don't
chat,
operate the
sir? I'm
same
trying to help you
sexually as
out
a woman, though. We
because
can
they
wait a
are
year and a half and
ruthless
be
up here.
celibate.
Okay.
Men don't work the same. Like they have to kind of get that release out. It's completely different. I'm not saying
So then,
cheat,
why did
but
he agree to
y'all
it?
ain't married
Right.
yet, so it's not cheating.
Because
So
I
he
then,
don't
didn't
think
why
he
did he
agreed.
agree
I
to
don't think
it?
he agreed to it. I think it's just
have
something
the
that she
proper
brought
guidance.
up.
Clearly, he
He didn't have
agreed
the
to it
proper
if they're
guidance.
6 months in
He
of
didn't
doing
have
it.
the proper guidance. He didn't talk to me prior to.
Oh.
Oh
Um,
Lord.
I mean, the options are
Yeah,
Yashua, where
so,
are
the
you? Where you
options
go?
are
I don't know no man.
infidelity
I
before the
don't
fucking
know. I
marriage.
don't know infidelity. They're not married. That ain't infidelity.
I said before the marriage. So it's
The problem is that I don't know a woman that really wants a man that's gonna force this nigga to wait a year and a half before she busts it open, and she not a virgin. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if she really like you. I don't know one, bro, at all.
She with you for a
you don't
green
think
card or
For
she
all we
something?
know, the wedding date is set so far away because of him, and maybe he'll move it up now. Like we don't know that the reason that they gotta wait a year longer is just because of her. There's so much data that's missing here.
right? And they could easily elope and have a wedding later.
Right.
Nobody has to know, and that satisfies everything.
Dog, don't you do it?
Exactly.
Don't you do it? Don't
Woo!
you? Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't care what they listen. Um, the only logical person right now tonight so far has out of the women has been Molly. And that ain't got nothing to do with goggles. That's the truth. And the
And
chat,
you're the judge of logic.
agreed. Nope. Q Diddy, you've agreed with everything that Molly said too. Y'all can say that shit if y'all want to, but the chat agreed with her. I agree with her. She is absolutely right on this one. She was right on the last one, and that's just the truth. And so y'all may not necessarily agree. Molly is the only one that said, "No, she been busting it open before she got with you. Why she making you wait?" That ain't got nothing to do with none of that. I agree 100%. Quentin agreed with her, and you agree with her too, Slimmy.
I didn't agree with her on that last shit she pulled. Hell no.
Agree with her on this subject right here.
No, you said she was right on the last one. No, the hell she
Right on
wasn't.
the last one.
She
Nobody ain't
was
right now.
absolutely wrong.
Slimmy, you're not going to decline a raise of $200,000. You're never going to do that under no circumstances, Slimmy. Never.
That wasn't what was posed.
Essentially,
And I wasn't even talking about that. I'm talking about the rant she went on that didn't have nothing to do with the statements. That didn't have nothing to do with the question.
Y'all not
She started
objective.
saying dude's not gonna want to get no haircut.
Y'all not objective. The fact of the matter is, why is she making you wait, nigga?
Yeah, no, that's what we needed. Where the context at?
no.
Like
How did they
why
get
did this?
here?
Yeah, that's
How did they get to the agreement? That's what we
why
need
is this
to
coming
know.
up? Like I'm to the point where I'll just be like, man, I don't really want to be in this relationship no more. Like, I don't know. That shit don't seem right to me. Cause like if you withholding sex from me Like you'll do that once we get married too. So what we talking about? Like you, man, I don't know, man. That's tough. That's
Why don't
tough,
you
man.
just disappear instead of answering all these questions?
Cause he know I'm right.
We have
'Cause
He
questions.
it
gotta
might
have.
be too much.
He gonna have to have an uncomfortable conversation if he really want to fix his situation. That nigga busting at the seams.
He might not be. He
He busting at the
don't
seams.
know what this man is doing.
He might as well be locked up in
What
prison. No access to it, and you engaged to it, and she not a virgin.
Oh man.
She paying half them bills or something? Cause I don't get it.
I don't know what he thinking.
I'm saying we need more context.
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. For
Okay.
me personally, it's
How did
pretty
they get
straightforward.
here? He had to have agreed to this at some point. If he did, why did you agree to it? And what's going on now that changed it?
This is a pretty straightforward thing for me. I don't know what everybody else is confused about, but I don't understand what the disagreement is. But that's what makes conversations beautiful. Keri keep going off camera. She done went off camera about 8 times tonight. That's cool.
Y'all are bullies.
What?
Huh? Nah. Oh, here you go.
Say,
All right, F it. To the other cheeks I go. Huh? Oh, he
I didn't
trolling.
say
No.
that.
He trolling. No.
He not trolling. He real.
Nah,
Don't do
man. He
that
can't be
without
talking
talking.
about going to the
Right.
other
Okay, so
cheeks
if
talking
if
about he
you're
was
not
just engaged.
if you're not playing, then you better tell her. Don't you don't get no points for going to other cheeks
No, no,
behind
no,
her
no.
back.
Don't you say shit.
No, you say stuff.
Don't
Especially
you
if
say
you're trying
nothing.
to call off the engagement or something. I've heard there's
Thank
piss in the
you.
dating pool. You
No,
what
no,
you
no.
Yeah,
Let
if
me tell
you're
you something, bro.
if all you
Listen,
needed
bro.
was them to tell you to go, for you to
Bro,
go,
bro.
she need a stronger man.
Listen to Ump. Listen to Ump. Don't say nothing.
As Anton goes home to his wife,
Hmm. He trying
Don't.
to fiance you.
I said what I said. Don't say nothing. You just gonna have to start not giving a fuck, and she gonna either make the
About
adjustment.
his soon to be wife?
Either she gonna make the adjustment, or she ain't, bro. And that's just the way that it is. Don't ever compromise. Listen, this is setting the precedent for how you're going to be controlled in your relationship going forward. Let me listen. Listen to what I'm telling you. They gonna sit here and do all of this extra stuff, and they gonna have you looking dumb. You know what I'm saying? You're setting the precedent for being controlled later on in your relationship, especially from a woman that has already been and have been had by other men. And I'm telling you, either you're going to control your own destiny or you're going to submit to whatever it is that she set as a standard for whether or not you can and can be in this relationship with her. And so either you going to control the narrative or you going to be the bitch. Either you're going to control the
Yeah.
narrative or you're going to be the sucker. And
I would
I've
say
seen
before
plenty
you
of
cheat,
suckers. I've seen
before you
plenty of
cheat,
suckers, bro.
before you cheat, give her an ultimatum though, man. Like, just give her an
I don't know
ultimatum.
nobody that don't want to see the D, nigga.
Give her an ultimatum.
They want to see it. They want to see it. They want to see at least what they working with. They want to see something, bro. Man, if y'all don't think that women want sex just as much, if not more than men, y'all out of y'all mind. What the
She
fuck
think
happened
that's
to her to where she's sitting here talking about she want to be celibate?
Facts. When women ovulate, they don't know how to fucking act.
They be
she
y'all, they be going out of their mind.
No, I'm not wrong at all. He already 6 months in without getting buns.
she think that's what's gonna make him respect her, and I don't. If she's
No,
already
Right.
having
yeah,
sex,
like the
He's
that's
thing is, you gotta
already
you gotta
engaged.
give her an ultimatum, man. Give her an ultimatum.
No, you ain't got to say nothing. You can just go keep do what you do, bro.
The amount of nastiness I get when women are ovulating on my phone is insane.
Do what you do, bro. Don't sit here and don't negotiate. Don't go back and forth. You could listen to Keri.
Yeah, I do agree with Ava though. Like, even if I don't know, man. That's why I said I probably wouldn't even get in it. I probably would be out of the situation. I would be out that situation because like that's that's some super control issues, man. Like that's some super control
Listen,
shit.
bro, I'll do you one better. I
If it
married
ain't sex, it's gonna be
I
something else.
married a chick. My chick was a virgin when I got to her, but she wasn't a virgin on her wedding night. I could just tell you that right now, bro. So, nigga, it just is what it is. I had to get that shit. Like, I wasn't about to sit here and be acting crazy. Nigga, by the time that I was, bro, it was just, it was what it was. It was what it was. Man, fuck that.
See, I'm still stuck on why. How did they get here? Because I feel like they had to have had some sort of sexual history. I just believe that they did. They didn't get engaged. They haven't known each other for 6 months. They've just been in this celibate space for 6 months, is what it sounds like. So I
Yeah,
want.
that's what he said.
So what happened between? Okay, this is what we doing, and now we're not.
Yeah, like if she was giving up the buns and then she just stopped because like that don't even make sense.
I get it,
I
baby.
wouldn't even. I
Listen.
wouldn't continue in that situation, man, because it's. I don't
Tanea
know.
says I'm a horrible Christian. I feel you. I admit it. I am. I'm a very bad Christian. And so he could take Keri's advice or he could take a man's advice that has been married over 21 years too. So that's cool. Listen, I don't mind. I'm cool with the name calling. I'm cool with it. I'm telling you, don't wait. I wouldn't. One thing that I will tell y'all is that I will never tell you to do something that I wouldn't do myself. That's
We don't
that's
know what you would
that's my
do. We
claim.
don't know what
That's
you
my
would do because
claim.
you weren't in that
I
situation.
will never,
We don't, and he shouldn't base what he does
because I
off
would
of
never
what
deal
you
with a
do.
woman that told me that that she was gonna stay celibate for the next year and a fucking half. Get
But
out of
we
here.
don't
Man.
know.
Somebody
But
else,
we don't know
somebody
the
else hit it.
context of that. Y'all, you created a whole storyline to the content, to the little bit of detail he
Didn't.
gave us.
He gave extra context. We asked him.
He didn't give enough. He
Is
didn't
she
give
a
Enough
enough.
for
virgin?
you,
We said,
Keri.
is she a
Niggas
virgin?
be-
I'm
He
with
said
Keri.
no.
No,
He didn't. He
once
didn't
once
give
she
enough.
wasn't a
We don't
virgin,
know how they got to this
You
point.
don't
We
like
don't.
men,
That
Keri.
matters.
Two
Okay.
men have
Okay. All
talked,
right.
and you keep saying it's not enough.
Okay. I don't like men. All right. Great. So I'm celibate
That's why
and
you
I'm
celibate
married
in your
and I don't
marriage.
like men. Exactly. Because I don't like men. I'm still looking for my wife. Like, okay.
What,
So, like
I
I
don't know
said,
what I don't know what just took place.
I don't know which one.
I'm responding to Quentin's ignorance right now.
I'm not being
So
ignorant.
No,
You keep
I
saying
know
that
that's
men
You
are
why
are.
giving enough. Why
I
you
know
keep
what you're
saying that
responding
men are
to. I don't
giving?
know
Okay,
how we
but
got to that though.
Here's the thing that is just really weird right now. Maybe that's enough detail for you. Wonderful. That's not enough detail for me. I don't use Quentin's
Never
database to determine if it's
enough.
enough detail.
Never
Whatever. You can say what you
enough
want to
for
say.
me.
That's
For
fine.
me. For
Anyway,
me.
the point was we don't know how they got to 6 months in. We don't know what that was. We don't know where the
Hey,
agreement
nigga, hit
came
the link.
from.
Put the link in for Yashua to fill in the blanks.
No, we're
God
not doing all
damn.
that. We don't need all of that.
Shit.
Super chat was enough for context. I
Why
think.
don't he just? I don't understand why he just don't say how we got to that point. How you got to
Listen,
that point?
here's the thing, and this is what I stand on. I'm not waiting on a woman that is a reformed virgin. Um, that somebody else had already been hit.
Yeah, that ain't a good look.
He
I'm
didn't
never
say
That ain't
going.
a good look.
anybody else did either. He could have taken her virginity. We don't know.
He said she's had sex already.
He said she's not a virgin.
Y'all crazy.
Hey man,
They
just
crazy. They smoking tonight.
Y'all
Kim,
niggas is
Kim?
tripping.
What is we?
I'm
What
just
we
saying,
doing?
like, I'm
Kim,
with
shut
Keri
up. You
tonight.
didn't have dinner
I don't
tonight.
have enough information.
Kim, what
Oh,
happened?
God.
Have you and Carrie been studying together offline or something?
Well, you know what, Keri, and to make you
He
feel
don't
better,
like certain people not agreeing with him.
no.
look,
You
Certain
know
people he
what?
don't care, but
The
certain
Keri, you
people
sister
had
he
your
code.
cares.
The
paper.
sister code
I
is
had
strong
enough
right
notes
now.
too. So
Thank you.
don't feel
Okay.
bad. I always
What is
have enough
that?
notes. I have notes too. I just don't write it out like Keri does in long form, but I have my little book, especially for
That's
this,
crazy.
and my
That's
notes.
crazy.
What is that? What are those notes for?
That's
Different
See,
things.
crazy.
see,
This is
see.
crazy. This is. I've been rocking with Anton for 4 years and never took one note.
Is that
We're not that close.
That
Wait, y'all taking notes for the show?
shit
Yes,
crazy.
different things that come up. Sometimes maybe I want a point of clarification. Maybe sometimes I want to address something. You just never know.
Kim, you taking notes for the show? Are you discussing it later, or you?
No,
It's
she's
just
taking notes so she can effectively debate her point.
No, but this isn't making any sense. Are you gonna bring this? Are you gonna bring this stuff up again? Or are you taking notes while we talking?
no. Who knows? All I know is I feel like I need the information whenever I write it down. So I
This
write
sounds
it.
like you taking notes on GP, and you don't really know what you're gonna do with them.
No.
It's like because when you say something, and then you say you didn't say it, so she has notes to the contrary.
I have all kinds of random notes in here.
Man, this ain't adding up.
All y'all niggas think too much.
No, this
Fuck
ain't no
Slimmy
thinking too much.
conspiracies and
All
fuck
I
y'all's
asked was,
notes.
what are the notes for? Are you going to bring the stuff up later? She said, she just
It
started stuttering.
depends. If it so fits what I have in my notes, then yes. I have notes on Israel and Iran. I've got notes on Elon and Netanyahu and Whoopi
Are
and
you using this in your own? Are you studying this stuff in your own personal time? Let me ask that.
am I studying it? No, but if I feel like it's gonna come up, like if I see a topic and I'm like,
Women.
okay, well let me educate myself before I just jump in here spewing some foolishness.
It's a woman thing.
It's a woman thing.
It is.
You're doing good
'Cause I
journalism.
remember my baby's mama. She got fired.
Why would I have to? Like,
And
why
she
y'all? I
took notes
don't
from the
care if somebody taking
interview
some notes. I'm trying to figure
that
out
she
why.
got fired from. So then we went to go see the lawyer. She wrote all the notes, and then the lawyer, which is the man, was like, "What made you take notes?" It's like, just take notes.
I even wrote down like deceivious when 2K said it the other day because I thought it was funny and I wanted to remember deceivious.
Oh no, see this bullshit, man. Why are you writing this stuff
I write
down?
all kinds of stuff.
Why are you writing that down? That's not even a word.
I know, but it was funny. I know I would never remember it otherwise because it's not a word.
It's recorded.
That's
Play
what women
it
do, bro.
back.
That's what women do, Slimmy.
Oh man,
This is
shit.
life, bro. That's life.
Man, I'd tear that shit up if it was in my house.
You
Fuck
will
that.
not tear my book up.
That shit straight the fuck up.
That's
What?
man. Let me read some of these super chats. Let's move over to
You ain't gonna remember none of this shit.
shout out to Yashua. I'm gonna do some research, Mark Pyers, on the whole Dwight thing before I introduce him to the people. Email sent says Rome. I said, all right, I got you, big dog. Let me double check my email right now just to see.
Pretty Lou, what seminars do I go to?
Never enough.
I see.
And to be clear, I have like my text messages back from 2016. Like you ain't gonna never say
That's
nothing
crazy.
I don't have receipts.
That's crazy. I ain't talking to you no more. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'll never text you ever.
I'm only talking to Kim on vanish mode.
Yeah, hell yeah. Fuck that.
I'm only talking to Kim on
Fuck.
vanish mode. Bro.
Everything disappears. Everything. This message will self-destruct.
I got pictures of everything. I got notes on everything.
Hell yeah. Vanish mode. See, Slimmy,
No
that's why I
way.
don't. See, y'all be criticizing me a lot, talking about Anton don't never respond to text messages. Nigga.
Oh, yeah, I see why. The fuck is this?
I don't do a lot of typing. Nigga, fuck that. Y'all can have that typing shit. That's how Diddy got caught up. Lil Rooster says, love y'all in the show. Shout out to Lil Rooster. Joshua says,
That was a giant.
Joshua. Carl Oakley says, it's too late to be celibate, but being abstinence is considered is going against God's will because you purposely withholding from your spouse. McDice says Quentin sounded like he was touched by Diddy. When he
did his little yawn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Real Shock says, no virgin, call me Pootie-tang.
Wadata.
Wadate my penny.
Mr. 43 TX says Keri has an energy that will make saggers pull up their pants and make
Facts.
shooters put up their
Fuck,
weapons.
I don't want it no more.
Spaces says celibacy comes after body count surpasses age. MP says it's only cheating if you're married. Jackson says marriage isn't defined by getting into a state contract. Keri, the word fornication isn't biblically defined as having sex before marriage. Quasar says, Yahshua, just pull on your meat, just pull out your meat and move on, bro. Man with the golden hand says, Molly said, go put in the work elsewhere, Yahshua. Gift the Gab says, ladies, men getting a release keeps us from going on a warpath.
Facts.
Lonnie says the question is, did he hit it already? That's a good question. Word Custom says the movie Jump in a Broom, Paula Patton made a vow to God to abstain from sex until marriage after too many one-night stands. If both agree, then why not? But see, that's the thing. After too many one-night stands. Why I got to be the cleanup man? Yahshua says she did give in Sunday, y'all. I don't believe you, Yahshua.
Ah, that nigga just being funny now.
Justin
Okay,
Told
see,
y'all,
you
man,
done
this nigga
started a
trolling,
whole
man. I
thing up
told y'all
here.
this nigga trolling.
I'm not answering no more of y'all questions.
Just
This
Incredible
nigga
says y'all
trolling.
making me context fatigued. Yahshua says, y'all right. F it to the other cheeks I go. Chris Cunningham says, Yahshua going through it. He having dreams about sex. Yeah, don't have to have dreams about sex. Shell Shock says, it's the point. 1.5 years, no sex at all, celibacy, my guy. Don't do it. But since he's waiting on that, is she a respectable woman or out and about? Yahshua says, I appreciate the insight from y'all. Real talk. C Money 97X says he don't know. He don't even know if that thing good or not. Might get catfished and end up stuck with some BS coochie. Daddy and the Caddy says Molly too pretty to be that far from the camera. Ooh wee. At least he got off of me. Trek says if she's not a virgin and wants to be celibate with you, she doesn't desire or want you. She's still buying times for other options. You are her safe bet. You are not her first choice and not even her second. That's some real shit right there.
Dang.
That's some real stuff right there. Would y'all allow Yahshua to come on the panel and explain in full detail? We ain't got enough time, bro. Man with the golden hand says Yahshua tough. King to all says, hey, a lot of people lucky I was getting boxed. It calms you down. It calms you down. I guess that's meant to what he said. Yahshua says I'm gonna have a tough combo with her, Anton. Seriously? No, don't tell her. Y'all gotta stop having tough conversations, bro. All right. Don't worry.
What does this look like then?
Fahim Jackson says women want you to wait to get husband benefits while simultaneously receiving benefits of being a wife before being a wife. He's the play. Yeah, I think so. Shellshock says I posted 1.5 years, 6 months. My bad. Accountability. Tell G says there's something we don't know about Kim and I don't know what that means. King to all says Keri be asking too much. Any questions? Imagine her husband trying to get some. Keri, so you want box, but what type of box? I just need to know because
Listen, it's not my fault if y'all are attracted to ditsies. Don't put that on me.
I love a ditzy. Kim is a screenshot hoarder.
Never know you don't.
I appreciate the show team. Love seeing y'all, says Jason. Tell G says John Johnson.
Jason, what up?
So any other thoughts before we move over into the next part of the show?
Why?
I'm sorry?
Why?
Why what?
I don't know. I figured Keri asked a lot of questions, so I want to.
I have 9,884 screenshots.
That's crazy.
Get the fuck
I'll
out of here.
never
What?
stop
See, that's
asking
sketchy.
questions.
That's sketchy as fuck,
What the
nigga.
fuck?
That's so, nigga. Delete my number, nigga. We not shit.
Yo,
I've
yo,
got a
yo.
screenshot, so
Let me see how
it's
many
fine.
I don't even know how to look up how many screenshots I got.
To be
No,
fair, I've
you'll
got
see it.
55,000 pictures. So
Kim.
Oh yeah, my
You
picture
said
game is
what?
crazy.
55,000
yeah,
Kim
on
Block.
your phone?
55,000 on my
That
phone.
What
was
the
really
fuck did
crazy
you
to
just
look
say? How
at.
many?
Oh, okay, yeah, you
Why do
have
you
more
have
than
so
me with
many
that. I
photos?
feel
Because
good.
I take
I only
pictures
have
frequently.
How do you
I only
check
have
You don't
that?
even post on
35,000.
Instagram. Why do you have
I
so
do.
Yes, I
many?
do. In my stories.
Man, This is
Let's
so
see.
obscene.
Well, it says I recently saved 20,000 pictures.
See?
I only have 2,283 screenshots.
That's still a lot. Y'all niggas are sketchy.
Where's my screenshots at?
Oh no, I
I feel
can't find
good.
mine either.
You got way more
Yeah,
pictures than me, Kim. I have 35,698.
Oh, I have 15,000 screenshots. Carry on.
Oh, see?
So don't talk about me no more. Quinn got
All
way
that
more
commentary, you
screenshots than
got
I
way
got.
more than everybody.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's insane.
Yeah, I'm about to get a flip phone, bro. This. I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
Yeah, I got
Look at Slimmy.
I would
What happened?
probably have to add it into my iPad too, though, because I have screenshots from my iPad as well.
That's,
But I ain't gonna
that's
look at that.
crazy. That's crazy.
I don't like that. We gonna move over to well. Should I wait for Slimmy?
No.
Yeah, Slimmy's back. Look at
Do
Slimmy.
that.
Come on, man.
What happened?
It just shut off. It just does this. I guess because I'm on the phone, it just cuts out. It does it every show at least once. It just
You know who I
turns
know
off.
has a lot of screenshots too? Probably Mika probably got a lot of screenshots.
Why would Mika
Why?
have a lot of screenshots?
Because Mika be on it with the screenshot. She'll send us a screenshot in a hot second. She got the screenshot.
Yeah, I think Mika do have a lot.
Yeah. She probably got us beat.
Yeah, I just thought about it. Yeah, she
And
definitely
she
got a
She
lot.
got like old stuff.
Cause she,
yeah.
yeah.
She probably has it categorized because she finds her stuff quick.
That's crazy.
Some of us just like information.
Whatever. I ain't
See?
talking to none of y'all
Data.
niggas. I just talked to Mika today. She probably screenshot our phone conversation.
You've been recording hours, so I don't know what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
that was not me. I went to go see that girl at the gas
I
station.
just saw that
too.
you could record your phone calls the other day.
But
I
it
didn't know they had
tell
that.
you.
But it
says
says
this phone
it,
call
yeah.
has been recorded.
I hit it by accident while I was talking to my husband. He was like, "Oh, so you recording us?" I was like, "I didn't even know I turned it on." So sorry. My bad. Anton's still traumatized, Kim.
This is why I like Molly, because Molly don't do this shit.
Molly was appalled at the amount of screenshots that Kim had and
You have
photos.
more than me. Don't try to.
My
skirt past
screenshots
that.
are.
What was you about to say, Molly?
No, I just can't see that big number of anything on my phone. It's overwhelming. Won't
Don't
be
look
able to.
at it.
Well, it did get overwhelming. I stopped like checking texts and phone calls and all because I got overwhelmed. So I never call back. I have 535 missed calls. Like I'm not good at it.
You got what?
That's crazy. At least they're not text
What
messages.
did you just say?
I don't screenshot text
You
messages.
got
so that's
500
good.
missed calls.
I'm only communicating with people through Instagrams.
Oh man,
Through
That's stupid.
Instagram.
I can't look at that. I clear that shit out.
Only talk to people in Instagram vanish mode from now on.
damn, 500 missed calls.
I don't answer the phone. Don't call me for nothing. Like,
What kind of? Nah, y'all call me weird. Now, what kind of weird ass shit is this? Why you
Let me
not
move
answering the
on.
phone?
Let me move on. We got to get to
That's
the
what
next.
it's for. What you use it for then? Take
it's so that
pictures.
I can contact people.
Yeah, see this control. That sounds like some control shit.
No, really, I think it's because I work around so many people. I don't have it after. I'm not.
I gotta call her 5 times in a row before she answers.
Just two.
Y'all better not ever say nothing to me again, bro.
Yeah. This is absurd.
Y'all better not ever say nothing to me again.
Well, I can't. I sent you a text message the other day. You still ain't responded to it.
Yes, I did.
No, it's like 5 days later. Nope.
I sent Anton this whole heartfelt message, this long message, and you know what he did? He hearted it.
It's better. You know what's the worst one? The worst one is a fucking thumbs up. Like a thumbs up is offensive.
Yeah, no, I don't like. Now the thumbs up, I'm gonna be like, well, what's this?
That nigga? Like
Thumbs up means that you like it. I
Nah, thumbs
hearted
up
it,
and
I
fuck
read the
you.
whole thing, and then I loved it. It means I loved what you wrote.
Thumbs up is rude as fuck.
Are y'all realizing that extra communication and text messages is not a good thing?
I see that.
We're
Facts.
having this conversation right now.
Facts.
I'm the only safe person here, apparently.
What you mean? I'm safe.
Nah, nigga, you got 15,000
Nigga, I
screenshots.
just showed you on my screen. There's no text messages.
We don't know that
You
shit.
got
It's
pictures.
15,000 of them.
Screenshots.
Let me go to Charlize Theron.
Oh God.
She was on a call.
No screenshot of text.
We don't know that
He
shit.
just cleaned up all the naked people from out of there.
No, they ain't no naked people. I don't screenshot naked stuff.
You got a private folder.
Oh, my private folder's lit.
So Charlize Theron spoke a lot about feminism on the podcast, on the Call Her Daddy podcast.
That's so ridiculous.
And she spoke a lot of things. She spoke about being a single mother. She spoke about love, not necessarily caring about love, preferring sex, a lot of things. So I got a couple questions with regard to that. But let me play a little bit of what she had to say on this platform. This is what she said.
I do not miss love. I might miss sex.
Fair. That's fair. You're like,
But
my vibrator is only doing so much.
Yeah, no, look, the vibrator is good, and I'm having the kind of sex I never had in my 20s or in my 30s.
Love.
Yes, and so that part has been really exciting. But I'm not missing a relationship. I'm not missing the partnership that I think people think you miss when you're me.
And it feels like what you're also saying is it's not that you're not open to it. You're just at a point in your life where you're
Yes.
really content and you're really happy.
That's it.
And I want to also point out, because I can only imagine now, even you just lightly explaining to me the judgment that comes with a woman in your position. And we know women in Hollywood
Yeah.
who are single, and people are like, oh, what is actually fucking
Yeah.
wrong with her?
Yeah, she must be a real bitch.
How-
What a cunt.
Truly, like, you fucking cunt. How crazy are you?
Yeah, how crazy are you?
Truly.
Yeah.
But how gorgeous to also hear you saying, like, everything you're saying makes me more wanting to put it back on other people who are so triggered of, like, how many relationships do we know of these women in these households with these men who have lost their voice, who are not happy? It's not everyone, but being alone, you have that control that a lot of people don't have in these certain relationships that they've lost themselves to. So I think it's commendable that you're like, I know myself enough. I'm going to stay right here until I want to change it. And then maybe I'll
Yeah.
change it.
Yeah.
But guess what? It's your decision.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I watch you with your husband and I'm like, God, that's so incredible. And why can't we just, as women, experience these two, have these two very different experiences and let that be okay?
So I'm gonna just leave it there for now. This was an hour podcast, a little over an hour, I believe, where they spoke about a lot of different subjects. It was like an hour and a half, and they spoke about a lot of different subjects. She says that she recently had sex with a 26-year-old. She says she's not interested in introducing a man into her life, she's a single mother. She said a lot. So, what do you think about this whole conversation and stoking thoughts about toxic feminism and femininity into the spaces in this whole Charlize Theron interview?
She a
She
thought.
raised her son as a girl.
Did she?
Yeah, she was like one of those celebrities that was doing the whole gender, her in the Brad Pitt's, oh, baby mama, whatever. So she just, I think she just wants to be a man. I don't agree with, I mean, I think she's a great actress, but as far as a human being, we have these celebrities with these mental health issues, and we have praised them for so long. These liberal white women have been the downfall of society for so long. So I don't think we should listen to anything that they say. Like, they are the whole reason why we are going through all of this turmoil in this country to begin with. That's how I feel. And of course, she doesn't feel like she needs a man. She's the man. She is the man. And I feel like that's what a lot of these older feminists are doing. They're They're being the sugar mama. They'll pay for their little YN to come, pay his bills. Let's go on vacation. Let me live my best life. And I believe them. I believe them. I think that they are just so masculine in the mind. She probably thinks that she's better off living how a bachelor would live. I don't know. I'm just tired of these women though.
I agree
Facts.
with Molly, but I think it's deeper than that. I think they get incentivized to push these narratives. They getting paid to do it because it makes no sense. It doesn't benefit them to really raise these kids on their own. It don't benefit them to look like a thought. You know, it's just it's sad, man. Like I don't get it, man. Like, and then like they went when Keri sent the link to Pierce Morgan and they're reacting to it, and I think I think the problem is on that women are celebrating her for that shit. I think that's part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then there was women that was saying, "Oh no, that women don't get celebrated for this," and I think they're absolutely wrong. Women definitely get celebrated for being a thought. The whole show, Sex on the City, was based off that. That shit was based off them bitches being thoughts. They always getting ran through. They always getting ran through, and they was looked at. And then the one with the dark hair, she was doing that shit in real life and getting celebrated for that. It wasn't just the role for her. So, like, man, they getting praised for this shit. And they were saying like, yo, men been doing this for years, and it's okay for them to do it. It's definitely okay for a man to do that because a man literally has to provide. He has to provide a lifestyle. He can afford to do that. He can afford to get 3, 4 women pregnant. Well, if he can afford to do that, let's say that's perfect. If he can afford to do that, he can do that. He can live that lifestyle, and it's sustainable. Women, you get left out to dry when you live that kind of life, and you not laying down with the right man. Man, condoning like one night stands and all that weird ass shit, man. Hell no. Women shouldn't be living like that. Men really shouldn't either, but it costs a woman way more. It costs her way more to live like that, to be a thought. It costs you way more down the line, man. Way down the line, it's gonna cost you. You know what I'm saying? Then you're gonna be trying to you're gonna be trying to be abstinent when it's time to get married. Fuck that. Nah, don't be no fucking thought, man. That's what Charlize Theron is, man. She a thought. Period. Don't do that shit.
Yeah, I had no ideas about her prior to watching that link that Carrie sent, but afterwards, I have no respect for her really. Um, I mean, to hear a woman say, "Well, I don't need love" or whatever, I feel like, okay, I hear pain and trauma coming through. I don't think that's a natural response. So to me, you're just saying like I've got some issues I haven't worked through and I'm afraid to get hurt. And then she said, "Well, I don't need a man for my kids. That's going to be their story to tell. I'm not concerned about it." And I'm just like, how can you be so callous about your children and their
Yeah, that was wild.
that
You're
is
right.
insane. You're just like, well, whatever their story is, that's their story. It has nothing to do with me. I mean, that was
Woo.
real tacky. And then to sit there and say, and to basically brag about this one night stand that she had, I think it's an affront to my femininity for sure. I feel like I would like to go back to the days when we kept that sort of information behind closed doors. Like, why do we know anything about your sex life for anybody? Like, whose business is that? And I don't know. I've been anti one night stands forever, and I'm just like, if you take that sort of platform and you say that out loud, you're condoning it, and it's just driving us further into the hole that we're already in as a society.
They're detached. They live in their own, these people be in cults. They
Yeah.
live a completely alternative lifestyle than the normal person. They just have and it's normal for them, especially in California. It's just normal. So they don't really understand how much that they are impacting the culture.
I
They're
don't
not
think they
really.
really think for themselves either. They just do what they're told. They do it. They go with the flow.
Or if you like born into a cult type situation and then you pushed into stardom because that's what your parents did and they were part of a cult, like what do you do? I think us normal people who watch them need to stop watching them and stop following the things that they do. Start finding our own, our own lane because they are weird. They will sleep with children,
Right, because
Mm.
26
allegedly.
barely outside of that range. I did watch a little bit more of that interview, and one of the guys was saying that once the women get older in Hollywood, they're just kind of washed up. They're not the sex symbol anymore. Maybe she's saying that, maybe she's putting it out there to say, look, I'm still young and hot enough to be with this 26-year-old, but I mean, he's a dude.
Nah, what
He could get no points for that.
I think when homeboy I ain't gonna, homeboy said like it's not really what did he say? It wasn't I don't know. He said it wasn't impressive. It wasn't an impressive feat to even mention that she got knocked off by a 26-year-old. Like it's you could go out and and give your box up at any point to anybody. It really ain't impressive. Like you said, like you just giving yourself away. Men are gonna take it. That's
I don't think she
easy
was
to do.
bragging though. I think she was kind of saying that feminism has evolved to a point, or women have evolved to a point to where they can detach themselves from the love aspect or from men in order to have casual sex, and that they don't need men in the traditional way anymore. I think that that's one of the things that she was trying to say.
I think she was gloating about laying down with a 26-year-old. Because you don't even gotta say that. We already know. We already know you feel like that about men. We already know that because that's what feminism is. We already know you feel like you don't need men. So there ain't no reason to say that in code. I think she was really trying to gloat about laying down with this 26-year-old. The way she framed it, she was like, I you know, it just seemed like she was gloating.
She might have been. You might be right.
Yeah, I think she was gloating about that shit, man. Like it was. I ain't gonna lie. It was very, 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 very slutty. Like that was slutty. You know what I'm saying? Like the statements, and then to turn around and say that shit about the kids. That whole thing. Seeing her sit there as a woman, being that detached from reality, man, that shit was kind of scary.
You
And
said
the
it
It's
was
two
kind of
kids
dangerous.
scary.
are
Yeah,
adopted.
that's
They're
scary. That's
adopted
scary that
kids.
they
They're
adopted.
adopted kids. They're black kids. I think they're
Oh, get
from.
the fuck
I
out of
think they're from
here.
Africa, and I can't tell if
Hmm.
it's both girl. But one was definitely a boy
A
that
Right.
boy,
she says is a girl
a
now.
girl. Hmm.
Somebody said that both were boys, but I also see where it
I
says she
think
had a
so.
boy and a girl. I can't really even tell. I don't know.
Okay,
They wrote
so
a
so
whole
this
article on her saying boys will be girls.
so this is a white woman that took in some black kids and said, "I don't give a fuck if you have a dad." Oh, okay, okay.
And that
Uh, I,
the at least Jackson identified as a girl as early as 3 years old.
That's
man,
what
Yeah,
they
but think
do
about
there,
this
man.
though.
too. How many
That's
men are going to walk
normal.
into
Hey,
that?
man, I ain't gonna cap, man. I'm not gonna cap. Somebody, I ain't gonna even say that on out loud. Yeah, that ain't even worth it. Like that shit crazy to me though, man. But
Absolutely. How many
this
men are going to
is,
walk
I
into that
think that should
situation
be
and be
illegal.
man,
okay
what
with
the
her
fuck, bro?
presenting this kid as a girl and it's not? Like,
Look at
Man,
D
that's the same
Wade.
shit we yeah, I was about to say that's the same shit we was just
That's
accusing
what
what's her
they
name of? What's her
do.
name? What's this woman's name?
Zaza.
Nah, nah, nah. What's her name? Gabrielle Union. This is the same exact
Gabrielle.
shit we accused her of. This is kind of worse because she chose to do it this way for that reason. She wanted to do this.
It gives them
And what's
something to talk
interesting,
about. They're too privileged, they're too rich. They have to have something to keep their lives interesting, something to keep them, give them something to talk about. Oh yeah, I let my son transition. Like it just they're so boring. They live these boring lives. They have to do something odd, and they're just weird. I don't. They've been
Well,
weird.
and I think
Anybody
we're
who
in
sits
a
there and makes
space.
a acting career is a weirdo to sit there and pretend all day. I'm just saying, but
I think we're also in a space now where you being the victim, as opposed to having to be responsible for decisions you've made, and you justifying like your behaviors to cover up your insecurities are all celebrated. Like I look at it this way, and watching the Piers Morgan thing helped me to see this perspective. She's an older actress who once was more, I don't know if you would call her like a sex symbol, but she's an attractive actress, right? So she's older now, which to me connects to why she was so excited to say that she slept with this 26-year-old. So she's probably washed up in some regard to what attention she used to get. Pierce said that he didn't know her, but I don't know if he said he interacted or interviewed her when she was dating Sean Penn back in the
Yeah,
day,
I
and
was,
he was like, she was acting, she was so classy and so like her
yeah.
whole demeanor was different versus who he sees sitting on his couch like this right now. When I looked her up, she's never been married. She's dated actors. It clearly hasn't worked. She hasn't had her own children. And you're telling me now the way you're living your life is your true happiness. You don't need love. You have two kids that don't look anything like you, nothing to people who adopt. God bless you. You got one daughter, son that's like a daughter. You're having one night stands with 26-year-olds, and here we go. The culture says kudos to you. No accountability for the men you probably chose or for the way you acted in those relationships. No accountability for your choice in career, maybe versus choosing family. No accountability. Like, it's sickening. I'm sorry. It is sickening. Hence me looking at all this stuff with this feminism stuff. Like, it's toxic. It is extremely toxic. And then this lady, I wouldn't have even thought she was married. The way that she's uh, cheering her on, and I don't know, her husband makes me question some things.
well,
So
liberal white women will still get married. They just might not get married to the most masculine of men, but a lot of the times those are the ones who be married.
I don't know how they mess with these chicks in Hollywood. Like, I don't know why anybody would ever even mess with these hoes. I, you right, Molly. All of them is weird to me, man. All of them. All of these industry chicks, all of these Hollywood chicks is way weirder than the industry chicks, man. They seem like they just got this aura of demonic something on them, and that shit just don't like it's it just seemed like, ugh, I can't really mess with you. Like, those are the type of chicks that I would be scared to even have sex with, bro.
Mm-hmm. All them spirits on them.
Seriously, man. Like, all box ain't good box, all of that junk, man. And they just all, maybe they are bored. Maybe they don't have nothing better to do. And so as a result, they spend the majority of their time trying to figure out how to be as weird as fucking possible, man. Like, I don't know,
I,
man. They stay weird to me. All of that junk is weird to me, bro.
I think it's because they play all those roles. I think that shit really fuck with their psyche.
Yeah, bro.
I was about to say they
These
probably
people,
don't even know who they really
these
are.
Yeah, yeah,
people,
that's exactly what it is. I don't think they have a true identity of themselves anymore. They don't know who they are. Pierce
man,
Morgan
it's
said
just
that.
regular
This is probably
people.
a bad example to bring up, but have y'all ever heard Pamela Anderson in her now years talk about her life before?
Nah.
Because you know she doesn't wear any makeup or anything like that now. And if you listen to her conversation, she's like, I all of that was a show. All of that was a facade. All of that was a cover up. Like, and she got to a point where she realized she had absolutely no clue who she was. Like, period. Beyond all of what she was to other people, what she played herself out to be. Um, it was, and she said she realized once she got her feet in the dirt and got into her garden, got back to nature, like that's when she started to reconnect with who herself was. Now I get it, she done went through a whole bunch of stuff before that, but a lot of people are lost. They don't know
Yeah,
who they are.
I think when you start playing like when you if you start embodying with something that ain't real, Like, think about this. You really putting you put on a costume as yourself to be somebody else for us. You doing this shit for like a year, maybe year and a half. You playing the role of somebody else that's not you, but it's you. That is in
I don't think
itself.
it has a role in it, Slimmy, at all.
No, I think it do because it's a lot of people that didn't kill themselves after they didn't play some really extreme roles, and it's people whose lives have been extremely fucked up after they didn't did
It's
so
regular
many.
actors all day long. You look at a Wood Harris, shit. You can look at a Denzel Washington. You can look at a lot of different people. It's regular people all over that don't
And,
even.
and you know what I will say about them? They don't play extreme roles where they're so far away from the norm of who they come off to be as a person. They don't play like this
Doing like
wild I've seen role. And you also named men. I don't think it might affect men the same affect the same way if they're not playing extreme roles either.
I personally, I don't think that that plays a role in it. I think it's what happens when you living in that lifestyle in that particular area in Hollywood, hanging out with weird ass people. I think what happens off camera plays much bigger role than what happens on camera. Heath Ledger, for example, they keep saying Heath Ledger, he died of a prescription overdose. He didn't kill himself. He died of a prescription overdose, literally. So, when we got to start dealing with facts. People be having real life problems. They be dealing with some shit that be really happening in real life. Getting to a certain level and being associated with certain people can be a lot. It can be a lot. It's just a lot that go with it. I think that fame is a lot. I think that all of that junk is a lot. So I don't know, man. I don't know. But she weird as hell.
No.
I know that.
I think that should take a toll on people. I really do. Because some folks I know, just the people I know, like that act, they be a little different.
right.
They be a little different. Like they ain't did no whole like change and let's I mean and to think that people who play certain roles, certain demonic roles, to think that don't affect them, I think it most certainly does.
I
Like
don't.
Al Pacino playing Satan himself. Come on, man. I it
And what
it
have
take
you
a
heard about
certain.
Al Pacino?
You say what?
And what have you heard about Al Pacino that makes him so weird?
No, I'm just saying like to think that didn't take a toll on his life. I think it does. I think it does. Like to embody something that's not existing as yourself. I mhm. I don't
Anybody
know.
else got anything else to say about this one? All right. Let me go ahead and read some of the super chats and we'll move over to the next one. We got a couple more. So we're making good time today, actually. Um, did the carries take? See that? See her at the bottom? You got the carries take? Don't worry about it. I'm gonna deal with that one. So we go into that one. Mark Pyers, tax coach on the next one. That was a he was asking about Dwight Howard. Uh, private investigator says tell G.
Could be.
Danita Atkins says I agree with Keri and Kim. When you are giving advice, make sure you get the full context. Y'all are funny. Shout out to Danita. I appreciate you. Tell G says going to be impossible keeping a side chick dating Kimmy.
The messed up part is it wouldn't even be necessary, but carry on.
She just talked about it. Tell G says I ain't gonna hold you. Them two look like they could make a sequel to White Chicks. Tell G says Molly is Steph Curry tonight. See if she can keep it up. He also says Grover is correct. They do get an incentive for pushing agendas. Even Meek Mill admitted he gets paid more when he raps about violence and tyranny. High Tolerance says Charlize has accepted the hedonistic lifestyle along with an insatiable appetite for Coke cans, plantains, and everything in between. Molly is cooking tonight, says it's queen to you too. All Productions, I appreciate you. Gina Do says, Anton, you be picking and choosing what you want to take from the Bible. Gina been on my ass lately. You've been picking and choosing what you want to take from the Bible. Yes, he ultimately wants us to be a virgin, but he also said, go and sin no more. Help us out here, Keri. I ain't gonna go in on you. I like you, Gina. How can I join the panel? Shout out from Pittsburgh. Shout out to you, Louis McCaskill. Um, the Monday night panels is different. Those is when you hit up Q. The after hours, this is like the crew. So somehow you got to get in with the crew in order to get on the panel. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Was that a male or a female that asked?
I was a male.
You gotta have breastises.
No.
Hey, Spaces, you watching? I told you.
Oh, that was Spaces.
No, it
That
wasn't
wasn't Spaces.
Spaces.
That
Oh,
wasn't
okay.
Spaces.
No, it wasn't Spaces.
Spaces is cool.
Yeah. Spaces said he wanted to come on the show. I was like, I don't think it's gonna be another male up there. I don't think it's gonna be another male up there, dog.
You transition nigga to a female cis. Is that what they call him?
You can't turn into a cis.
That was it.
A cis
It's sis,
woman
and
is
I
the
always know
natural.
that because they said
Transition.
that on Piers
Transition
Morgan.
is crazy. What?
In 2 months, it'll pay off the medical bills. That 2 months pay.
Let's just buy some titties.
Oh my god, y'all so crazy.
Oh,
Let me read a couple more super chats. Three mojitos later says the most prominent and influential feminist women have been Jewish, not white. Start your research with Diane Feinstein, Gloria Allred, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If you need to gather receipts, Charlize lost me when she adopted a kid from Africa and turned him into a trans. Shout out to Sky Dweller TV. Shout out
Shouldn't
to
that be illegal? I feel like that should be definitely illegal, especially if you adopt it. Good God,
yeah, that is pretty bad.
that seems crazy. I'm sorry.
So, all right. So somebody asked a question in the comments, and so I did a little bit of research to make sure that I could pull up an article to speak to it in particular. And so Dwight Howard's wife filed for divorce. A lot of people don't know that her real name is Amber Rose. That is what her real name is. Her name is Amber Rose, but she goes by Amy Luciano. Okay.
That's awkward.
this is wild.
All right. So Amber Rose, her real name. She's from Detroit, calling it quits on a 6-month marriage. According to documents obtained, the rapper, who goes by the stage name Amy Luciano, filed for divorce from a former Los Angeles Lakers star on July 1st. In a doc, she wrote that her and Howard's marriage is irretrievably broken and that there are no prospects for reconciliation. This is her. This is what she looked like. A lot of people not familiar with her. Love and Hip Hop Atlanta alum also requested alimony, that all of their marital assets, property be equitably divided.
What?
Oh shit.
Fuck did you get in 6
Their
months?
their marital assets be equitably divided. In a statement to the Shade Room, she confirmed news of their split, but shared she was uncertain of how her filing became public. She says, although it is true, I'm not sure how it got out to the public. Still wrapping my head around a lot, although I know it won't happen. I hope the public can give us grace and privacy right now. That is them together right there. Goes on to say that they reached out to Rose and a rep for Howard to comment, but did not immediately hear back. And yeah. So what's so funny? When talking about them or thinking about them or whatever, I was kicking it with her because I had met her before, and then we wound up doing what was I about to say? We wound up doing a show. So Randy's show. So the first season of Randy's show, we did a couple episodes together, and so that's when I got to know her, and that's when I realized that she's from the city and all of that stuff, right? And when I kicked it with her, she was like, "Yeah, I'm talking to this guy or whatever," and it wasn't public back then because it was a season one. And so she was like, "Yeah, I'm talking to this guy or whatever," and so because we had been talking about certain things on the show. And I'm like, oh yeah. And so I'm trying to figure out who this guy is. And so she wouldn't say it. She wouldn't say it. And so we got cooler or whatever. And so we talked over a period of time. But she seems like a really cool person. And then we find out, I wound up finding out that it was Dwight Howard at the same time as everybody else. And so it's interesting because then, a lot of people was criticizing him because they said that they thought that Dwight Howard was gay and all of this other stuff. And then they wound up getting married and now they're getting divorced 6 months later. So with that being said, how do you guys feel about this whole situation, the marital aspect, assets, divorce within 6 months, all of that stuff? How do y'all feel about that?
That nigga gay.
Yeah.
Jesus, Lord have mercy.
That nigga gay.
Dwight Howard
Why
recently.
do people say he's gay?
That nigga gay. I heard
Dwight
what he
Howard
said.
on a podcast.
Allegedly.
He went on a
No, ain't
podcast.
no allegedly.
He's not gay.
He gay.
I think he was on. He was
Why
on.
do people think he's gay?
He was on.
Because he was on the bench. He was on the bench grabbing another man's meat on camera.
He was. Well, he went on Patrick Bet David, and he said that he wasn't gay. I believe.
Yeah, and then he said on there
I was just
that he didn't grab. He was grabbing his thigh. But why is you grabbing another man's thigh?
And he
That's
has
not that doesn't
accusations from men who have
Is
filed
that
lawsuits against him for being in homosexual relationships and stuff,
that doesn't make
allegedly.
you gay just
how
because
do
you have
people
accusations.
file?
These men are saying that they had threesomes
That
with
doesn't make him
him in
gay.
a
Anybody can
transsexual,
make an
allegedly.
accusation. Anybody can make an accusation.
So man
But
on
why would
man
they
sex and
following?
attraction ain't gay today. I'm not
Why
It's
would
an
playing
they
this
file a
game.
accusation.
We
lawsuit?
not gonna do this,
It's an
Quentin.
accusation.
It's
No, I'm.
It's an
2025. Majority of these men
accusation.
are gay.
No, a majority of men
Stop.
aren't gay. That's not
I
Oh,
go
correct.
the
outside and
accusation
see
was he
men
raped
hugging behind
somebody.
each other
Is that what
now.
you're saying, Kali Bo Kali?
Ugh.
Well, to
Y'all's
They
answer,
not
took him to
holding
court
each other
saying he
accountable
raped
for
them.
being zest lords. And so y'all are just openly just doing it. And then y'all want to say y'all ain't because y'all still dabble with women. But the porn numbers are going up, not down. We seeing more disgusting stuff. It's not going down. And y'all ain't, come on now.
You're
Well,
I
I don't
agree,
seeing
know
Slimmy.
about
disgusting stuff.
I don't know about Dwight Howard, but I know I watched Love and Hip Hop Atlanta while she was on it, and she was
That's
all the
weird.
way turned up with who she was messing with, how she was messing with them, her mom, like she. Mm,
You don't have anything better to
Was
do
was
she
with
a
she
your time?
just
lesbian?
as scrappy
I
like
don't
30
have
minutes
what
ago?
I said, do you not have
between
anything?
Scrappy, the other guy, I can't think of his name. He's always goofing around.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Then there was a dude after that. Then so yeah, I
Yeah.
mean. But to answer your question, 6 months divorce, you get nothing. Like walk away, chop it up to a mistake, go back to your life and be happy. Like you get nothing.
I feel like the ink's not even dry on the marriage license. He needs to do one of these numbers and just wipe it off. Like act like that never happened.
Yeah. Like split stuff. I'm like, what did y'all
What?
what did y'all build in 6 months to be split? What are we talking about?
That's crazy.
I guess she said marital assets, so that means that it was happened after.
So
So
yeah, split
they
all
could have bought a house or
got
something.
in that 6 months. I mean, really? It's not.
Takes
Maybe they could
takes two
have,
days to buy a
perhaps.
house. What's they could buy a house in 6 months? That's realistic.
Perhaps they could have, but
I don't feel like that would be something you would even have to argue. I guess depending on
I'm
the.
rich. I'm married. Let's buy a house together. I think that's probably normal.
No, what I'm saying is like once it's over, splitting the house, unless you are, in a like if it was Texas, it would be automatic. But I don't know what their state laws are. But if it was something like that, then I would think that would be something she wouldn't even have to ask for. But she doesn't deserve a dime of his own money for sure.
Hmm.
Sorry, I missed part of it.
and I mean
Y'all
I
said
would be
she
wondering. Oh, go
They
ahead.
call her a zest
What is that?
who?
What
No,
that
I
mean?
said he's a zest lord.
I just wanted to say
And she
zesty
put
orange.
money into it in those 6 months.
Yeah, she has some money. If she was on Love and Hip, she got some kind of money, right?
Well, if she put money into any of their assets, maybe she should
No,
get that money back and he should get his money
that
back.
makes sense. Like, there's a way to split half. Like, it's 6 months. They ain't got that much.
Man, you
Mm.
know why she got out
Is
of there,
this like
man.
a maybe this is like an industry relationship or marriage? Sometimes they
She
be
didn't want
doing
to.
this stuff for
She didn't want to
content.
believe it. She didn't want to believe it. She didn't want to
He,
believe it, and then she probably walked in on some truth and was just like,
That's crazy.
"Yeah,
That's
we
she
crazy.
out of
thought
here.
she was
That's
different.
crazy.
I
I met
think
We out
I
of
Dwight
think
Howard.
here."
I met
relationships
Dwight
at this certain
Howard in
point become a
person.
Hey,
choice.
Anton
That's
shaking his head,
crazy.
but you don't get
That's what I
sexual
thought.
assault cases. You don't get sexual assault cases from men only. And one man
Mm-hmm.
saying, "Hey, I didn't want to be a part of no threesome. I'm trying to get up
Mm-hmm.
out of here, and you not allowed to leave." And
Mm-hmm.
things still take place. That doesn't sound like a straight man to me. But
I
hey,
thought the same thing, Slimmy. I was like, she
hey,
saw something and was like, nah, I'm out.
because the his what's
This
his
this is
child's
crazy.
mom.
This
His
is
child's
crazy.
mom was exposing some of this stuff. I'm not and like
I'm
Right.
not
Boy,
rolling with the child's.
y'all, I'm not either. I want to put me by Anton. Y'all pick and choose when y'all want to believe a motherfucker about some
I'm not
allegations.
rolling with the
Not
child's
the
mother.
first person to say that though.
Okay,
Here's
so
the thing.
if multiple people call you a whore, does that
uh
make you a whore?
okay, so him
I'm not
grabbing
rolling with
meat,
the child's mother.
him him grabbing meat on the sidelines during a NBA televised game is not enough. Cool.
I haven't seen that, but I'm saying with regard to the child's mother, I mean to the his baby mama,
Royce
that
Reed.
Royce Reed chick, I'm not fucking with her. I don't believe that chick even for a minute. Is it possible that he could be? Yep, 100%. It could be. He couldn't be. But if you're asking me to go based off of her, never. I will never believe her. Hell no, I'm not believing her.
Didn't she have some kind of charges or something on her?
Man, that chick is
Oh,
crazy as fuck, bro. And she a cloud chaser too. And so anytime that she can get some visibility, um, I'm not rocking with that, bro. Is it like I said? Is it y'all saying I want that? I don't need no interview from nobody. As a matter of fact, I got a whole press run I'm about to go on. I just got invited to do Tim Pool and all of that shit. So
who's that?
Tim Pool,
Never heard of him.
big podcaster. But anyways, I'm not believing her. I'm not believing Royce Reed, fucking bitter baby mama that went broke and she was getting a bunch of child support money and all of this shit, and she fucked it up and she opened up a dance studio and failed miserably.
She was charged with child neglect.
Yeah, I'm not fucking with no Royce Reed, bro. So
You don't gotta listen to her. That's cool. But I what I visibly and that ain't really the first time like Dwight Howard did something during an NBA game where he was just like, "Yo, bro, what's up with you, bro?" Like he just
Because
he,
these athletes are zesty.
we
It's not
know
just
that
him.
certain people are Molly.
Not all of them. Of course, not all of them. Some of them are very, they're rooted in their values. They're married.
Mm.
What did Ray J say he had? Oh my gosh.
I hate Ray J, bro.
Ray
I
J.
didn't even
Now,
want to
first of
bring
all,
him up. What he said? A
Ray J guilty
gay.
of the same shit.
He had like an
He guilty of
escort
the same
service of
shit.
trans men for these celebrities, right? Ain't that well,
I thought he got caught
allegedly,
with one
from
too.
what I saw. Huh?
I thought Ray J got caught with one too just recently.
Well, I mean, but if you're like kind of pimping, if y'all have a gay agency, that's what he called it.
The agency.
So it's supply and demand. Somebody want these these men
So that's why he was saying that.
slapping y'all balls together, nasty.
That nigga is so weird, man. This nigga was just nah, man. Ray J strange, man.
I don't like Ray J, bro.
Yeah, he said
He's
some crazy
strange.
stuff.
I think that Ray J is the ultimate cloud chaser, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He is
These
the
glasses don't break.
he is the ultimate cloud chaser. I don't really care for Ray J, so I'm not a fan of it at all. But mm, I don't know. I mean, it seemed like a lot of these relationships they go strong for a while, and then it seems like when they get married, that's when they start to have problems. I don't know what that is.
I think because it's probably not really based on much. And like Molly said, I think it's heavily based off of content and attention. Like,
How long were they together
They
before
were
they
in a
got
relationship way before it went public, though.
married? Okay.
yeah,
How,
but
do we
if
know how
you
long?
look at, oh, go ahead.
No, I just wonder how long they were together before they got married.
I don't know. They was together way before they wound up actually going public with it. Because, like I said, she was hinting around. She was telling me about him and stuff because we was having a conversation about living separately and all of that type of stuff. And so we had like a 45-minute conversation and all of that stuff. And so she was just like, "Yo," um, she was just saying that they have been dating for a long time off the camera. So I don't know how long they have been dating, but it seemed like after they got married, 6 months later they was filing for divorce, and I don't know what that is. It's almost like the question then almost for me becomes when some people get married, do their relationship die, and why? You know what I'm saying? Like, is some people they like? Have y'all ever heard of certain couples, regular couples? They'll be together for a long time, and then she always wanted to get married. They'll be together for 10, 12, 13 years, and then they get married and everything go to shit. And I'm wondering what that is. So what? How did I wonder how did the marriage expose the weak links, your car? How do you feel like the marriage exposed the weak links? Y'all say the sex because the sex is trash. How if they was having sex before they got married? You know what I'm saying? Like I wonder why certain relationships die after people get married. What was you about to say, Molly?
No, because it's not really related to what you just said. I was just gonna say I don't think I could be with somebody if they are probably homosexual. And like,
Pro-
how do you
if they are probably,
compete?
what does that
Yeah, how would you
mean?
get married to somebody who has an addiction to the same gender? That's like an addiction.
How do you know if someone's probably into the same sex? How do you know? It's just either they is or they
Well, I
not.
mean, if the average everyday Joe can catch wind that this man is being accused by other men of stuff, I will only, with my context clues, assume. So,
Women are so
and
dumb.
then it's just
Women,
like,
you
how
know,
do you? So I over the weekend I have a friend,
You say
and
that
at
a
one
lot.
point she dated women, and I was just like, and we were talking about another like mutual person we know who's in a same sex marriage, and I'm just like, I don't understand it. And then she was basically saying it's like a drug you got to get yourself off of. Like you get I'm just like, I don't. So I don't know. I don't get it. I can't compete with somebody who is addicted. Like I can't compete with a man, and I know my man is attracted to men.
Yeah, that be you basically
What do
told
you
her
do?
that an addiction is the addiction is the spirits. It's too many spirits
Yes,
around
I
these
think it's
people.
spirit. Yeah.
y'all
It's
don't
too
think
many
that
spirits
y'all
around
don't
these
think that
people.
they can come back from that. That they can no longer be attracted to men.
No, like
I
like sometimes when you go through certain doors, like when like the first time you lose your virginity, you can just never undo an experience. So no, it's stuck. Like
I don't think they know. I don't think they know the right routines and the right spiritual guide. I don't think they'll have the spiritual guidance to get
What do you
out of
mean?
those situations.
What do you mean, Slimmy?
but can you as a man, can you like once you
Well,
cross
first,
that
well, you can't.
line?
No, once you cross that line, your body is never going to be the same, right?
You don't
But
think
your
that
spirit,
women or men can come back from being a certain way, Slimmy?
but your spirit, now your spirit, you could be somebody totally different. I don't think that they are trying to because I don't think they know how. I don't think they in touch with their spirit. I don't think they know how to get their spirit right. I don't think they're trying to get their spirit right either.
Hmm.
That's what I think the problem is. So if you're not in touch with with a higher power, How you gonna get your spirit together? How? It's impossible.
How do we know that they're not in touch with a higher power? Is what I'm saying. Like, how do we
You
know?
can tell because they you're not in touch with no higher power if you're gonna keep being a homo. Like, I'm sorry.
Slimmy, that's we basing this on assumptions, right? Like,
You still talking about Dwight Howard, or you talking about just in general?
in general, like we don't know, like if the assumption is that they're changing or they're evolving, then why would we say that they're still that way? Is what I'm saying.
What do you mean they're changing?
They don't want
What
to
do you
be
mean by
gay
that?
no more. They don't
So,
want to be gay
so
no
if they
more.
said that they not, they don't live their life no more,
They
then
are delivered.
why do
No,
you think?
I don't believe that
You seen the meme.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that unless they really getting in the word.
Well,
Like,
they
unless
are.
they really.
That's what
You
he's
said what?
saying. That's what he's saying. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
No, you talking about that instance, and I think that was for clout. I don't even believe he not. He still act feminine as fuck.
So you don't think
Yeah.
that people can change? Is what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I
Asking,
said, yeah, I think they can change. I
but
mean, I've seen.
not if they was gay.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. I said
I don't.
that they're not taking this. They don't have the spiritual guidance to change.
All right, let me rephrase the question. Can a gay person change?
Yes, anybody can change.
Okay, so
Now, physically, they can't get that shit back.
What do you mean by
You,
I don't
you,
physical?
understand.
phys-
So,
What does that
okay,
mean?
so once you have sex with the man, your body is different. Like, your body is different once you have sex with a man.
How?
That ain't changed. What do you
so,
mean? How?
Be how?
I
so
That
don't.
boy
how's
whole
your
hold
body
on,
different when
hold
you have
on,
sex
erect.
with? I
Let
don't.
me
How's
mind
that?
this out.
I
Let me
don't
mind
know.
this
I've never had sex
Well,
with men. I don't know how.
wait.
How do you
What do
know
you
you?
mean? How?
Let me
I don't.
mind.
I've never done it. I don't know how it's different. I've never done it.
Let me mind this out. So you're saying that. So in what way can they change? Is what I'm asking.
I'm just talking about spiritually. They can get those spirits up off of you. You can always get spirits off you if you have the right spiritual guidance, if you take the right spiritual steps. You can
Wait,
become clean again. Your spirit can become clean again. I will never ever deny anybody of doing that. I don't think that is impossible.
okay.
Physically, physically, you will never be whole again. Once a man takes you on as a man, you
Ugh.
can never be whole again.
Molly's so disgusting.
What you say, Molly?
He said, "Yeah."
Oh, yeah. No elderberry social club. I don't know nothing about that. I'm not a homosexual. I don't engage in those activities.
So
Obviously,
why
you
are
do
you
though.
responding to that?
Obviously, you do though, buddy.
Why are you responding to that?
I don't
Slim is
know.
taking
It's
no
fun.
shade tonight. That nigga said, I got
I,
time
Okay, so
I
you're
today.
say
saying
nothing
so you're
crazy.
saying that spiritually they can be different, but physically they are always going to be the same.
Yeah, physically, your body is just going. Your body gonna change.
I've heard
Your body
nurses
gonna
say
change.
that. They can like if they've seen a man's rectum, you can tell when a man has been.
How can you tell besides the
They said
sin?
it'll start looking worn out, like a
Wait,
car.
wait, wait, whoa.
What if they're just
Whoa.
constipated a lot and they have to push really hard?
Well, I don't. You know what? I don't
They
even.
also like to stick like little small gerbils and
I'm out of
cucumbers
here.
and stuff up there, so they be wrecking their
Slimmy, we gotta
bodies.
stick around, man. You can't leave.
No, man. Quinn about to take this down a whole different road.
You can't.
Molly started
Just
it
like
getting
you
looking
can't be
worn
a
out.
virgin all over
No,
again.
Quinn, you
Same thing
started
if you're a man.
it. You started it.
Molly said butthole's looking worn out. Like, what does that look like?
I heard a nurse say that.
Okay. I've seen some girls and it looks normal. It don't look worn out. It looks the same. Looks like little button.
Maybe girls don't have anal as much as gay men.
Wow, that's okay. I can see your point.
Y'all done? Y'all want
Yeah,
ready?
yeah. We can read the super chats now once we start getting into this shit, bro.
Slimmy, why are you so uncomfortable with the conversations
I
about?
don't like talking about no homosexual shit, bro.
Homophobe.
You just was
That's not
talking
home.
about it.
No, I'm saying once you start getting into the acts, I don't that like this is crazy.
Well, they teaching
A
it to
little too
kids now,
much.
Slimmy. So we got to have these conversations. They're showing children books. They're teaching these children how to be homosexuals. So
Yeah,
running
no,
away
no,
from
no.
this
That
problem ain't gonna do nothing. Y'all
no,
got to
they
start as men addressing it
And
because
to Molly's
it's people
point,
out here that might not have a son but want to have a son, and then you have to worry about somebody else's predator gay son approaching yours, thinking that that's normal.
you probably are different. I know a guy who was telling me about his hemorrhoids, and he says that's where they come from. Just
What's
saying,
where they come from?
Mm.
he has a husband.
He get him. Oh shit.
Can
Okay,
we read the super chats?
hold
Now
on.
you want to read?
Oh, nigga, read the
Now
super
you want to read
chats.
super
Hold
chat?
on. Wait. What?
Nigga, don't be
I don't.
curious.
That's impossible. That
You're
can't.
being curious. That's
I'm
awkward.
telling you what he told me.
No way. Because women have hemorrhoids, but it's
He,
women
I'm
that
about to
never get
say, he
anal.
probably got it because he's constipated. He probably needs more fiber in his diet.
Mhm.
Not what he said.
Yep.
He
That
trying to
He
nigga,
got
blame
some
it on
That
trauma to
don't
that.
that
even make
What he said.
sense. That don't
sphincter.
even make
that
sense.
nigga been
All I can
pushing
tell
too
you is what he
hard.
said.
I'm about to look it up.
He
Because
need a
you're supposed
squatty
to
pot. He need a squatty
push
potty.
hemorrhoids in. So if anything, his hemorrhoids should be up in there.
I'm just telling you, he said
Stop,
he didn't
Keri.
have that problem prior to when he was trying to be attracted to women, and then he gave up
When he
with
was trying to
women.
be
How you try
attracted
to
to
be
me.
attracted to women? Like how?
Well, he said that from the beginning, like from when he was a little kid, he didn't really like women, but he was just like going with the flow, trying to like fit in. And then he just got to the point where he was like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna be who I am.
So
Now
this
your booty paying the
is what
price.
Gemini is saying. I know y'all like ChatGPT.
Not to be confused with Gemini to Gemini. Carry on.
Yeah.
I just
I'm gonna share it because it says exactly where hemorrhoids come from. Now, the initial part of it could probably be misconstrued, but we're gonna talk about it. So it says that it's known as piles or swollen veins in the anus and the lower rectum. Everyone has these cushions of tissue, but they become problematic when they swell and become inflamed. Here's where hemorrhoids typically come from, or what causes them. Increased pressure. The main reason. Shut up! Y'all are so unserious. Y'all are so unserious. I don't know. I'm not gonna do this if y'all not gonna be serious. The main reason hemorrhoids develop is due to too much pressure on the veins around the anus and the lower rectum. This pressure can be caused by straining during bowel movements. This is a very common and often links to constipation. Sitting on a toilet for long periods put extra pressure on the anal area. Chronic constipation or diarrhea both can lead to straining and irritation. Pregnancy, the increased pressure from the growing uterus and hormonal changes can contribute to hemorrhoids and lifting heavy objects frequently. Straining to lift, but also put pressure on the rectal veins. Excess weight and increased abdominal pressure. Weakening of supporting tissues. As people age, the tissues that support the veins in the rectum and the anus can weaken and stretch, making them more susceptible to swelling. A low fiber diet, lack of fiber in the diet, can lead to hard stools and constipation, which causes straining. And genetics.
Your daddy was gay.
Huh? That's what it says. I'm only reading what it says.
I didn't. Nothing said gay, so I'm not. I was waiting on the gay part.
Actually, let's do a little bit more research.
I just Googled, can anal sex cause hemorrhoids? It says while it's not a direct cause of hemorrhoids, it can exacerbate existing hemorrhoids or contribute to their development in individuals with predisposing factors.
So no.
It can exacerbate existing hemorrhoids
Existing, not cause it existing.
or contribute to their development.
Contribute, not causing. Contribute.
It says it can irritate or worsen existing ones.
Existing.
It says it's not a direct cause. Anal sex itself isn't typically considered a cause of new hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are
So
swollen blood vessels that develop over time due to pressure, not usually from single event like anal sex.
So Kim, you should probably tell him when your hemorrhoids flare up, stop having sex because it's gonna make it worse. Like, go
I think
get
he
them
does. I don't think he
candles.
has a choice at that
So
point
gross.
because he was like uncomfortable just in sitting. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
like,
means
I
he
don't
already
He
had
understand.
probably
Like,
problems.
why
really
would you
irritated
want that?
them.
Like, that's so
Cause
gay.
that, yeah, he
But
probably
I just
really
can't.
Sound
irritated
like he
them.
already had problems and that he just basically exacerbated the
telling
problem.
you what he told me. That's all I got.
Well, that
He
Well,
nigga.
the
need to
only thing
stop
that I was
getting
gonna add to,
he need to stop getting fucked. That's what his big problem is.
Yeah, I was gonna
You
say
don't want to
that.
stop
let his
taking it up the
anus
butt. That's
take a
what his
Getting
break.
your
problem
Like it
is.
needs to rest. Just
Yeah, it's not a
chill.
vagina. The vagina is made for a penis. The
It is.
butthole is made as a dookie chute to push out your poop, get those toxins out of your body.
Yeah.
That's it.
A dookie
Y'all be
shoot?
doing
I
too
tell my
much.
kids to say bowel movements, Molly, not dookie.
The
Bowel
little kids ain't on
movements.
that page either.
I'm a little
Dookie
childish.
shoot.
Nigga getting mangled. All
The
right.
only
Slimmy
the
just
only thing
left,
that I
huh?
did want to say, Slimmy's gone for
He said
good. Come
he
on,
quit on
Slimmy.
us.
Slimmy is so nice nasty.
What?
Slimmy is y'all ain't never heard of nice nasty?
Yes.
No,
Yeah, Slimmy is nice nasty. Slimmy is like, you know,
nicety.
Nicey
yeah,
like Michelle.
yeah. He's like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. You know,
Elmo.
The only thing that not the only thing, but one of the things that I don't get though about this whole like if you find out your guy is gay or messes with other women, other men, a lot of these women, all they hang around are very,
that
very
is unforgivable.
flammboyant,
No.
gay.
That's unforgivable. If you, as a woman, find out that your dude been getting fucked or he's sucking
That's
dick, that's unforgivable.
yeah, that's worse.
No, it I
I
get you, but the way that they say, the way that it comes out as such an insult to the man, but all of your best friends are who he could have potentially been with. Like how disgusted, how can you be so
why do we have
disgusted
to talk
if
about this?
your man is with them, but you hang out with all the people who you would be disgusted that your man is doing it with? That just doesn't,
My head
that
hurts.
seems a little weird to me. Because if you go on Amy's page, and again, with Love and Hip Hop, I mean, there's tons of
But
gay
she never
men
said.
on there.
Listen, this is stuff that we're throwing in there. She didn't say that.
I know she didn't. I'm stretching, so I'm not. I'm sorry, Amy. This might not even be your argument,
That's what she said.
but I'm just. I don't.
Can we read the super chats?
Why are y'all saying that?
That was a good one.
I gotta
But
go get
yeah,
Red Bull honey buns.
that was my thing. I don't see how it's such an insult when that's who you hang around all the time. These
I
like
got
gay girls, guys.
Cis women.
No, that's
Cis,
not what a cis
cis,
woman is. They're trying to say that we are
cis
cis
men.
women because we're natural.
Nigga, I'm saying it because it's funny. I don't mean it to be literal.
I don't like it at all
I don't know what it
because I don't
is.
I don't
identify
I
as
even
don't
know
know
what
what
none
it
of
is.
that
I
shit
don't try
mean,
to
and I
figure
don't
it
give
out,
a
but
fuck.
I just put it in front
I
of
don't
my
give a fuck
words.
about none of that shit.
Slimmy, technically, you're a cis man.
No, I'm not. I'm a man. I'm a man. That's
What's
it.
a cis?
I
You
What
don't
is
put
a
no
agree.
cis
title in front of
man?
my shit.
What does
You
that
put a
even
title in
mean?
front of them weirdos, that accept that shit. Hey, I swear on everything. You tell me I'm a cis man to my face, one of you motherfuckers on the street, you gonna have some problems.
I
You gonna
love
have
a
some
Slimmy
problems.
point.
That's a fact.
Slimmy, that's not supposed to be an insult. It's
That's an
supposed to be
insult to me. Don't tell
Slimmy.
me. Don't put no title in front. I don't accept none of that shit. I don't accept none of
You are
that shit.
not a
I'm not calling no.
subset of a
I'm
man.
not called.
Yeah.
Hey, I ain't none of that. Nothing. I don't accept none of them names. If I see you and you're a man, I'm calling you a man. I don't give a fuck what you want to be. I don't accept none of that shit. That shit is
This is this
weird.
I'm
is
with
this
you
is
on
how
that,
cis
Slimmy.
I am. I put it in
We
Chat
accept it's
GPT.
because
It spelled
motherfuckers
it
accepting
SIS
that shit
male and
that
it
it's
told
a
me I was
problem.
wrong.
That's
Oh,
why it's a problem.
I just had to correct
Yes.
Enrique because when I asked him, I said, so did she have whatever the lady's name was? Did she have daughters or sons? And he said that she had two daughters because it's a transgender. I said, yeah, we don't do that. Were they born as boys
We
or
don't do that.
girls? We don't do all that here.
Oh no, hell no. See
Yeah, I
this
had to
that.
correct
See,
him.
I told y'all about that computer mind and something with that computer mind say.
But I'm training them. I'm
I
training.
told
Every time
y'all.
he get a little
I
too woke, I
told y'all
gotta be
about
like,
that robot.
Enrique, you know me. We don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay, so
Gary
that
couldn't be
means
cussing
I'm
Why y'all trying to call me during the show?
they cussing whole chat GPT out.
Slimmy, do you know what it means?
Next time y'all call me during the show, I'ma say your name on this motherfucker. I'ma say who it is.
Slimmy, do you know what
I
it
read the
means?
Don't
definition.
call me during the show.
I'm a
Slimmy, do you
cis
know what
male
that means,
too.
Slimmy?
Nah, I can't hear.
Slimmy.
Oh wait, Anton, you was on mute.
No, I'm
Oh.
not on mute.
Why couldn't I hear what Anton
That's
was
how it
saying?
happens to me with mute.
Oh, when they try to call, when
Slimmy,
somebody call you.
do you know what that means,
No,
Slimmy?
See,
I
I
just
can't hear
put him on
Anton.
mute.
I can't hear Anton. I can hear Keri
Can you
though.
hear us?
I feel like you
Petty.
can hear
I can
him.
So
hear
petty.
Kimmy. I can't hear nothing that Anton is saying.
I bet you can't.
Is
He's
Anton
saying,
doing
do
some
you
is
know
he
what
doing
this means?
is he doing some lip syncing shit?
He said, do you know
What?
what this
He's
means?
just
You said,
laughing.
What
do
is
you
wrong
know
with Slimmy?
Oh, I hear okay, I hear him now. Okay, I hear him now.
real
No, I
stuff?
could not hear him. I couldn't hear him before.
Mm-hmm.
I can't hear Quentin either. Oh, Quentin must be on mute and tapping the mic. I hear Molly. That was weird. I was about to leave. I was about to leave and like, cause I couldn't hear what Anton was saying.
Can you hear me, Slimmy?
I can hear you now.
Slimmy, do you know what cis man means?
Now he can't hear you.
I don't accept no them names like that. I know it's
What,
supposed to mean. I know what it's supposed to mean. I'm not
what
accepting
is it
that shit.
supposed to mean, Slimmy?
It's just mean a normal straight man. I know I
No,
don't
it doesn't
accept
have
those
anything to do with
names.
your sexuality. It doesn't have anything to do with your sexuality.
Here, let me read it for you,
It
Slimmy.
means your
No,
identity matches your biology.
I don't care.
It means
I
your
don't
Listen,
care.
identity matches your body. You
Slimmy, before
identify
you
as a man
say,
and you were
before
born a
you
man.
comment on it, let me make sure I read the definition. A
That's cool.
cis male is a person who was assigned male at birth and whose gender identity aligns with being a
Yeah,
man. Basically, it is a real man.
it's
That's
a
all
real
it is.
Yep.
man.
You call me that on the street, you're gonna have some problems.
That's
I
crazy.
stand on that. You're gonna
What are
have some
you
problems.
talking
I don't
about,
care.
That's
Slimmy?
crazy.
I don't want that. Don't call me that. No, I don't. I'm not conforming. I'm not conforming to that fuck shit. I'm not conforming to that. We not using those terms. I'm not doing that. I'm not. I don't recognize that shit. I don't recognize homophobic as a real word. I don't recognize none of this other shit. I'm not conforming to that bullshit.
That shit crazy.
I'm
That's
with
that
you,
weak ass new
Slimmy.
society shit. I don't fuck with it. I'm not
Cis
Yup,
man.
conforming.
I'm
Do
with
not
you.
call me that.
yup.
I'm with you. I
Don't
don't
okay.
Listen,
call the
you know what
Dante.
you, Slimmy. Do you know how easy it is to trigger you, bro?
No, that's not a trigger. Just
Shit.
don't call me that. We don't have no issues. We don't have no
Crash
issues. Don't call
out
me that.
Slimmy,
university.
it is so easy to get you riled up. It is so
Yeah,
hilarious.
don't call me that. We cool. Just don't call me that.
I'm with you, Slimmy. I agree.
All right, let me read
Yup.
some of the super chats. I
That
got one
lady
more.
on the show, she tried to say that too, and the other lady came out. She was
Yeah,
like,
she was
"It's
like,
a
no, we not
man.
doing
Like,
that.
we're just
Yeah.
gonna say a man. Like, don't
Yeah.
it's
Like, don't
no."
don't
Nope.
change my name because
Right.
somebody changed their gender. Like, what does that have to do with me?
I
Nope.
don't care with that.
So, Slimmy, you're not a cis man, then. All right.
And now that I know the rainbow's in the Bible, I'll take that back too.
I spelled it wrong. I spelled it SIS male,
CIS.
and ChatGPT told me I was wrong.
Rage King Leo says, "Yeah, she planned himself." All right.
No, what?
What's that
When men
mean?
want to be celebrate, when men want to be celibate, we're seen as weirdos.
Oh, nigga, that say celebrate, nigga.
It says all spiritual today's time. Gotta be careful. Rage King Leo says, study shows that dumb women are more loyal.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. See,
Because they don't know no better, nigga.
no.
As happy as they want to be.
But is he saying one study?
He says study
Hey,
shows.
Carrie, don't.
All I can do is read it from what he wrote.
No, Quentin. Why can't you break down how he
My
wrote
name is
that?
Quinton. It's an O-N, not an I-N.
Quinton, why won't you break down how he wrote that?
All we can do is go by what he said, Carrie.
What Keri trying to get him to do?
Nigga, Keri, when
Is it
someone
one
tells you to do
study
something, you
or
got
is
20
is
million
it
questions.
multiple studies or is it one study? Study shows.
Well, it says there's no
A
S, so
study. So
it
a
says
study.
study. That's nigga, that's
Study
singular,
shows.
not that's singular, not plural.
Why are
Study
we
shows
analyzing the
that
super
dumb
chat
women
so
are
much?
more
So now we know. Well, listen, this is what we know. We know what everybody is
Oh,
offended by.
subject verb
Keri is
agreement.
offended by
dumb women wouldn't even argue that.
All I'm
differentiation
saying is
between
don't be
plural
calling people
and
dumb and then your
singular.
super chats are
Slimmy
all
is
over the
offended
place.
by anything gay.
That's gay.
All right.
People be trying to be too smart too soon. Like, slow
Like,
down.
nigga, you cannot talk.
Slow down. I don't.
What happened?
I wouldn't put myself out there like that if I can't confidently write.
Oh my God.
Study shows.
All right, let me continue on with the super chats.
Keri is crazy.
I'm feeling
AR
a little
Smitty
out of my
says,
element tonight. Y'all got me. I got this play something.
Keri, you need some tea. Some matcha tea. Get
Quentin,
some
do you
matcha
remember
tea.
me saying when I wear
I'm
my
like
hair
2
curly, I
seconds off of
feel
wanting to be
insane?
toxic. I got to figure out what's happening
No,
right now
Keri,
because
it's
I
the
want to come
hair.
at
I
somebody.
told Keri, when I told Quentin when I wear my hair curly,
I
I
don't know
feel insane. It's the hair.
what happened though. I never understood what happened. Nothing happened. He just typed study shows.
AR Smitty says, bro clearly fondled another
It's
man
his
on the
mask.
sideline
It's
with
on my
his
nerves.
huge Kool-Aid smile. Coincidence?
Facts.
Denver's dad says, was an injury report for gluteus soreness.
Yeah.
Ivy League says, y'all may already know, but did y'all see the black community is in an uproar about Kai Cenat and Amp live streaming in Target? Yep, I am familiar with it. I'm going to introduce it on Thursday. It is on the
Why is
list.
that a problem?
We're going to talk about it on Thursday. Dark Bubble says, watch Dwight on Dancing with the Stars. Zesty moves with a strong perm. G5 says, same blueprint from women 6 months, then run for the bag. That's what they're trying to do to Joshua. AR Smitty says, Ray J wanted to sleep in the bed with Kai Cenat. High Tolerance says, Dwight gives vibes. He fell for the okie doke. Somewhere down the road, just close your eyes. You'll like it. I'll shave my face. I bet she can't do it better than me. And I bet she smells like fish. I don't know what that is, High
I don't know
Tolerance.
what any of that means.
High Tolerance says, all sales final when a mother gives up the manhood, no refunds, no exchanges, or in-store credit. Timeout says, I was today years old when I found out that two balls touching is a thing.
What?
I'm traumatized.
Molly said balls rubbing. I didn't know that was a thing either.
Denver's dad says, once a man's manhole is penetrated willingly, it's a wrap. Shout out to all production. Appreciate you. Dark Bubble says, who are you most safe with in a prison cell? Dwight, Shannon, or Tyler?
Y'all so mean.
Daddy and the Caddy says the only remedy for homosexuality is abstinence, not conversion. Catholic Church figured this out centuries ago with ordained life priests or nun vows.
That's so
DeJuan Blair says if a dude have sex with another dude, he's forever on that side. Ain't no coming back, bruh. Daddy and the Caddy says no homo, but Slim the most handsome cis male that he didn't see.
He gonna time you out till next week. You better
Don't do it. He's contributing into the platform. Denver's dad says stand on that shit, Slimmy. Slimmy, you don't like the Daddy and the Caddy one?
Come on, why you put that back up there, Anton?
The reason I say that is because he says stuff to me all the time, and I just laugh it off. I just call it.
Heart eyes.
I ain't laughing about no hard eyes from no man. You gotta
really
stop
nice,
that.
Slimmy, you did grin a little bit.
Huh?
You grinned a little bit.
You said I was agreeing.
You grinned. You grinned a little bit.
No, absolutely not.
Slimmy, you grinned a little bit.
No.
We can
I can run it back. There was no grin.
I seen you.
He did not.
I see what you trying to do here.
Oh, you grinning now, Slimmy.
I see what you.
Slimmy, you're grinning now.
I'm grinning on purpose. I know what you're trying to do.
Slimmy, you're not grinning.
You just said it. You just said it. Slimmy gets triggered easily. You're not gonna trigger me.
Slimmy, you're grinning
You're not gonna
right
trigger
now.
me with that.
So, Slimmy, you don't think that a man can compliment another man and it not be
No,
gay?
not with hard eyes. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Slimmy, it's
Matter
an
of fact, matter of fact, you lightweight violating. You lightweight violating for real. I'm just being nice about it. That you can't send a man no hard eyes, dog. Like that's the Dwight Howard type shit.
You're not gonna trigger me. You're not gonna trigger me.
No, he ain't triggering me. I'm just saying he violating. I'm not hot. I'm not mad. I'm not yelling.
Oh,
Oh, you're
shit.
I'm just
definitely
saying
yelling.
that's violating though. I'm being cool about it. I'm just chilling. But he definitely violated sending hard eyes. That's gay as fuck.
Slimmy, he did give a compliment.
It's only gay if you
Emoji.
like it.
It's not even a real
He
thing.
paid to give you a compliment. That should be appreciated.
It's only gay if you like
We
it.
appreciate the super chat. We don't appreciate homosexual comments from homosexuals.
Wow.
What if
That's
it's a
unfortunate.
homosexual comment from a straight
We
man?
don't appreciate homosexual comments.
It wasn't. He didn't say nothing about.
Period.
He didn't say nothing about gay, Slimmy. He said you was the most handsome.
He said you look nice.
He said you were handsome. He didn't say you was
I don't.
cute. He didn't
I
say
don't
that
need.
you
I don't need
were
those kind of.
beautiful.
I don't need
He
those
didn't
kind
say
of
you was
compliments from
pretty. He
men.
said you was handsome.
That's cool. I don't need those kind of compliments from men. I don't need that. I don't need that from men. You can tell me my outfit nice. You like my shirt. Oh, that's a dope
So,
cologne.
Slimmy, are you saying that men can't say other men are handsome?
Yep. That's it.
No, you can't do that. That's
Why
gay.
not?
Well,
That's
then
gay.
why?
That's gay.
What?
Other man is that's gay.
Yeah,
I
that's
got
gay.
some gay
That's
rules.
gay.
You can't do
Y'all,
nothing.
y'all
It's
niggas is
Guys,
crazy.
gay.
Anton, are you telling another man he's handsome?
Slimmy, you avoiding the question.
You avoid the question. You
Yeah,
are
you
avoiding.
I
Anton,
don't.
are you telling? Are you telling another man he's handsome?
But that's not the way I talk.
Are you telling another man that he's handsome? Absolutely not. You're not
No,
doing that.
no, but
You
I
might.
would.
He was
I
just
would say. I could say, hey man, that outfit is fresh, bro. That's dope. I like the way you put that together. I'm not gonna say he's handsome on top of that.
We're
There's
not
no
talking
need.
about us. We're saying that if you get a compliment, would you take that as gay because a guy was like, "Yo, they was dressed nice and handsome today, man."
No, you don't say dress nice and handsome. You don't say you reaching.
dress handsome. That
You
is
just form something that doesn't happen. You just form some
that's
bullshit.
just crazy.
What the fuck was that? They dress nice and handsome. You don't know nobody talk like that ever. What? Oh my gosh. I can't believe you just tried that one.
Oh my god.
Nah.
All right, let me read the rest of these super chats. Unc Man says, I told my girl anal was in the Bible, doo-doo, Romedy, 360.
Deuteronomy.
Man.
Fell says, Yashua met his girl at the gas station, I'm sure of it. Hakeem the Dream says, Charlize is an old, used up white Hollywood hoe that played the South African card to be considered exotic. She'll hit the wall hard. Mr. Bo says, as the panel had a chance to dive into what happened to Ben McLemore, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. We can add that to the next show because I don't have that lined up.
In my notes.
Slimmy never passed in basketball. He don't want the assist, says Cash.
Oh, that was a great assist, man.
Slimmy, I can't believe you missed it.
What?
He's talking about like an assist. Like
You talking about like assist, man? Like, is that's he's still on that shit?
Slimmy, don't worry about it.
Oh, I must have missed it. I definitely missed it. It went over my head.
Shaquille said you're attractive, kind of.
Sis.
I never thought that it meant cis, S-I-S. I know how it's spelled.
See how you grinning a little bit?
No, because Kim did this little thing. She trying to be slick. It's cool though. That's why I said what I did. Because she says cis under her breath.
I didn't say anything.
Why are you sitting sideways?
I'm
All
gonna
right,
run it back.
hold on. Let
Why are
me go to
you?
the next. I gotta
I'm not.
switch the subject really quick. We got one more thing to
Whoa, my
cover.
camera
You're
sideways.
sideways.
I'm not sitting sideways. You are. That's all
Then
I'm
your
saying.
camera
Sitting
sideways.
sideways,
It affects.
boys
No,
in the
my camera
days.
sideways. Why are
And if
you?
Sitting
I sit sideways,
sideways,
because I'm from
boys
Houston,
in the
right?
days. Sitting sideways.
All right, so one of the
Have
conversations
you
from
ever
last
looked
night,
straight onto the camera, onto the screen?
one of
You
the
said what?
conversations.
I didn't know. Has Quentin ever looked directly into the screen before?
I am looking directly into the screen.
I mean,
You're
so we can
sideways.
see you. Like, I know you as sideways now
Into
that I
the
think about
camera, into the
it.
camera.
Now, while you talking about me being
Look this
sideways, you're
way.
always sideways.
One of the conversations last night was based off of like Africans and black people and all of that stuff. But it was a woman that had a conversation because I introduced into the conversation that Africans are the ones that bought, pay for, and kind of owns the Essence Fest, right? And so it was a woman that had a conversation on social media about it, and I'm gonna play it for you guys. It's like a minute and a half, but check it out what she had to say.
This is why black people will remain in the trenches. And when I say black, I mean African Americans, Africans, Caribbean, blackness as a whole. This is why we will remain in the trenches, because we have so much division in us. It is ridiculous. I've been seeing a lot of videos talking about Essence Festival and how people and how African Americans are boycotting it and how it's flopping because it's now owned by Africans, because there is no African American, there is not enough African American representation. And the way they're talking about African, how condescending they talk about African, or how Africans are the artists, how African artists are invited, how African. We are never getting out of the trenches. You see our people from the Caucasus Mountain, they will continue to do better than us, because we are very unserious. Us as a race, as a nation, and as an ethnicity, we are very unwell. There's something, they did a number on our head that we would rather crumble individually than unite and do something marvelous. No. There's always a division. Oh, these people are Caribbean. Oh, these people are African Americans. Oh, these people are African. Meanwhile, you're looking at the same shade of black. But now when it comes to white folks, you can hear, oh, this person is Russian. Oh, this person is from UK. Oh, no, this person is from Ukraine. No, we don't hear that shit when it comes to white folks. But when it comes to black people, we have different shades of black. And so divided, it is nauseating. We are unserious people. No, we're not serious. We will remain mentally enslaved till the end of time.
So, the question is, should Africans and American blacks even be beefing? I guess we could revise the question slightly and say, should they be as divided as they are, or should they be more accommodating of each other or more aligned with each other because they are the same shade of melanin and skin and pigmentation and all of that? Do y'all think that this whole American black people that were born in America versus Africans and all of this, Nigerians, Jamaicans, Ghana, Haitians, all of this stuff, do y'all think that they should be united, or that people that are born in America have a legitimate gripe about Africans that's not from here?
I think everyone should be nationalist, and I think she's a liar. I don't think all white people feel that way about one another. If you meet a motherfucking Russian or Croatian, they got a thick ass accent. White people from America don't feel the same way about them. That's not true. But whatever.
Kim?
I think it would be cute if we were all like unified. I just don't think that that's going to happen. From from what I've experienced and seen with my own eyes, all of the groups of people that she talked about who are not from America, when they're in America, they dog us. They talk a lot about Black Americans, how they're lazy and how they're stupid and yada yada, and so on and so forth. But I will say that in all of those countries, I've been welcomed, and so is everybody else I know. So I don't know what it is about when they get here that we get talked about. And so I feel like that's what's keeping us apart. A lot of it anyway.
What's apart? Like what makes us together?
Like if we could build businesses together, if we
Just because our skin color, like our nationality, don't just because we're black, is that what makes us together?
that's what it's
That's so
supposed to make
dumb.
us together.
Nope, that's not, nigga. You're not from here, nigga. Get the fuck out.
Um,
It's a nationalism thing. It's not a skin color thing. It's a dumb argument.
Well, being a nationalist means you want to detach from the country that you're in. I don't think that's the right term you want to use.
Nationalist. I love my nation.
No,
No,
yeah, it's like when you want to keep your,
that,
your country first.
no, it's
Prioritize
when
your
you want to.
country.
Well, it's when you want to start your own nation.
Nationalism?
Yeah, look it up. White nationalists, they want to be they
Well,
nationalists
you
in
put a
general.
word in front
Look
of
it up.
you.
Nationalists in general,
You said white. How did
you
you say
want to
white?
detach from the government, and you want to be your own nation. That's what the Black Panthers were, nationalists. They want to detach from the government. White nationalists that everybody says are
Okay,
racist.
you told me
They
to look
wanted
it up,
to.
so I looked it up as you told me to. A nationalist is someone who strongly identifies with and supports their own nation. You told me to look it up, and that's what it said.
Okay.
You
They
told
want
me
to
to look
detach.
it up.
They want to detach from the government.
Maybe it's different versions of
Well, it
nationalism.
is
Maybe
because you
it's
put
like
white in front of it, so
sectors.
that totally changed it when you put white nationalists in front of it.
Okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But
It
whatever y'all
says
say.
it says national in simpler terms, a nationalist prioritizes the interests and unity of their own nation above all else.
So fuck them niggas from Africa.
Well, Black Panthers, they wanted to detach from the government. That they consider themselves a nationalist group.
Maybe they were ill advised.
Okay, I'm wrong then.
It
I'm
says
not wrong.
nationalists advocate for policies and actions that promote the interests, strength, and well-being of their nation, sometimes even at the expense of other nations or international cooperation.
Perfect. The fuck out.
Yeah, so I was wrong. I stand corrected.
So, continuing on with the conversation. Do y'all think that this thing is becoming problematic between the beef between um, Africans or people that are not from the United States of America, but that again still has the same skin color or pigmentation or whatever?
I wasn't aware there was a big beef.
I'm sorry, Gary.
I wasn't aware that there was enough for you to like call it a beef. I didn't know.
I've
Like,
heard that they
what
think
is
they're
that?
better than us. They
No,
have better
I've heard that,
values.
but I wouldn't call that a beef. It's just that's what I've heard people say. But my experience, even like Kim said, when I went to Africa, I felt very welcome. I felt it didn't feel like what you hear when you're here and you hear
Right.
what they think about us. But beef, I don't know. And then what she's saying, I don't know what the goal would be. Like what are we trying to I think the whole notion of like let's all come together as a people, I think that we missed that run. I think we're too spread out. We're too like it's too much has changed. Like who's coming together?
I guess my thing is, I don't have anything against anybody, including Africans or anything like that. My thing is, well, I guess this is probably going to be problematic with people in general. I don't care to identify myself or separate myself based off of being black. I separate myself based off of being American. And so my biggest thing is if you coming over here legally and you doing the right thing, we don't got no problems. I don't really give a fuck about what you got going on. But I just don't like the fact that people just like to ignore American culture, but then they want us to acknowledge their culture when they come over here, and that's problematic to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that everybody should have their preferences. People can do whatever it is that they want to do. But if you come over here, you know what I'm saying? That's. I think you should do it legally, and I shouldn't give you no leg up just because you just so happen to be an African.
Keri, I think the point, at least from her standpoint, the unification would be essentially to be against white people. That's what I get from it.
Probably so.
Which to me that takes us even further down the
I
staying
didn't
the
But
know.
that's the only time black people
Yeah.
are unifying when it's against the white people. Nigga,
No,
we'll come
I
together, but
didn't
it come
even
against
know
the white
that.
motherfuckers. Shit,
But
it's a
see,
wrap.
like, you could say that, but then if you just look at other cultures, she's wrong. The lady that was in the video, because, like, for example, all Asians are not the same.
Nope,
And
nope.
a Chinese person
Mm-mm.
is different than a Japanese person.
Yup.
Their cultures are different. A
And
Korean person is
they hate them motherfuckers. That hate
different. A
that.
Vietnamese
Mm-hmm.
person is much different than
Yep.
Taiwanese person and all of this other stuff. So
Yep.
they have
Mm-hmm.
different cultures. They have different land. They
And
got
they get offended if you call them the wrong former Asian. They get offended as fuck.
yeah. And so when
They're
you kick it in with an
Hispanics.
Asian, you can't just automatically assume because by default most people think, oh, that's a Chinese person. No, it's not a Chinese person. Sometimes it's a Japanese person. Sometimes it's a
So
Korean
racist.
person.
Not
You
you,
know
but just like
what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, and I get that their culture is completely different. If you go, once you go to those different places, like you
it
immediately
ain't
know the difference between like Japan and China
Chinese. It ain't
and
nowhere close to the
Korea.
same.
Like they're all so different, but that's not something that we have the privilege of getting to know just with being here. But I think the difference is that, like, if you
We
see
do.
Vietnamese
Agreed.
people here, they're united. If you see the Chinese people here, they're united with other Chinese people. Whereas you have black people, and we look at the black people next door to us, and we don't speak. We're not united in any way.
it's not true,
That's
Kim,
not true
because
because
Chinese people here don't necessarily. I talked to it, and this is the honest to God truth. In my hotel, because I went to the Taekwondo competition, and so it's a lot of people from a lot of different nations. And it was a bunch of Chinese people, and the only reason that I knew is because I asked them, and I was talking to them because I was working in the lobby, and they was in the lobby, and there was a group of them. They was all watching something on this makeshift TV thing slash thing that they had put together or whatever. And I was talking to them, and they talked like you and I. They didn't have an accent, and I asked them, like, did they speak any Mandarin or Cantonese or anything like that? And they was like, no. And all of them was Chinese. And they said, listen, it was like we was born here. We ain't never been back there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you probably know a little bit more about the culture than we do because you can speak a little bit of the language. And so they didn't necessarily identify with anything back in China. And that's just the honest to God truth.
And see, I call those people Americans in the same way that I was saying not too long ago that the whole African American title is just bizarre in itself because we're just Americans.
Yeah, but it's designed like that on purpose.
Of course it is.
Like I'm gonna just keep on saying the same old shit. Like, you aren't from Africa. You ain't from Africa. You ain't never been. We don't have no African heritage, none of that, for a reason, because we're not Africans. We're Americans. We were the indigenous people to this land. What they tell you about history is a lie, and what they tell you in the history books is a lie. You can read several books that'll tell you otherwise. Slaves it didn't come over here from Africa. It's so far fetched to even believe that shit.
Hold on, wait, Slimmy.
But
What?
yeah, so the majority of the crew and the majority of the slaves, they died on those trips.
Right?
They
There was
died
a
on
lot
there.
that died on the trip and the
Yeah, they
transatlantic.
died. So it's not like they kept doing that over and over and over again to get hundreds of thousands of people here. Most of the slaves, they were from the Caribbean. They were from, you know, uh the those islands in that region. Most people, they don't even have descendants from Africa. It's pretty much a falsehood. But they tell you that you're African American so you can feel detached from the land you were actually born on.
Slimmy, but the
It's
transatlantic slave trade was still really a thing. Even though there was a lot of people that died on it, it was still a thing.
Yeah, I mean, then we had Africans come here already way before that, but
That's true too.
that's why Liberia exists too, because they were trying to send black people back
I think
yeah,
that
they
most
were trying
of
to
to
them are true
Liberia.
at the
that
same
well
time.
this is
Telling me
so
that
so it depends on what history you subscribe to.
But I don't think it's like being a slave is not exclusive to black people. They just use
No, it's
human
not.
labor
Not at
in
all.
general,
But
and
chattel
we just gotta
slavery,
acknowledge.
chattel slavery is what they tell us made us here in America.
Well, I
And I
agree, I
don't and
know.
I don't and I don't believe that that's where it starts.
But
I
I do
don't
think
believe
that
that.
Africans came here way before they
so
started doing
Slimmy, you're
slavery
telling
how
me that
we
the
know it.
trans you telling me that they stopped the transatlantic slave trade because they was losing too many slaves?
No. No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't believe the majority of black people I don't believe the majority of black people have African descendancy. I don't
You
believe
don't think
that.
we were
It
shipped
doesn't.
here?
No, no,
Yeah, I
I do not
understand.
believe that. I believe we are the indigenous people to this land, and they want to, yes, and they want to tell you something that does not support that. That doesn't even make sense. That it doesn't make sense that ships travel all the way from Africa, way back 100 years ago. To what is what
400.
is it's yeah, like 400 years ago.
Hmm.
Man, it's hard to traverse those seas now with the technology that we have. So you telling me back then they didn't have the technology, they didn't have anything like this, and you pretty much the crew died. The crew,
Let
the
me ask you a
people who
question, Slimmy. Let me
well,
ask you.
well hold on, let me hold on, let me finish. The crew died, the slaves died, they were living under the ship. They died. How do you take that many trips? It doesn't make sense. It's not even logical.
So Slimmy,
So
how did white people get here in mass?
Europe on a boat.
they came on a boat.
The indigenous people to America are Native, like, are Indian, Native Americans,
You
Indians.
say what?
Feather
No, no,
Indians are.
no. Native Americans, they're considered they're more like okay, so
Mexicans.
they're no. Eskimos. They came here on the land bridge. They came here on the land
Eskimos are
bridge.
Asian.
The land bridge is you know what the land bridge was?
No, I know
They're
what
in
you're saying though.
Alaska.
I know what you're saying. They do say
Yeah,
that they have Asian descent. Yeah, I understand.
from India.
That's in
They
Asia,
came here on the
yes.
land bridge.
So you're saying that black people were here first
Yes.
in America, and what we know today is America.
It was Indians.
I think they tell you
We
that,
say
but
that
they
black people
They
are.
do have statues of what appears to be African type faces here in North America, way before slaves.
Indians were the first people here.
Like
no,
black people were
I don't believe that.
colonizers.
I don't believe that.
Ask Christopher Columbus.
Who discovered something that was already discovered?
Well, he didn't mean to discover. He discovered other stuff. History is not. It's all wrong. It's all if you dig
Yeah,
deep enough, it's all
they
wrong.
tell you a lot of things, but most of these historic, supposed historic truths were put here to displace black people. It's literally to displace us because it makes no sense. All right, so there's been thousands of years of slavery done by Arabs to Africans, right? Thousands of years, way longer than chattel slavery. They've never lost their heritage through none of that. They've never lost their heritage. How all of a sudden in 400 years of just chattel slavery will we lose all our African culture? How will we lose that? We never had it. There's no way. Chattel slavery is nowhere near as worse what they do over there to Africans throughout time. It's nowhere near as bad. It doesn't make sense. We have no African heritage. We have no African culture. All we have is the culture that we have here.
So I just deep dove into it a little bit. Um, So the original people of the Americas, known as indigenous Americans or Native Americans, are believed to have migrated from Asia to North America.
So they were here first, and when everybody just kind
Just
of.
That's what it's
depends on
basically saying.
There are
the
also Black Asians though,
control through
so
that.
we're kind of everywhere.
They're Black Asians or a Black person grouped in an Asian at some point in time. And
No, they were more melanated than what we see today. More of the Aboriginal people
It's
are
a
more
lot of,
well,
melanated
they're
in
Black
general
and
Asians
there's
or
a
they're
lot
throughout
of
throughout
dark
the
pictures.
globe.
Asians.
It's a lot of picture. Even if
You
you look
they
some of
are
that stuff
considered
up,
Black Asians because they're not.
even if you look it up, it's pictures of black people showing what you would call Native Americans how to dress. They were in the Indian guard. I'll show you. I'm gonna show you.
Yeah, there's a whole like separate sect of all of this. Like
It's
it
yeah, it's
depends
like a
on
discrepancy. Were the first people Asian or African, or did they were they African and went to Asia and then spread out?
Yeah, yeah, yep. Hold on.
y'all gotta join us over here on the conspiracy theory side. I mean, we
No, that shit dumb.
but the thing is, we see the history books being rewritten today. Like the books that we literally went to school with don't look like that now. They've been changed over 20 years. Imagine what's changed over all these years that history.
Everything they said about Egypt was a lie.
Because
Most
like
of
I don't
it.
know where y'all could get pictures from. Because seriously, because what I'm saying is the time of the migration, the precise timing is still debated. Archaeological and genetic evidence suggests that humans arrived in North America between approximately 25,000 and 16,000 years ago. Some controversial evidence suggests possible human presence even earlier, exceeding 30,000 years ago. So how do they got pictures from anywhere from 16 to 30,000 years ago is what I'm saying.
Like the stone heads, things that were carved in the stones usually have more African features. Well, the noses and stuff.
Dee Dee says, Anton, Google ain't finna tell you shit.
Mhm.
So
I
where
know
you
a lot
niggas
of
get your sources?
people. I know a lot of people have questions about like what happened to the slave ships. Like, why are there no big artifacts intact and stuff like that when we've got all these other things from all these other periods of time?
Water
You can find the Titanic stuff in the water.
wasn't made of wood.
Some of you got the pictures?
No, I'm looking them up.
What are you looking at pictures of?
I'm looking up
Black
the
people
photos.
teaching Indians how to dress.
I didn't say they was teaching them how to dress.
Oh, you said
They
you
had
was.
different garbs. But
Oh, I mean,
The
I'm only seeing
migration
the
is based off of, because it's saying that the Bering Land Bridge, the theory suggests that the Paleolithic hunter gatherers crossed the land bridge that connected Siberia and Alaska during the last glacial maximum when sea levels were lower. Coastal route. Another theory posits that early migrants used boats to travel along the coastlines of the Pacific, potentially following abundant kelp forests as a food source. Genetic studies have linked Native Americans to Siberian populations and reveal a complex history of migrations and genetic mixing. Studies suggest most Native Americans derived from a single ancestral population that diverged from East Asians and later mixed with ancient North Eurasians. In conclusion, the original inhabitants of the Americas were ancestors of today's Native Americans who migrated from Asia to North America tens of thousands of years ago, likely via both the Bering Land Bridge and coastal routes. They adapted to diverse environments, giving rise to the rich tapestry of indigenous cultures present today across North and South America. But here's the thing, though. I still don't see how that removes the idea that the Atlantic slave trade still existed. And most of the people that exist here today that have pigmentation in their skin came directly as a result of the slave trade in Africa. Then we can go back 30,000 years, 16,000 years, and all of that, but I'm just talking about the 300 to 400 years where the slave trade actually existed. If y'all telling me that that's not necessarily a thing, all right.
What I'm saying is, history as we know it is not told truthfully. It's not. They don't tell you the truth about
Cool.
what took
Winners are the
place.
ones that write history. We understand that. But again, like I don't see how that changes the dynamics of this conversation.
And how do we know it's not the truth? Like, who do you decide who to believe?
I mean,
History,
man. I
history,
mean,
is,
if
history
you
is
just
written by winners. I get it.
you
Like
say
that's
what
history is written by the winners.
or liars or just liars.
I'm out of here, guys. I gotta
How do
go
you
work
how do
tomorrow.
you determine that they were liars? Is what I'm saying. They very well may be, but how do you determine what the truth is? Slimmy, is what I'm saying.
What I'm saying, I mean, because if you really just think about it, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. What it just think about what happened. Where's our African culture? Why is it so much different? Why is it so much different? They don't have to. They can't beat your culture out of you.
What do you mean?
They can't beat your culture out of you. They can't just strip you of your culture. They didn't do that.
You absolutely can.
How?
What do you mean?
How?
Everything that we culture is what you're talking about history, Slimmy.
No, no,
Culture,
no.
culture is black people in Brazil speak differently than black people in America. Black people in Ghana speaks differently than black people in in America. So my
No,
point
no,
is that
no, no.
you adapt over years, you adapt to whatever it is that you exist in and that is most popularized, and that then becomes your culture. Now, if you
Okay.
want to talk about historical significance, then that's completely different. But you can absolutely change somebody's culture to be different than what it was that they existed as far as their historical past and whatever it is that their ancestors went through.
So what I'm saying is Africans went through the worst type of slavery over there, right? They never lost their culture though. No matter what, their culture is still intact.
Because wait, you saying Africans over there or the ones that were
They
brought
went
over?
through way worse than chattel slavery from Arabs through thousands of years
Every
of
nation and
slavery.
every country at some point had indentured servitude and slavery.
Hmm.
Every last one of
Africans
them.
also
Okay,
had Arab
All of
well,
them.
slaves
And so you
too.
can't say that they went through the worst of all time because you can historically go through way more than 700 years of slavery to find out that indentured servitude was horrific in a lot of different cultures on a
I'm
lot of
not
different.
talking about indentured servitude. What I'm talking about what Arabs was doing to Africans, they was castrating the men, raping
How was that any
the
different?
women and the little girls. You
Slimmy?
say what?
That was normal and throughout thousands of years of history. That was normal.
What I'm saying is chattel slavery, it wasn't like that. Chattel slavery wasn't like that. It
So the slavery here in the United States of America is what you're saying.
Yes, chattel slavery.
Slimmy, have you ever done any of those tours?
Did you go to the slave castle in Africa? Have you been to Africa,
Have
Slim?
you ever been to the
I've
African
never been
American
to Africa.
to see exactly what it
I
Oh,
was?
went to
we
I went
should
to the
go to
Africa.
Africa. Let's go
You
to
say what?
Africa.
No,
We
Nigga,
should
I'm
you
go
not.
to
wouldn't even go to
Africa.
DC, nigga. Shut up.
What's going on?
Hold on, wait, Slimmy. Are you telling me that the slaves that were here in America didn't suffer just as bad, if
I
not?
did not. Come on, man. I
Asking
said
you,
chattel
Slimmy. I'm
slavery.
asking you, Slimmy. I'm asking
Chattel slavery is not considered the same thing as some of the type of slavery that they did over there.
So what was different is what I'm asking.
It was more like indentured servitude.
How is that any different than
Okay.
what happened over here? I'm asking.
Man, they
I'm not
weren't
debating. I'm asking.
they didn't castrate men, and they weren't
They
doing
didn't cut
that.
niggas' dicks off here. Is what you're saying?
They
That
were
was
over
not
here.
that was not the man. That was not a consistent thing. It ain't even told like that. When did you hear like that? That was the thing that they did immediately.
No, they didn't do it to every person because they bred us. Because we were looked at as property, and so they had to keep breeding us in order to make sure that we, that they can profit off of us and that they can sell us and that they can
Right?
use us
Because
to continue to.
they weren't castrating the men to try and stop them from because they wanted to breed us. Correct?
That's
Slimmy,
not
So they
every
they
man.
weren't
did that.
No,
castrating.
no, no. Not every man was castrated, but they definitely made examples of some guys, and they 100% tortured the fuck out. Slimmy, have you seen some of the torture methods that they use over here in the United States of America?
Even in religion, it
Okay.
happened. They have eunuchs where they castrated them for religious purposes too. It's not all. It's
Slimmy, they had some of the most diabolical, torturous methods that they use.
I
What?
humans enslave each
Slimmy,
other.
Slimmy,
Period.
are
No
you
matter what
serious?
race. You got black people fighting for illegal immigrants. So it's not race specific, you know.
I'm trying to understand what Slimmy is. I'm genuinely trying to understand what Slimmy is saying.
I think Slimmy doesn't think we all just came here from a boat and then got shipped here, all every black person. I think he thinks some black people were here. I think it was a little bit of both. I think we were here and I think they also brought some people over here. It's all
Why won't you
business. It was
explain
just
it to me?
business
I'm asking
deals.
a question.
what you want me to explain?
How was it different? What did they do differently as far as how they treated slaves or as treated people that was under indentured servitude?
So indentured servitude, you could work your way out of that. You could work your way out of
You
indentured servitude.
you think that the slaves that were you think that these slaves were able to work themselves out of it
In
here in the
America,
United States of America? Yeah.
yeah, some of them did. Some of them did. Some of them didn't.
But overall, Slimmy, the overwhelming majority of them couldn't and didn't. No? Am I off?
What I'm saying is, the point is, I don't believe. You could believe what you want. I don't believe that the way that they tell us history is. I don't believe that it happened like that. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make
So
sense.
what happened is what I'm asking.
What I think is black people was here first. I think black people were here first because there's no way that we don't have no culture. We don't have nothing about us tells me that we were African descendants.
So what
We just
happened?
have we have the same skin. We have the same skin color to a certain degree. Some of them get really dark, more darker than even most
So what
American blacks.
happened to where we were taken over to where we were no longer the majority of what was in this country?
We allowed a lot of people in here. We allowed a lot of people in. I think the land was pretty much taken from us because we allowed it.
Hmm. Interesting.
It's what some people call crossbreeding, Slimmy. Y'all will sleep with other races of women. Kind of washed out the genetics a bit.
Yeah, but I think that, they gave they gave the land away. But it is what it is.
And they also brought diseases that wipes out a lot of people.
No, that's definitely true.
I don't think it was necessarily like a malicious thing. I mean, it could have been, but I think some of the people who came here just came and they brought themselves with them. So
Uh, Anybody else got anything else to say?
I think we should take a trip to Ghana, and we should.
Never.
Why, Slimmy? You should go see the Elmina slave castle. There's a
Let me
couple of
don't
other
like
ones, but
planes. He
that was.
definitely ain't going to fucking Africa.
And I think what the
Oh
pyramid,
right, you don't like planes.
Oh yeah, I ain't
Yeah,
going. I ain't going to
that.
Africa. Is like that's far
maybe you
fetched.
can catch a boat.
Wait. You wouldn't go
So
to
why wouldn't you
you
want to
wouldn't
know
go
that
somewhere.
history?
Wait. You wouldn't want to go because of a plane?
Man, hell no. That's like a 12-hour plane, ain't it? That's like a 12-hour
No,
flight.
no, it's
Well, you go to
not. It's
Germany
not
first and
12
then
hours.
over there, but it's not bad.
So
It's
wait,
not
Slimmy,
12.
you not interested in going anywhere that you have to fly to outside of the country?
Or in the country.
Not no super long flight. Not
What's your
So then
max?
how would
a
you
What was
want
it?
to?
What
What
was
was
it
the
gonna be
flight
at
to
like an
Houston?
8-hour flight? It's an 8-hour flight.
8 hours to Germany
What
I don't
was the
give a
flight to
fuck about
Houston,
Germany. Why would
Slimmy?
I go there?
You have
because
to
you got to
stop there
stop there to
first.
get over
You
there.
gotta get a layover.
It's 8 hours just to get to Germany, and then how many hours to get to Africa?
I don't know. I was asleep the whole time. Just go to sleep.
Facts.
Man, I can't sleep for 8 hours.
You can't. Most people sleep for 8 hours. It's
Nope.
Hell no,
recommended, nigga.
man. Hey, man, I'll be having like 5 hours of sleep, man. In order for me to sleep for 8 hours, I would have had to hoop, play basketball, do
Who
all
that?
type of
Nigga,
shit.
you had to hoop and play basketball.
I mean, hoop and skate. I mean, skate, and play
That's what I
basketball.
had to hoop and play basketball.
Fuck you. No, but like I can't sleep for 8 hours. Like, man,
You
I
can.
have to
You
like
get up
I have
there
to
in
be up for
first
like
class and have
a
a little
day.
wine and some Xanax or something. I
So
don't know.
wait, so how long is the trip to Africa? It's 12 hours.
Which
It's eight
part?
hours to Germany.
Yeah, mine. Okay,
I slept there and
mine
back.
was about 10 hours because I went straight from JFK to Accra, so it was long.
Damn,
It was like 10.
I should have asked my mom. My mom know she went to Africa like 4 times.
What
But
part?
if you're so
Africa like
interested
it's
in
one place.
history, I would think that you would definitely want to go.
Oh, cool.
I think that to some extent traveling everywhere is overrated personally. I think that unless you just go into the tourist areas, I think that you see a lot of when you start to really travel, whether it's in the United States and outside of the United States, I think for a lot of it is just seeing a lot of poverty, fucking destruction, all of that stuff. I think it gets to a point for some people that a lot of people are traveling just to travel. I don't think that they're necessarily experiencing something that'll actually add value into their life in a lot of instances. But that's not everybody, and that's just my opinion. But I think that to a certain extent, um, traveling it can be overrated in a lot of ways. If you go to most places in the world, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
I'm trying to get some cheap Ohio State to Texas tickets. I can't find nobody with no connections.
And I think that a lot of people are sold on the idea of traveling because it boosts the economy, but I think that it's in a lot of ways incredibly overrated.
I don't think that at all. I love going to other places and learning about the people and their culture and seeing how everybody else is living and just getting out of
City
this.
girl vibes.
Well, and there's a lot of different things to see. I think that to your point, Anton, there are a lot of sad spots in places, but I do think that there's
Way
a
more,
lot.
and I think that
I think
most people see the majority of the tourist areas. They don't really get to see what's really happening.
I
And if
agree.
you start to become a world traveler, like a real life traveler for real, I think that your take on it starts to change a little bit. Even people that travel a lot for work or they go to a lot of different places, if you talk to them, they burnt the fuck out. They're ready to sit
but
down.
I think it depends on. I think it also depends on what you're going for too, like what your intention is. Whether you trying to what do you call it, jet setting versus
Right.
working versus you're doing a cultural thing. Because I mean, my husband is traveling around the world probably about 5 times by now, and there's plenty of places he's gone. And I'm like, did you see this? Did you see that? He's like, no, I didn't have time. Like I was working. I was so he couldn't even go appreciate some of the stuff. Whereas
somebody else might be like, okay, I want to go here so that I can see the Louvre or see the this or see the that. So I think it
Again,
probably
that's a
depends on
tourist
your intention.
destination. That's not really traveling to really see what's really happening in the world. I think that
It
there's
depends.
a much different thing than a tourist destination than there is to actually see what's really going on in the
No,
world.
I'm not talking about just tourist destinations. I'm saying that, but that's the point. Like,
Way of
you
travel.
might be a person who want to, like, for me, I want to do cultural traveling, but I also want to go to all of the wonderful beaches and pools. I know that's more tourist. So
Oh,
it
everything but a
depends on
meetup.
it depends on what your intentions are. Like, you hear tons of people who go travel, they go to villages, they go to
Right.
see like what, I guess, what kind of like makes
Most people
the
do not do
country.
that.
I didn't say
Right.
most. I said a lot of people. I said a
But
lot of
Carrie, I'm like
people.
I'm like
And
that. I'll go and I'll catch the bus somewhere. Like I'm on their
You
train
can't, you
or
can't
public
use yourself
transportation
as an
out in the
example,
countries.
Kim.
Like I
You
want
can't
to see
use
what's
yourself as an
going on.
example, Kim. You're an extreme example. I mean, for God's sake, that's why you went and got the position that you got so that you can do that type of thing.
This is true. But I
When
will
you're
say
talking
that when
about
I don't get out and it's just like when it's just like the work thing, if I go and I go to a hotel and I get back, on a plane, I go to another hotel, I get back on a plane, and I'm not going out and going, seeing, doing, there is a burnout that happens. And it makes me want to go home and crawl under my bed
Well, under it.
because on top of it is just not enough to get away.
well, and you travel for a living. Like, that's a
Right.
part of what you
Right.
do
But what I'm
for
saying is
your.
like when you're just going and you're working, that's where the burnout comes. When you can actually
Yeah,
leave and go and like do your own thing and explore or whatever, if that's the kind of person you are, that's where the shift happens. And because of that, if I'm in one place too long, I start to feel like I gotta get out of the country. Like I want to go see some stuff, do some
something.
stuff. Right.
listen,
Yeah.
99% of most people will never leave the resort. 99% of most people will never really go outside of whatever it is that they get off the fucking cruise ship for. 99% of people will never see how the world truly lives.
I am 99%. I did not leave the
They
hotel in
just won't.
DC.
But
Me too.
everybody will call themselves a nomad, right? Or a well-traveled person, and they have no clue. You'll realize that people is out here living like shit. They are suffering.
They really are.
Most people have never even went to all 50 states.
Well, that's.
No,
I
no, no. This
agree.
is the
That's a
deal.
lot, nigga.
Most
You gotta be
people,
intentional as fuck to go to
I'll
all
go further and
states.
say most people have not even really traveled. Most people don't even know their own city. That's first. Secondly, most people have not even traveled their own state. They don't know nothing about the other parts of their own state. They know their major cities, and that's it. Most people don't know anything about where it is that they actually live. They have never traveled up north. They've never actually seen the upper peninsulas. They never fucking seen none of this. And so people go to major cities and then all of a sudden, it's like, no, that's not really understanding what's really happening. And most people will never even travel, to anything major outside of the majority of the places that they used to seeing on TV.
I mean, the fact is, if you from somewhere like Houston, I know plenty of people who don't leave their side of town.
Right.
Like that's all they
I
know.
know people from Detroit that don't even know downtown that well. And they've been living here their whole lives. They don't know shit about downtown. They got to use Waze or Google Maps or Apple Maps in order to navigate around downtown. And that's the truth. That's true for most people. And so when people go on these trips, a lot of times they not really they're not really getting to experience it and see it. That's why I don't like cruises because you can't really see what the fuck is really happening in real life.
Well,
Not
I
in
can
eight
say that
hours
from
jumping off
going
a boat and
from
doing a tour
from
and some shit.
all the times that I've traveled overseas, we had people who were native to the locations so that they could take us. They obviously showed us the tourist
Hmm.
stuff, but they took us off of the beaten trail to other places. So, like, when I went to Ghana, we were guests of one of the kings there, so we were able to go. They took us to orphanages, they took us to different villages.
That's
And
how it
quite
was.
honestly,
Right.
That's how it
I
was
would
when I was in
Same.
Jamaica and when I was in Ultra Sweet. It's like most people are only used to going to certain places in those places. I was in a real villages. Like them motherfuckers was living in the fucking mountains.
I've been
Seriously, they were sleeping in the goddamn mountain. My man's and them, he took me to his home. We seen how they live. I seen how they built their houses. It was a different thing than what people are used to. And it's like, man, I can see why these people is trying to get over here. And I spent days over there and seeing different things and living. And I'm like, fuck, this is crazy. This is literally crazy. Like if you see certain places, you go to Liberia, man, they don't you can't even women can't go by themselves in Liberia. Women cannot walk around by themselves in Liberia. That is just a fact. It is a strong possibility you're gonna get snatched the fuck up. You might get raped. You might experience a lot of different shit. And so people that have money over in certain places, they have to have bodyguards. They have to have certain places. Like even in nice places, they got high ass walls and shit like this. You know what I'm saying? If you go over to, I was over in Bucharest last year, and I was going over there and seeing some of their hoods. That shit is crazy, bro. Like
You
they
been to
really,
Liberia?
I don't want to talk about all of that shit, Slimmy. The point is oh, she dipped out. I've been to a lot of places. A lot of people don't know, and I don't talk about different things that I've seen and stuff. But if you go to some of these places, bro, you can't fuck around. You cannot fuck around, bro.
Hell
that's
no,
what I
you
was
can't
gonna
fuck
say.
around
A
in
lot of these
Liberia.
A
places
lot
The
of shit.
fuck?
I've seen a
don't go
lot of shit.
around by yourself.
That's why Brittany Griner ended up in jail. She
I
That's
didn't
mean,
all.
but
fucking follow
people
the
also
rules.
travel and they don't know the rules of the places that they're going, or they feel like they can get away with doing American things, and they just
Yeah,
go and act stupid. I mean, you can't
them
go
boys,
spitting
them
on
boys
people.
spit on the ground and
That's exactly what I'm saying. You can't go over there doing that kind of stuff,
Facts.
when the boys got caned, them boys got caned in China. They
and they should have.
and because they
They
spit
should
on the
have.
ground or something like that.
You need to
Listen,
research
bro,
the
they don't
rules,
fuck
the
around
laws
in these
where you're
places.
going.
I have
Yeah,
seen
Americans,
a lot.
that's why I don't like New York because it's so dirty.
I have
Americans get
seen
away
a
with a lot of dumb shit,
lot of places.
throwing trash on the ground and stuff like that.
I
You
have
can't
seen a
do that in
lot of
most countries.
places. A
You
lot of
cannot do
places.
that.
And I
Yeah.
will tell you that most of the world is a shithole. And most of the people that are living in most of the world are surviving. They are surviving. They are not living this
In their
phenomenal life.
simplicity.
Huh?
There's beauty in their simplicity. There's beauty everywhere.
Bullshit, Kim.
There is. There
Bullshit.
absolutely is. I mean, I've gone to places and had to pee in the bush somewhere, but I love the experience of it all. Like
You had to do
Because
what?
you know why you love the
the
experience of
learning,
it, Kim?
the education that you get from hands on traveling, from like feet in the dirt,
You
is
know
like
why you love it, Kim? Because you didn't have to stay there. Ain't nothing. There wasn't nothing beautiful about their simplicity to them. You saying it's beautiful in their simplicity because you privileged, and
you're right.
you can go home tomorrow,
You're absolutely right. But
and at any point you could get the fuck up out of there. But that's Kim. That's like people going over to Africa to go hunt. Like that or going on or going on a you know what I'm
Oh yeah,
saying?
those
Africa,
excursions.
yeah, or going on
Yeah,
an
those
African excursion.
excursions. Yeah.
It's different than having a hunt in order to feed yourself versus
Oh
and
yeah,
you
you're
ain't
not
you know
going.
what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
No, that shit
versus
totally different.
you know what I'm saying? Actually going over there because you're looking for a different experience. It's
Wait, so
whole
Kim,
I
did
understand.
you enjoy peeing in the bush?
I'm just saying, I enjoy living the way that the people live when I go wherever they go. I don't want to go places that look just like America. I can see that here. I want to go and see what there is to actually see. How are these people living? Let me experience that.
So I learned that I'm not that kind of girl when I went to certain parts of Africa, because certain parts I was like, are we going back to the hotel over here? Like there was one hotel we went to, I slept on top of the bed in my clothes, it was horrible. It was so horrible. The bugs,
It was horrible. I couldn't do it. So sleeping, all of that experience, Kim, I feel you, but I probably can't do it. I probably can't do it.
From
Shit,
now
I don't
on,
even want to go camping in
I'm a
America.
little spoiled. I'm a little spoiled in
I
that
for
definitely
me,
ain't trying to
how
sleep
long
So
I
you're
sleep
not
in
want
no
coming
all
with
the
me
bushes.
out to
modern.
my country house?
I want all of the modern experiences, bro. I don't want no.
You say what, Kim?
I said, you're not coming with me out to my country house?
Where is it?
It's in East Texas, but it's in the woods. There ain't no signal.
Ain't no what?
Like you're not
Slimmy
gonna
ain't going nowhere with no signal.
internet. Like,
No signal.
no.
Like where they do that at?
Slimmy, you don't want to get stuck with Kim with no signal?
I don't think Kim want to get stuck with me with no signal. It's only one thing. Never.
That's the whole point, Slimmy.
Oh
No,
man.
you don't want me at Niles. You don't want me there.
No,
You
Slimmy,
know
but it's
what
nice to
country I
go.
did
I can fuck around with no signal.
you know what country I did enjoy, Kim?
Hmm.
Barcelona. Have you ever been to
Oh, they had the
Barcelona?
Olympics there.
The buildings, like it was very, it was
Yeah,
just very nice, colorful. The
Very
hotels were
nice.
been to
cool, the
all of
food
those
was good.
places.
It was
Amsterdam,
just very
everything.
nice.
You like Amsterdam?
It was cool, yeah. Slimmy, man, you got to get out, bro. You got to see the world, man. You got to see the country at least.
I
See,
At
only
least
want to. I just want to go to Japan. That's all I care about.
Japan is nice.
That's what. Now I gotta go
Japan
there.
was
Very
that
clean.
was
The
one of
people
my
I
are
favorite
gotta go
trips.
there,
I
man.
love Japan. But
Technology,
then at the
man.
same
Like,
time, again, I have to take into consideration that I stayed at the Ritz Carlton.
I ain't gonna give a fuck where I stay at, long as it ain't like no
Yeah,
shack.
oh,
Long as
100%.
it ain't no shack, like, cause I know they so small over there. Like, I know I gotta be in a certain type of room though, cause
Where? Going
in
where?
How you gonna get
like
there if
in
you don't
Asia,
want to fly?
everything is small. More than likely, it's gonna be small and compact.
How you gonna get there
Where?
if you're not flying, Slimmy? You don't want to fly. Now, that's a
You
long
got it.
ass trip. That's a long ass trip, Slimmy.
But it's more than 8 hours.
Yeah, to Japan, to Tokyo.
Shit,
Let me
I ain't
just get
going.
to sleep.
What do you
I ain't
mean you're
going.
not going? You just said that you just said that you wanted to go to Japan.
Yeah, I do, but I thought it was like an 8 hour flight. Like you go from
I mean,
But
once
it's,
you're on the plane, it doesn't matter how long the flight is.
what
Okay,
you
I
mean it
said
don't
it
matter?
wrong. Barcelona, the city. I'm sorry. Like y'all are correct.
Yeah, hey. No, I ain't gonna
I
do that
wonder
either. I
how
can't
many that
swim.
y'all corrected me of been there. It's
Slimmy,
like a
you gonna
million
Slimmy,
to
have
good
to
say.
be
God.
open to going somewhere, bro.
I'm being petty. I'm being petty.
Shit, man.
What do you mean, Slimmy? You just gotta go.
You
Man.
can make it. You can make it, Slimmy.
How long is the flight to Japan?
I
30
think it was
minutes.
like 13 hours.
Fuck, man.
What's the thing?
It's like
What's the thing
What
in
are we talking about right here?
fine.
what's
If I'm
the
not mistaken, it was like 13 hours. Let me double check.
He
what's
messing
the
with you,
group
Slimmy.
in
Slimmy, it's only
Asia
2 hours
called?
from Cleveland.
Triad?
Just get on there and go to sleep. And when you
Yeah,
wake
it's only
up,
two
you'll be
hours.
there.
It's
The
only 2 hours.
Asian
What?
Triad.
It's only 2 hours, Slimmy. Just go ahead.
2 hours from
They
Cleveland. Just
lying,
get on the
Yeah,
Slimmy.
plane.
it took me about 13.
They lying.
Oh man, yeah, I definitely gotta go first class on that. I gotta stretch the fuck out. They can't put me on no Spirit plane that long.
They don't have no spirit flight, Slimmy, over there.
Shit
I'm
too
just saying.
small.
So,
Sheesh.
ain't no spirit flights over there, Slimmy. I
Yeah,
guarantee you.
I believe that. You gotta be comfortable as hell to take a 13 hour flight.
I had I had a bed.
Yeah.
The beds
I
are
had a bed.
everything. You lay out in first class, that's all you need.
I had a bed, Slimmy, so it was
I
cool.
need it. That's the only way
You go get a bed,
I could
Slimmy.
that's the only way I could fly that long, dog.
Then get a bed, and you good.
What's that gonna be like a $11,000 ticket?
It depends.
Yeah, I took me, Rita, and Leslie. I paid 30 round trip. I paid 30,000 round trip.
Slimmy, that's with 3 people.
But again, it was 3
He
people,
did the
Slimmy.
division. He did the division. That's
Oh,
10,000.
Slimmy, it was
But
it
he
was 3
said
people.
11. He was fine with 11,
But
but
I
not
will tell you
10.
this though, Slimmy. I
He
will tell
wasn't
you
fine
this
with it.
though.
He just guessed what it could have been.
I will tell you this though, Slimmy. First class is really comfortable, like super comfortable.
shit, I don't even think I barely done flew coach. Shit. I'll be in the back
No,
of
no,
the
no, because
plane. Give
I
me
think you
some.
could do first class for like, was it like 3,300 or something like that?
Huh?
It was like $3,000 or something like that.
To fly to Japan, $3,000?
It was something significantly cheaper. It might have been 5 or 4 or something. I don't remember.
Whoa, hey, that'll change everything.
But
Three
I feel
grand? I'm thinking this
no,
like,
you can get a flight over there for $3,000. I don't know if you can find first class for $3,000, but
okay, I see what you're saying. No.
you can go. I flew Delta One, so I did Delta
He's
One.
so bougie. You can't listen.
No, I did Delta One because I knew that we was gonna do a direct flight, no stops, and that I had my daughter and stuff like that, and so we wanted to sleep overnight, and so fuck it. I mean, I don't care. Like I'll spend the money. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna roll with whatever it is, and I'm gonna roll with. I don't care about spending the money.
Probably have to walk Slimmy into it. So since he doesn't like
Yeah.
taking flights, he probably needs to do something a little bit shorter. Little,
And I wanted the best experience, so I wanted the. I
My
stayed at the
dream
Ritz.
is
I did
like
the.
first class on Emirates. I want that. Like that's on my bucket list.
Woo!
I haven't. I haven't
Oh,
flown.
I know that flight
Yeah.
crazy.
I haven't flown Emirates yet.
Probably like 50K. Whoo!
No, I mean it
I've
can be
never
less
flown Mint JetBlue, Saint.
than that. Somebody say I only make
Go fund me.
34,000 a year.
This dude Gil be out of control.
I've never flown Mint JetBlue, but again, it was a once in a lifetime trip, so I was just like, skip it. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind splurging for it.
She's back. Then Mika been what's the fuck is the name of
Okay,
that?
and then the suites on the Singapore
You talking about
A380.
Dubai?
Dubai, yeah.
What is what?
She said she go there all the time.
Wow.
Yeah, but the thing about Dubai, places like Dubai and the Maldives and shit like that, you got to get a connecting flight. That's the thing that's bothering me is that you always got to do some kind of connecting flight. Most of the time, you got to get on some little stupid ass motherfucking plane. You know it's true. You got to get on these little mini
Oh,
planes.
you saying like the private plane to get to the
Yeah,
That
like
did
to the
freak
big
me out. I don't like those.
when I
ooh-wee.
went to Bucharest.
Ooh-wee.
And I booked through Delta, and then you obviously they do work with other airlines and shit like that. When I got to shit, I forgot whatever it was that I flew in, the connecting flight from the other country over to Bucharest. And again, I had booked the nicest flight and shit. That plane was like, god damn. Like
You
I
Oh,
was,
want
niggas.
a little plane? This is a little plane.
yeah,
What's that?
they'll do them little planes too. Yep.
I
Depending on where you
flew,
go, they'll do them little planes. Yep.
I flew that myself.
Yep.
A little
What you mean
set
you flew it?
as the pilot.
What do you what?
Slimmy is always confused. Slimmy be
Who
like,
would trust you to fly a plane?
Me, Slimmy.
Man, what kind of shit Kim got going on, man?
He said you
You
can't
got you
fly a
got
plane
you
because
got
you're
it.
a woman.
You got it. No, I'm not talking about. I didn't say that. You got a house with no signal out in East Texas. You're
Mhm.
flying planes for yourself.
she
What
living a
the
life,
fuck?
bro.
Man, this is insane.
She living a
Who is
life.
this woman we
Live
got
your
up here
life
with
in the
us?
sky.
Yeah, she living a life.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. All
It's
right, y'all.
teenagers that be out here flying planes.
Right, license.
That is, yeah. I mean, yeah. Once you get a license and you,
Right, I'm gonna get licensed. I've got my medical
You gotta
knowledge.
practice.
What's on last question? What's on your bucket list? Like, what is something that you want to do, go to, accomplish, or get into at some point that may be a little bit different than what people may be expecting, or maybe not so different.
My pilot's license. I gotta finish that.
All right, Keri.
I told y'all I want to
Keri
go
is
to
probably
all.
get it resaved again.
What is? Shut up. I want to go to all. I want to
To
go to
get
all.
baptized for the fifth time.
Whatever. I want to go to all of the top spas in the world.
All right, that's
You know
what's up.
what? Reno has a really nice one in the Peppermill.
Reno. One of the places I want to go to in the States, though, like, if I really want to go to Sedona. Like, I've always wanted to. Once I learned about Sedona, I was like, I need to go to Sedona. I want to get to Sedona.
It's one of these spas here in Ohio, man. This one like Greece. It's crazy. It's like clear water and
Yeah, they got
these
them
big
everywhere.
old and these big old pendulums. It look crazy.
Well, to Anton's point, there are a lot of places in the United States that people don't even realize are here.
Right.
That from a cultural perspective, a tourist perspective, a visual, like, we got a lot of stuff here.
We
So
really do.
I
A
want
lot
to
of people
get
never
out.
experience it though. They don't even step outside of their comfort zone. Slimmy, is there anything that you want to do?
Yeah, and I've been kind of working on it. I want to like document. I want to visually document like some of the natural wonders of the United States, and I want to make it into a book, a photo book.
Like a table book, one of those big ones that you keep on the coffee tables.
Yeah, something like that. But it'll be like a published book. I have to write about the experience and take the pictures. It's I don't know if that's like a bucket list thing, but that's just something that I really want to
Be a bucket list.
accomplish. It's not really far fetched though. I
Anything can be
think
a bucket list thing.
I thought I wanted to jump out of a plane, but I'm just gonna X-nay that shit, man. I'm
Why?
cool. I'm cool,
I
man.
wanted to too, but the older I get, I'm like,
The fuck
maybe
you
I
come
missed
back
my
for?
time. He wants to tell us what's on his bucket list.
I go get some snacks.
Hey, I feel it.
So me and Keri, y'all can do it.
Hey.
But how long ago did you do that?
How long ago did I do what?
No, did
No,
I go
what
Kim did.
skydiving?
Kim doing the flight.
I
I mean,
don't know.
skydiving.
Oh, okay.
You said what?
I don't know. I just be doing stuff though.
Oh man.
Because I
I gotta
kind of
take
want
a
to do
flight.
it, but I'm kind of still, I'm like, oh. I think I have been like in the house so long that I have
You
started
get
to
to
get
get out.
fearful of things. So like I told my husband, I need to get out and like ride a bike regularly so I'm not afraid of everything. Yeah, like I got on one of my kids' bikes. They were like, "Can you ride?" I was like, "Yeah." I got on. I was, can I? Like it was a whole nother ball game. So I know I need to do some things before I just straight up turn into a punk.
Yeah, I gotta get out of my comfort zone, man.
Y'all gotta hang with me. I snowboard, skydive, scuba dive. I've scuba dived with whale sharks,
I want to scuba dive. I love now anything
What?
water, swim
surf.
wise.
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
down.
water. I'm good.
I'm
I do all that
scared
shit.
of.
I don't fuck with no water. Fuck that shit.
Why are you trying to get people to do stuff in the water with animals though? Like,
Let me tell you what's wrong with Kim. I'm about to.
Skiing. I can't
it's
ski. I
just she on
fell.
too many adventures, man. Like
I
there's too
fell
many
before I even
adventures.
went on the bunny slope, Kim. Like when they put us in training to even get to the bunny slope, me and my friends, we all fell.
Oh no.
Let
Yeah,
me
I
tell you
couldn't.
what's.
How old were you?
I was like
No
20.
ma'am. I'm
I was
doing
like 20. It was
blues and
sad.
greens.
Sir Doctor, I gotta agree with you. I think Kim is somewhat Caucasian.
She's
She
adventurous.
got some Caucasus Mountain
Let me tell you.
Oh,
adventure
in real life,
mentality.
Let me
seriously,
tell
in
you what's
real
wrong
life,
with
I'm a
Kim.
redhead.
Let me tell you what's wrong with Kim Slimmy. It's going to be difficult for some people to date her, get into a relationship with her, because you can't impress her.
Oh yeah, no, you can't. Well,
No, Kim's sweet. She'll that face she's making right there. He'll think he's impressing her. Like, come on, you want to go do this, and she'll make that face like I already did all of this and then some.
that's crazy.
Yeah, not impressed. So
So,
How's that simping? Saying that's just the natural order of things in life. Once somebody has so many experiences, it's gonna be hard to impress them. You're a fucking moron if you don't think that. That's simple logic, nigga.
Use my
Yo,
words.
your ass always trying to teeter on disrespect,
that's
man.
scuba.
Slimmy,
Yeah.
Fucking
why did
weirdo.
you so much tonight, big dog?
There's a scuba diving place
Nah, it's
actually
Remington, man. You
around
know
here.
how
I'm
this
gonna
motherfucker
try.
do.
There you go.
You got to
Now
just
I
let.
did do. Have you ever done the things that you can ride along the around the ocean floor? It has like a
With the
bubble over
thing.
your
Yeah.
head. I love that. Was fun. That was fun.
You did that underwater?
Mm-hmm. It was fun. I swam
I've
with the
done the thing where you
dolphins.
stand on it and it shoots you up in the air and you're like,
I
you
haven't
know,
tried that yet. That
that was
halfway
fun.
freaks me out. Halfway looks fun. You did that?
Mhm.
I
Y'all
drag
did
I drag knees and elbows.
I did
the
parasailing. Wait, which one is the one where you're connected to the boat and you go up in the sky? Is that
that's
Parasailing.
parasailing,
yeah,
yeah.
I did parasailing. That was fun. That was nice. That was relaxing.
Now, to be fair, I get scared once I'm out there, but it's too late at that point for everything that I do. I'm like, why did I do this? But I'm here now.
Felt about to
Yeah,
work
I
out.
think that. Well, Molly, let me see something. Molly, is there anything in particular that you think that you want to do in the future?
The only thing that I
Shit
really had
with
planned,
the shorts.
You
I
have
had
planned what?
taken one of those DNA tests to find, like, your ancestry, which I do not recommend. Do not do that. Don't take it. And I just said I was gonna go everywhere where it said I had a ancestry and just go explore. That was it.
Why you say don't take it?
Do not give these people your DNA voluntarily. If I knew what I knew, no, now,
You wouldn't have done it.
no, but it was what I did was very accurate, but don't do it.
Were there any
They might go
surprises?
bankrupt. They might sell your DNA. You don't know.
Molly, were there surprises in your DNA?
Hmm. There were, yeah.
Yeah, I never thought.
But they were accurate too from, some other stories I have been told.
Hmm. I've always been curious about mine, but
Molly, what was
Don't
on your
do it.
bucket list? The DNA test?
Well, yeah, just to go and explore all the countries that it said that I had, ties to.
Oh, that's dope.
I thought it would be fun.
Quentin, is there anything that you think that you would want to
Just motorcycle shit. There's a track in Italy. I want to ride Misano, but it's like $10,000.
Hold on, you want to do what? What's the last part?
I said it's like $10,000
I'm saying to do what again?
to race a track in Italy. It's called Misano. It's like where one of Valentino Rossi lives.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I want to go to Monaco. I haven't been to Monaco.
My
you should have
husband's
went
been to
when they did
Monaco.
For the Grand Prix
Yep.
specific. Yeah, they. I feel like I'm too poor to go to Monaco.
Facts.
I've
It's
heard people say
definitely
that's money,
yeah,
like during that time, and those yachts were insane.
Yeah,
yeah.
I ain't there yet, but
Damn.
I told y'all I'm very bitter about stuff like that. My husband had to do a show in Monaco and he had like it was like the boats all in the background and all this stuff. He's like, yeah, I'm out here missing y'all. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
No, you're
right.
not. You are
I knew it
not.
was something.
see, that's what I'm
I
saying.
said
Like,
it's not.
I don't I find it to be disrespectful a lot of times when I see a lot of people that be in the chat and they be like, "Oh man, that like they try to make it seem like a lot of money is what some people within a culture is making, and it's kind of like, damn, we really selling ourselves short because over there I'm poor. I mean, not poor, but you know what I'm saying? They be looking at me like,
Them the big dogs.
No, a lot of money is $1 billion.
man, a
Like,
lot of money is fucking $250,000, dog.
Right. A lot of money is relative, but it also matters how you manage it because you can be a broke billionaire. Like,
A lot of money is just a lot. Is to be able to do what you want to do when you want to do it, whatever that looks like to you. But then people be trying to seem like, oh man, it's like we be going at motherfuckers because a nigga make $1 million or some shit like that. And it's like these niggas make $1 million a month. Some of them
A
make
broke
10 million.
billionaire is crazy.
Some of them make 10 million a month. And it's like, man, don't come at me for $1 million when these niggas, you know what I'm saying? It's like, shit, hold on for a second. Let me get my feet wet. All the way wet.
right, making
You know
years
what I'm saying?
interest. That's what I
You
want.
don't come at me like, let me get my feet wet. They over there killing this shit. These niggas
oh
is
no,
bringing. They got Bugattis, $4 million Bugattis on their boats just to show off. On a fucking $100 million boat, bro. It's
Facts.
like shit, nigga. Like,
Yeah. My husband was like a bunch of them because this is when he was working with Lionel Richie. So a bunch of people were watching the show from their yachts on the water. Like it's
yeah,
wow.
whole different,
real talk.
whole
I
different
get
thing.
that kind of money. Me and the Joneses coming to see you. The Joneses, my militia. We coming
I
to
was
fuck
gonna
you
say, you
up.
got your whole militia.
Yeah, the Joneses. We coming to see you. Especially you. I ain't gonna say your name.
I just want to go to Monaco because I think it's a dope place. I don't
Quentin,
know.
what was that?
A
Yeah.
man.
Oh, you knew I was talking to
Oh,
you, huh? Oh, you knew I was talking to you, huh? You knew I was talking to you, huh?
oh, sidebar, Molly. 23andMe is going bankrupt or something.
Because they lied to her.
Yes, that's why I made that disclaimer. Do not give y'all DNA away. They might go bankrupt. They might sell y'all.
Man.
Don't
Because
do
I
it.
see different
I was
states
about
is
I
to
did
say,
trying
not
to
use
like
them.
protect their
I didn't,
privacy before it gets
but
sold to another company. Yeah, that's
made me think
interesting.
twice. But I was shocked, but
Yeah,
don't do it. If you haven't already, don't.
man,
I
for real.
did think
You
of
know
I
what would
did
be
think
a
of
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what? I don't know if this would be a bucket list though, but I recently in the recent years I've wanted to own a yacht. Like I want a boat.
Oh, really?
I
All
don't
that
hmm
you
maintenance?
on it that much.
That's what one of my friends, he has one. He
Docking
was like,
fees,
he
registration
said it's a lot that
fees.
goes into it, but I love the water. Like I just
My
love the
daughter trying to
water.
get me to do that shit. I don't know.
The
Don't do
boat
it.
slip by
Don't
itself.
do it. Don't do
Just
it.
like lease
Yeah.
one or something.
Hmm.
Yeah. My buddy had one. He said, fuck that shit. He said all them damn expenses. And he sold that bitch.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's the
I
same.
want it on a reef.
The two best days is when you buy one and when you get rid of one. When you buy one and when you sell one. I said it's gonna be the two most fun days ever is when you buy it and then when you get rid of it.
Because when you get a boat, then you don't really have time to use the boat. But so then you're just paying for the fucking boat.
Yeah, I've
You
heard
can
a
rent
lot
it
of
out to
people talk
people.
about it.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
Oh, what
somebody
I
asked
was gonna say?
if I was an Aquarius.
If I was a
No,
boy,
I'm not an Aquarius.
you will
what were you gonna say,
understand.
Slimmy?
Oh, no, Anton might like this one. I did it was something that I forgot. It's this double decker. I ain't gonna say double decker. It's this
Taco.
multi-level skating rink in London. I gotta go to that motherfucker, man.
You gotta
I
take
think
you
it's in
gotta get the
London.
flight though, Slimmy. You don't
I'm
want
like,
to
how you
Yeah,
gonna
yeah, yeah. Yeah. See all this stuff, man. This shit is over the water, man. I don't
Shit is over the water, man. Fuck.
Selena, you are a rock star now. You got to broaden your horizons.
Thanks.
I ain't no damn rock
Go
star.
overseas. It's
There you are,
nothing. These
Slimmy.
men is
You
getting
gotta be a rock
passports to go
star.
overseas
And
like
this shit
that.
is
Go overseas.
Slimmy, you
man, this
a
shit
rock
is
star now, man. You gotta live it. You gotta live this shit.
Single, no kids. You better be living.
Mm.
Before they close the borders, we don't know.
yeah, you right about
Molly,
that.
what are y'all talking
Slimmy,
about?
you gotta live it, bro. You gotta live the life.
Just live your life. Eh.
Yeah.
Hey.
Your future wife might be overseas.
Nobody was on cue
No,
at all.
see, no, Molly,
I
don't
mean,
you
not being
start.
funny,
No,
but like
because I
maybe
know,
like
no, because I
London or
know what Molly
something.
about to try to do. I know what
Not
Molly
like
about to try to do.
London. Not one of these like
She about to try to call me a passport, bro. If I agree with that, hell
no.
no.
Some people do have to get out. Like, I don't think that you're meant for one person as local. Like, the world is vast. There's billions of people on the planet. You
Oh,
never
so
know.
you agree that men should have multiple women all over the world?
No, I think you should just be living life. And if you meet somebody abroad, that's one thing. But if you're going to be a predator abroad, that's gross.
I meet broads all the
A
time.
predator?
Or a
Jesus.
He's saying that you
colonizer.
shouldn't go over there specifically just to do that. You should be going
Yeah.
over there to experience the culture. And
Yeah.
if you just so happen to meet somebody that's over there, then no.
Your girl might be on a skating rink in London. So let me get that passport.
That's
Or she
crazy.
might be an American over there too. You never know.
That's
Might be a snow bunny.
that's another one of my bucket list is to marry a white woman.
Q said, "Why y'all up so late?" She
Nope.
probably
Why
getting up.
she up?
Why you up, nigga?
Oh
You the
wait,
one
no,
not
it's one
working.
fifty
You want to
five
talk
for
to him?
her.
Yeah, why you up, Q?
I'm actually working. I'm working behind the scenes. So
I am working too. We going live, 16 hours.
no, not work, not
Marathon.
that type of working. Not 16.
Mika,
I got
Mika up too. Mika been texting the whole
Right. Been
time.
all in the chat.
Yeah,
Mika sending us
Mika talk
links.
about swimming with the sharks and all type of shit.
I got to catch a flight tomorrow, so
Where you going?
What?
I got to shoot out to Cali.
For what?
Going back to
Oh, never mind.
I'm
You told me.
going back,
Cali.
back
Cali?
to Cali,
Cali.
Cali.
Yeah, I got to shoot out to California. Business duty calls. So
Oh, you see what Q say? Where the next meetup gonna be?
He don't know. He said he's going to announce it last week and forgot.
no, I didn't. No, I didn't forget.
Africa.
I didn't forget. I was talking to the people that was on the Million in the Morning show, and they said because
Sedona.
my channel was growing at about 100,000 a month in subscribers, that I should just do a million subscriber
That's
thing.
crazy. That's crazy. So next year, or you think when do you think it'll be?
Couple months, few months.
Okay, so September.
If it, I don't know what if it goes at the same rate that it's going, then it'll be a couple months.
Man, a
So
million
we not having a meetup
subscribers.
in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
How about to say you can't have a million subscribers celebration and go to
Why not?
Dallas.
Dallas.
Cause DC was fucking tight, nigga. Shit.
You can take
There's a
It
lot of
care.
need
people
to,
that was
it
there.
needs to be a weekend thing. It needs to be more than
No, it
one day.
don't.
It needs to be in
How
some
you
place
gonna say something you couldn't even come from a day,
nice.
Carrie? Stop. Shit.
So yeah, it's growing by the last 28 days. It's jumped 96,000 subscribers. So
Okay, so how about we do a 750 and then a million? 750.
750 is gonna be
That's next week, nigga.
in
Shit.
2 weeks.
That's right.
Kim's like, what's your point?
Look what Island Girl Q said. Look what Q said.
She said
What
a
you say?
weekend. Heck no.
Yeah,
Why y'all want to a weekend?
because you and I about to you got one night before you like I'm tapped out and I'm ready to go home. Them
I
motherfuckers
Huh?
can.
go home. Shit.
No, I was talking about. She
I
said
got.
Carrie ain't even been yet.
Y'all
Shit.
came back too quick. I gotta make it worth my while. I don't
Nigga,
need to drive up for
Oh no,
4 hours and
trust
then
me,
come back. I
whatever,
need.
nigga.
trust
Nigga,
me.
you can't spend that many hours on your feet, Carrie. Shut up.
It's
It,
not
it
like it's
should
a
be.
dance-a-thon. I'm
Nigga,
saying like
it was
go to
shit.
sleep, come back to do
The amount
something
of
else the next
squats
day.
you gonna have to do to fucking stand up to shake a motherfucker's hand. I was doing this all
Yes.
So it's almost like, why do one for September when I could just do it in October and celebrate it or something? Or I mean, I don't know. It's, we could figure it out. I don't have no.
I'm still stuck with
My high
750.
school reunion is in November, so
But 750 is gonna be
Was
this
that
month.
30
So
years? 25?
you want me to do it for this month, Kim?
25.
I don't see a problem with that.
Well, the problem is that I gotta I gotta do. Well, I got some content creators is coming here, and then I got to do a small press run because I got a bunch. I don't, I got a bunch of people reaching out to me. Um,
Man, they had a freaking big meetup. You've heard of 650E? The
no,
motor,
is that one?
the motorcycle dude. We talked about him. The motorcycle dude.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
He had a fucking they had a fucking huge bike meetup in Tampa, and I was like, fuck, I couldn't go. Made me sad.
So
How
I
do
don't
you?
know. I
This
don't know.
YouTube space is weird.
Listen, there are people. It's so funny because there are people that are rappers and stuff like that. They can't even fucking fill a room.
Facts.
And
Dude,
to get
it was like 1,500 people on motorcycles went to go meet that dude at his meetup. That's just
Yeah,
fucking
it's a real
wild.
thing, bro. It's a real thing. Like, and I put my stuff behind a wall. I don't even do my stuff like publicly. You know what I'm
Fuck
saying?
you, Q. Go to bed.
What is Q doing up? I'm so surprised.
I don't know, but I might have to
Why
take like
everybody
a
keep talking
whole
about this dude Dan Calloway?
epic.
My fault.
Let me write
It
his
says
name.
history. Is he
Kim,
history?
What?
don't write this dude's name down,
No,
man.
because I want to know who he is and what he's about. You have to understand. I spend like all day just like going down rabbit holes learning. I just want to know everything.
What
She's
was
a
his name?
Gemini. That's what she does. They're
Dan
the learners.
Exactly.
They
Thank you.
love to seek knowledge,
what
writing,
was his name?
communicating.
Mhm.
Dan what?
I got a nice sugary beverage. It's
Thank
amazing.
you.
Man, did y'all see that thing about Mountain Dew and all the conspiracies?
Yes. And how about
Like
the
what?
That
Texas
Make
shit
your
one?
is so
pee pee
fucking
little?
weird.
Right, because that
And it was
Texas
just
one just happened.
yours is the last one
No, they just
in
did a
Houston.
black
Part two
one.
was a
And,
dumbass
the
movie,
black
Q.
one
It
had
sucked.
Texas floods or something.
You
And
Oh,
then
say what?
what?
they had a black one that released recently. I want to say maybe May, and it was about floods in Texas. And then there's the floods in Texas that killed all these people. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That
Yes,
was
at Mountain
sad.
Dew.
But
yeah,
yeah. So everything that Mountain Dew comes out with 2 or 3 months later, the name, whatever name they have, coincides with a catastrophic event.
This shit's crazy. This is
No,
Like
crazy.
what?
and I
Like
mean,
what?
that's
listen,
Expound
what's
on
been
it.
wait, no, no,
happening.
no, 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 no.
Like what?
It is. I'll send it to you. This shit is so fucking bizarre. Like, it is accurate too. It ain't no making this up. This is not fake.
So
This
what do
shit
y'all
is
think it is? Do
insane.
y'all think
What
they're
was?
doing it or it's a coincidence?
Who knows?
How many flavors do they have? I know Baja
Man, there's a
Blast,
lot.
Code Red, and regular.
Yeah, so
Hold on, wait, where
they
is
were
this shit?
talking about, I see Code Red, Maui burst, and then the fires happened,
Yeah, I can put it in the Discord, Magnetar.
and then Star Spangled Splash.
Yeah, all that. Yep,
I
all
think
this
that was
shit is
maybe the nine
crazy.
eleven one or
Well,
something.
this came out when I was in high school, so then shit happened.
Yeah,
No,
no,
they
not
talked
not
about
that.
what happened
That's
to that
nine
one.
11.
Code Red.
Okay, Pitch Black is the one I want to say maybe with the Texas floods.
No, no, no. It's like Maui something, and it
Tropical Swirl.
maybe that was it. It's I think that's it. It's the last. It's the very last one.
Mango Rush.
They just came out with it in May
Hold on, God. Yes.
I just sent it to the
to the group
chat.
chat. Oh,
You
here it
just said
is.
something in
Yeah.
May.
Okay.
Oh, that's what I was looking for.
What happened
Pitch
to this
Black.
one?
The Maui thing, they said that the Maui came out in 2019 and then the Maui wildfire was in 2023. So how close does it happen?
They said within
like
3 years,
within
I'm gonna say,
5.
but then the
And what's
Texas
the
one
black
is like
hole?
really close.
What's the black?
Man,
What's
that
one
shit
that
is
you
so
said black?
bizarre.
Oh, Trump did warn us of nationwide blackouts.
Right.
So
Blackout.
maybe.
Where did this
Okay,
quote
so
out this
that
from?
Pitch Black that came out in 2004. But a lot of these were released and then came back out. So maybe the second rounds coincide too. Maybe.
I love Mountain Dew.
Gotta watch that video.
Ugh.
I drink copious amounts of
I
it.
can't believe people still drink soda. Just saying.
I do. Not often, but when I'm on
I was
live
just
or
about to say
when I'm
between
on
Simpsons and Mountain Dew, they telling us everything we need to know.
facts, fuck history. Just watch an episode of The Simpsons.
Well, The Simpsons is written by like CIA, so
I got another 5 hours to be awake and play video games.
You
I
need to
gotta
go to
take a
sleep,
whole
man.
week off just to get back on a good sleeping schedule. And then I figure if I take a whole week off, right, and then I learn to go back to sleep at a regular time, and then I put come back one day at a time, or if I get off early for a week, like get
If
off
you
at
get
like
off
12
early,
and
get
go
off
to
early
sleep.
where?
Here, this y'all, every night I go to sleep now at like 4,
That looks
5.
like a
What?
Like
family.
my sleep schedule
That's what I
is
always do.
so
Well, if you didn't talk about you
I'm
didn't want to introduce Africa into this, so it's your fault, really.
so all over the place. I gotta get it together. I feel
And
like
Keri,
I'm
think about
losing
what
it.
I do. Like a lot of times I'll get off from here and literally go get dressed and go to work.
I don't know how you do it. I'm telling
yeah, I
you.
don't.
I'm telling you.
I get
I
off of
don't know
here
how you
and I
do it.
log into my computer and go to work.
I hate being sleepy and having to stay up.
I do
Like
too.
I
She's
can't.
like, I do too, trust me.
Right. I absolutely. I'm not a morning person at all. If I lay down and go to sleep, like I'm angry when I wake up. I might as well just keep going.
That's
That's
crazy.
why I came from. I appreciate my husband so much because there's times where he misses straight up sleeping. I'm in the bed like you got a plane to catch. I feel so bad. I can't do it. I don't know how you do it. I try though. Like I'll sit here and try to keep working and I'll just fall asleep. Just can't stay up like I
What do you
used
mean by
to.
you'll try to keep working? Working, what do you do?
So if I'm working on like anything, I could be working on whatever. And if I do it too late, I just can't I
You said
can't
work.
stay awake.
You said work. You said working. You're
Yeah,
not
like
gonna
if
get
I'm working on something on my computer, on my laptop, on my iPad, if I'm here doing something, I could be working on bills, I could be working on my content, I could be
working.
working on
Bills
homeschool
is
stuff, I could
bills
be
is
working on stuff
working.
with my husband, I could be working on anything here that I want to get done, work. But if I do it at a certain time, I'll fall
That's
asleep.
really
Like one time,
privileged. That's really
I think
privileged of
I
you to say doing bills is work.
Well, it is.
how is that
I
not
mean,
work?
That's
That's
work.
work. That's
it feels like work.
Well,
working.
for you stay at home motherfuckers, it sure is for me.
You
I do
don't
that
gotta
shit on my
manage
phone while I'm
bills.
driving down the street.
Okay, so if you have to like update paperwork or you have to say you do that on your phone driving down the street, really?
I'm not that important. I just pay my shit online.
Quentin gonna be running people over.
Oh my God.
That's why he got a truck, so he can just hit stuff and keep going.
I
Like
did
I
tell
think
Bill.
I've
I told Bill
deleted stuff before
my
falling
shit was
asleep.
fine.
So whatever.
Y'all so funny.
Welcome to the dark side, Keri.
I can't it's Lord Jesus. I know there's no empathy. Like I'm not looking for empathy,
Yep, not over here.
Quinton
Nope,
or
nothing from my
Anton
way.
or Mika in the cut. Kim.
Not the cut.
Kim doesn't have to give me empathy, but I feel her empathy.
I think most of y'all are night owls on the low.
It's misdirected.
What happened? Who needs empathy for what?
Most of y'all are night owls.
Me
I
saying I
am.
go sleepy.
Anytime I get off this motherfucker,
Oh, yeah.
I'm
You
up at
be up
least
late,
another
don't you?
hour.
I
That's
know I'm
what
a night
jacks me
owl.
up though, is I was a night owl, but I don't feel effective anymore. Like once I get off of here, I'm like, all right, I'm already up. Like it just
I fall asleep. I just be falling asleep, y'all. Fall asleep.
Man, I wish I could go right to sleep after this show. I never can. It be
What do
fucking
you
me
ever
up.
do? Oh, you just are awake.
Yeah, it be fucked
It's
up.
probably because you take naps.
I gotta go and watch. I gotta go and watch like something that I really don't like, and
What?
that's the only way that I can go to sleep.
Slimmy is hilarious, bro.
And
I
don't
got
let the birds start chirping. I hate going to
That's
sleep when
the
the birds
fucking
start
worst. And
chirping. I
I
can't
you
don't
see the
like
stand
that.
blinds,
it.
you see the crack of the light
I
as the
do not
crack of the
like that.
blinds.
I try to fall asleep before the sun comes up. I hate it. I hate it.
That's my only goal is to sleep before the sun comes up. So this morning, as I was watching it come up, I was like, okay, sleep, sleep, sleep. But it was Quentin's fault. He was talking to me till like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, don't be telling people that shit.
And don't let me get on Instagram and start scrolling.
oh man, that scroll, the death scroll.
I
It's
don't
the
do that
death.
no
It just
more.
don't stop.
That doesn't live in my life anymore. Not me. Nope. I'm
Yeah, I
like,
gotta
Oh,
torture myself to go to sleep.
I'm like Slimmy. I put on a movie I know I'm about to fall asleep to, and I'm out.
The best thing for me to watch is Blacklist because I know I'm not gonna be able to get into it.
to
I
like,
could just
yeah.
I turn it on and I'm like, I know I could fall
Done.
asleep to this.
I'm
Even
out.
though I like Blacklist, that's the one thing I could watch that I know I could crash on because I'm not gonna be able to take all that information
Cause you
in at
got, yeah,
once.
cause you gotta really pay
Yeah,
attention
you gotta
to
pay attention. That,
Back in the
that
early
motherfucker
2000s.
Remy said that voice get to going. I'm like, yep, going straight to sleep. It's
it.
over.
Lullaby.
It's over.
Back in the
If
Meanwhile,
early
I'm if I'm
2000s,
up,
I used
if
to
I'm
go
up,
to
it's a wrap.
Redbox
Blacklist ain't gonna cut it.
and get a movie from Redbox just cause
to
to
go
go to
to
sleep.
sleep.
It's dumb as fuck. Hmm.
Eastern
Shout out to Netflix.
Eastern time zone.
Yeah,
I
cause
love
it got
y'all.
me
Don't y'all love
stuck.
these? These are amazing. Lorna cookies.
Lorna Doones.
Lord
Man, I
knows.
hate those things. Those shit taste like horrible.
They have a strange aftertaste.
Yeah,
I got
Yeah,
some.
they
those
do.
things are
I
horrible,
got some
man.
of these. I got some Mountain Dew. I got some Pringles.
My
Hmm.
family
Oh, cause
loves
you gonna
Lorna
what you gonna
Doones.
stay up until you work?
It's a marathon. No, I took off ever since the game been out. I've been taking off work to play the game.
But I thought you
What?
were taking off ever since you got back from the meetup. Did you
I
go to
have to
work
play
yet?
the game. I haven't been back to work.
And
What?
you call me spoiled or whatever being stay at home?
Dude, do you know how hard it is to play video games for 16 hours straight?
Why are you playing that much? You getting
You
paid?
know how hard it is for
Yeah,
people to be able to
it's
take off
lit
that
over
many days
here.
of work?
It's new. That shit just came out 2 days or yesterday. It's crunk over here. Fuck you
Wait, how
mean?
much? Wait. You're getting paid just to play it?
No, it's gambling. Like I bet other people.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought
And
you
he's
meant
getting
like you
paid
was.
on his days off.
No. I thought he meant like he was like because he not a you don't stream, do you?
I do Twitch when I do tournaments. I haven't got paid,
Man, you
but
should
yeah,
stream every time you play.
man, that means I got to move my game from my room to in here, and I don't want to do all that.
I don't want all that free money.
I tried to tell him.
Man, I swear, I wish people would watch me play this stupid ass game. I'll be cussing everybody out just to get 20 fucking points
Why you
and
don't go
still
on
lose.
Twitch? Do you go on Twitch?
Nah, nah, man. I don't really want to be the angry gamer. I don't want to be that guy for real. Because that's all they gonna do is I'll be cussing
I
people
got too
out.
much. I got too much like stuff that y'all holding back. It's like I don't want to be like, well, just do it, bro.
And I'll
That
be
should be
cussing
your
people out
handle,
too
the angry
much.
gamer.
You literally should
I
just
thought
do
that
it.
too, Molly. I was like, that's cute.
Like
It's
just do it.
catchy.
It's
The
probably
angry.
one that already exists for real, probably.
You got to put some numbers after it, though.
Add a number to it.
No, you just be you. You put your name, but then you just develop a reputation for being angry. So
That ain't that hard. Cause every time I turn that motherfucker on, gosh, dang
What's your
boy,
blood pressure like?
it's excellent.
Actually, I was just
This nigga about to
He's so
die.
so we
extra.
can see you, right? Like we're looking right at you.
What's
What?
wrong?
I put my mic away.
We can see you.
What is that? I just did like
I,
that.
I want to know, what did that really do though? How did
Fuck y'all, nigga. Y'all just sleepy.
I can't believe I'm still up here.
Y'all let me know when y'all ready to end it.
Now, I was ready to end it when I was getting my snacks.
I just didn't end it because
Why was Anton sitting there like that?
Like now.
oh no, I'm doing a whole bunch of other stuff right now.
Because he's
Angry
being
cis man.
productive.
Oh,
Come on,
that's
Kim.
crazy. That's
Come on,
crazy.
Kim.
I didn't say it. I just read it.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't me. I
I
just
changed.
Oh,
I changed my
yeah.
gamer tag.
I figured it was a sucker. I figured it was a sucker that typed that.
That's
There's a
rude.
lot of times what I'll do is I'll mass record, so I'll
Mhm.
have like a whole lot of videos that I gotta do,
Mm.
and they'll all be uploaded, but I just gotta make sure that I curate them, take care of cover photos, all of that stuff, schedule them, whatever. So especially if I like have to catch a flight or something like that, I'll mass record, and then if I got to catch a long flight, like I got to head out to California, that's probably gonna be like 4.5 hours or something. Then I could do all of the work on the plane. So
God damn, Black Rain's still upstream, and that's crazy.
who?
making money.
Oh, his name is Black Rain. He's like the number one dude in the world.
Oh,
He's the dude. He's the dude that said he wanted to come on After Hours, and I was like, just say you ain't got no titties, my nigga.
so yeah. Well, all right. Let me read some of the super chats, and then we can rock it out. High Tolerance says, "Nah, you reaching AD, let somebody roll up on you saying you handsome as F." I'm gonna just laugh and keep moving. I don't
Say
care.
thank you.
I say
As
thank
long
you.
as somebody listen, as long as hey man, I don't care about what nobody else is saying.
I
Appreciate you,
forgot
bruh.
all about the super
And
chat.
every time that people make a some kind of scenario like that, they make it so unreal. Like nobody is doing no junk like
No,
that.
I don't play Call of Duty. No.
Hakeem the Dream says the Black
I
American
do.
is a child of Africans but was raised by Caucasians. That's why you're so damn confused. He also says the only solution for the Black American is Islam, but you ninjas ain't ready for that. God damn it, you goddamn right I ain't ready for it. I ain't interested in that. You ain't never got to worry about me becoming no Muslim. Daddy and the Caddy said, not all skin folk is kinfolk, values over color, facts. United stand for. Why y'all always want us to become. Never mind, let me be quiet. Um, what is high? What is higher? What
What
is
is
learn?
learn?
They want us all to do that shit.
What
Anyways,
it is?
United Stand America says, Slimmy hold masculine frame. Patricia Cox says, Anton, you shooting fish in a barrel, Slimmy provoked. Yeez Bay says, America is the old world Supreme Court ruled on this already Empress of the Wichita. I don't even know what that means. LL Unkman says, pyramids are everywhere in the United States of America. Trey Fi says, wow, black fatigue to another level. Daddy and the Caddy says, Slim, I ain't from Africa. I'm from Crenshaw, mother.
What?
KL says Liberia is my heritage background. There was a civil war about the late 80s and the 90s where a generation of free slaves had beef with the generation of native Africans in that region. Patricia Cox says black people all over the world are trained to dislike each other. Even with this very country, black Americans don't even like each other. United States America says she hitting them with the okey doke. Mioli says Christopher Columbus never stepped on American soil. Yeez Bay says Washita was here. First court case proved this. Alabama Creek 33 says natives and indigenous are two different distinct meanings. They are not one and the same. The roots of the words are different. It is only recently that they changed the definition similar to sexual assault or rape. James Smith says, yo, Anton, I'm from Brooklyn, NY, and I F more beautiful women than on your panel.
Congratulations.
What?
I don't know, bro.
Bro,
Listen, bro.
That's only four. That's only four.
They type it and I read it, and so that's all I can say.
that's weird, man.
Thank you everybody for the super
That's
chat.
one of the most strangest super chats
Mioli,
ever.
and he typed it in all caps. Mioli says, check out Dane Calloway. Let me see.
That's one.
Rage King Leo says half of the slaves die on the way here, more than half. Brown Eye says, I agree with Slimmy about slavery. Remember, the white man originally wrote history books that would not show us as the original people. I think Trump knows it as well. That is why he speaks about the 14th Amendment. James Smith says, Anton, no matter how you talk, white people don't give a F about you and your race. Alabama Creek 33 says, my great-grandpa Edward that came from Ireland back in the mid-1800s was a so-called black Irish indentured servant. I have this information in my family Bible. Sub-Zero says, on a work trip last year to Maxwell AFB in Montgomery, Alabama, I found a legacy museum. From enslavement to mass incarceration, every black person needs to go see it. Building is a former slave post. Rage King Leo says, we were already here. They used slave trade to cover it up. Patricia Cox says, Slimmy, you should create a history podcast. Lottie says, even though Anton thinks it's a useless discipline, this conversation is proof of why African American studies needs to be taught. Yeah, go ahead and get your degree in it too. Molly is a black woman for money, says James Smith. He's bad.
Actually not.
Alabama Creek says we are not the same skin color as our black hair. Thank you, Alabama Creek. JY says the Americas are the furthest black people had ever been taken. It's not unusual that the culture would be transformed or modified after 400 years. James Smith says, yo, Anton, everyone ain't a white savior, no way you even believe that. Gotcha. Thank you,
Do you
James.
think you think he has his caps already set, or he only puts it on for the message?
We appreciate James Smith for sending money. Alabama Creek says, my great-grandpa Edward's Irish so-called black swarthy won his freedom by fulfilling his indentured servitude, and then he bought his own slaves. James Smith again says, yo, Molly, we know you got a man, but just keep using that rose. It's Queen to you too, says Dane Calloway. Channel is fire. Yeez Bay says, read Walter Pecker and Ben Pitchfork Tillman. Lottie says, Slimmy, most of us don't even retain the knowledge of our grandparents, let alone distant ancestors. Culture gets lost over generations. James Smith is back with the fireball, says, I'm from BKNY, and these women ain't the people you think, Anton. Just money woman. Just money woman.
This nigga got dementia.
I'll leave James Smith alone. He chilling. Slimmy stepped off the sidewalk and fell into the deep end of the ocean again, says Patricia Cox. Sir Doctor Mr. says, I believe that people who travel a lot purely for adventure are missing something in their soul where they are always moving around, so they avoid sitting down, having to sit with their deepest thoughts.
Take my thoughts with me.
Trey Fi says, Kimmy pissing in bushes. James Smith says, yo, Anton, I'm just speaking the truth. Love from Brooklyn, and why don't trust no one. Thank you, James. We appreciate you. 6'8" Aquarius says, hey, Slimmy, would you fly 12 to 13 hours if you were sitting next to Khalees? Matter of fact, she lives in Africa.
We on a flight.
To meet her.
We on a flight.
Daddy and the Caddy says, Kim for a package. Cute boss pilot with class. Rasta Furiego says, so Kim is a secret agent working as a flight. Is the perfect cover. Hashtag Kim Possible. Q Diddy's Wade. Nathaniel Lassick says, Anton, invite Dane Calloway, epic history lesson. Thank you to everybody that continues to support the platform. We appreciate y'all. Any final thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
That nigga Dwight Howard gay as fuck. That nigga gay.
It's not nice, Slimmy.
My final thoughts are, I have never had shit, but I can fuck a bad bitch.
That's not nice, QD. Keri, would you like to have any final words?
Go with God.
Keri,
I rebuke.
Kimmy, would you like to have any final words? I like that orange that you got on.
Thank you.
Is
No,
it orange or yellow? It looks orange
orange.
now, but it started. Oh,
It's
I
like a
thought it was. It
fluorescent.
started off looking yellow though. Was I tripping?
It's
It
orange.
did look yellow.
That's the light.
The light, cause you're sitting sideways.
Yes. It's the H10. No, but no, I got nothing to say. I've been taking notes. I've got all my things I need to research.
Molly, would you like to add in a few words before we wrap up?
I agree with Slimmy. And do not procreate with anybody with the last name Butte.
Hmm.
What?
Oh, I have a question.
The cop.
Ah, no more
Josh,
questions.
Josh
It's a
says
quick.
James Smith needs to calm down with that pastor name.
It's a
What's going
quick
on, Keri?
question.
What's your question?
If you're having a bad day, can people tell?
If who's having a bad day?
Just anybody in
All of
general.
you, all of y'all. When you're having a bad day, can people tell?
Hmm. No, absolutely no. Sick or nothing, I look the same all the time.
Sometimes depends on
Slimmy?
how bad the day is, maybe. Because yesterday they couldn't tell, but I was hot, boy. Woo! I was hot,
Someone says
hot, hot.
it's Cis Wednesday.
I'll
Kimmy?
say sometimes, but also there's been plenty that I've gone through. Like Anton and Quentin can tell you, they wonder how I'm still standing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Molly?
Them big old thighs. I'm just kidding.
What?
No,
Solid.
I don't think so. I don't have bad days. Some days might be a little bit more challenging than others, but that's about it.
Semantics.
Anton?
Yeah, most of the time, like, cause I'm a very sensitive person.
Are
I'm
you
very,
are you are you
I'm
lying?
no, I'm very emotional. I'm a
Y'all, he
very,
telling the truth.
I'm telling you, I'm a very emotional person. I've learned how to control it and how to manage it more effectively, but I am a very emotional person, 100%.
Okay. See, that was quick. To the
Professionally,
point.
though, I don't show that. Um, but for people that I care about, I'm very emotional about people. Like I'm
Mm.
passionate about people.
Keri.
Okay. I would say that people closest to me would probably know, but otherwise, I don't think others do, but a few times people have noticed.
Keri, you already know.
Usually when the women in my
You,
life
you you've hit me
notice
up. You hit me up and was like, "What's going on?" Oh my God, Keri, I just can't. You know that? Oh, why you acting crazy?
that's crazy.
So I was
But I
just
just
curious. I don't know if
control
that
it
came up.
in certain environments. But when I'm able to let loose, like, like when I
See,
like
look at you. You did this, Carrie.
like when I like when I like when I'm getting ahead, I just be like,
Yeah, I told you, brother.
Okay. We appreciate
We,
y'all
we did
for
so
riding with us
well.
tonight. See y'all
Thank
on
you for the
Wednesday,
super
on
chats.
"No,
Y'all
Thursday.
have
listen,
a
listen,
great
listen,
night.
listen,
Thank
listen,
you for
listen,
the
Thank you for the
super
super
chats.
We'll
listen,
see
chats.
listen,
y'all
listen,
Good
Thursday.
morning.
listen. I'll be like,
Carrie don't know when to stop.
I'll be like,
Talking, that is.
I remember last time I was like, I said, "Oh my God, I can't take this." Um,
Yeah, I can't do this.
I wish I could throw something at Keri right now.
I didn't hear him because I put on my other headset. He said something even worse. I'm sure.
Gary,
We
he
did
So
might bait. He
so,
might bait you with this
we
worse than he
did
bait me.
so well.
no,
This may be unreal, man.
Get out of here without Anton going left. He still had all his clothes on. We was
No, I'm so serious.
I
I'll be
really
like,
didn't think we could possibly get here.
I'll be like, oh, sometimes I'll be like, oh my God. I feel like
That yeah, I get
see
it.
y'all
That makes
Thursday.
sense.
So, right, exactly. Make sure y'all tune into the Millionaire Morning Show tomorrow or today.
Subscribe to the
On
channel.
Thursday. Subscribe.
Like for the
link to
algorithm.
Patreon is in the
And
description.
full
We
disclosure,
love y'all. We appreciate y'all.
when the women
Yeah.
closest to me in my life notice I'm in a bad mood, they ask me, "Do I need to bust a nut?"
Okay, so see you guys. We're gonna go.
Thursdays, same time, same
Morning.
channel.